We're live at Coletco. And I got to go pause Billy Joel and grab a monster. You don't hear people say that every day. Pause. All right. Monster. All right. Here we go. Okay. Crazy. That's how it goes. I'm sure some of y'all seen my post. Some of y'all seen the hot picture, which you're probably like, holy crap, that's a lot of good stuff for tonight, which it is. And John's got crates. I can already tell it's a little chilly in here. We cranked up the air last night. I'm going to go turn it off. Let me go do that right now. Was so sorry, Uncle Albert. Off. All right. Okay. All righty. Got that done. Let's see what else. We have Jake. Jill's here. You okay? Yeah. Everything going okay? Yeah. All right, good. These are working, even though the screen's not up here, I don't think. Okay, good. That's good. All right. Here we go. Jill's here. Everybody's here. I can close this out. Don't need this anymore. All right. What else? Ooh, we got a restock on guitar picks. Excelente. And I got a lot of metal that was supposed to show up here tomorrow, yesterday. Putbacks. Are these all lots that people didn't pay for? Good Lord. Let me ask Ed about this. Are these lot boxes no payments, or let me ask Ed about this. Ed, my phone. I'm glad I got a new one up there because mine's starting to act funky, Jill. No. Yeah, I just went and turned it off. Both of them. It's hot, now it's cold. All right. Let's see what we got here. Yes. Those there. Auctions. there. Make these right now. Right. This one needs plugged in. All right. So this is all no bids. That artist, that crate right there is no bids from times past. This crate is mostly no bids. I'm going to go ahead and move it because it's starting to get too full, and we've gone through it a bunch. And then that crate's no bid. So I'm going to go ahead and put another crate, a new one, empty one here next to me. Let's do green. There's no green on the table. There we go. And then let's go get the first crate from this morning. Okay, Jill? Let's do it. You get this shared. No Chad lights now. We do have a bunch over here. We have almost a whole crate. They're all wrapped in bubble wrap, but there's almost a whole crate that people pre-ordered they didn't pay for. So we're going to be going through those. I'm going to get that list, and some of those people, if they're regulars, I'm going to be like, hey, you got to pay for these lots or you can't get your other stuff. Let's go share that. Let's go share that. Okay. CDs. Probably go ahead. What was that? Wow. I think I said CDs and she thought I said Siri. I do not need your assistance. Good night, Siri. I'll lay him over here. How many auctions did you say you priced yesterday, Kyle? Kyle priced 120 auctions. Patrick got a couple crates ready. Henry got all the box sets of crates. We had well over 200. Yeah, we didn't have 150. We had a lot more than that. We set a world record last night, for sure. All right, here we go. First auction is Rush Time Machine. And Rush Time Machine is going to go up in slot A. That's a good first auction, huh? Rush Time Machine is the 4LP USA Canada Euro. This is near mint, and this is a $95 start. There is a gallery of 75 hot pictures posted. Rush Time Machine, a $95 start. That's now out of print. That's now out of print. That's now for bid. $115 start. Rush Time Machine, near mint, $115 start, 4LP. That's now up for bid. That's now up for bid at this moment. If you're not bidding, you can't win it. That's simple. That's the only way you can win it, Jill. You got to bid on it. Okay, you got to bid on it. Next auction is going to go up for bid at this moment. And what shall we have? I've got Anthrax, Fistful of Metal. Anthrax, Fistful of Metal, 2021 U.S. Walmart exclusive sealed, a $25 start. Rush, Anthrax, now up for bid, $115, and that one is that. Okay, over here. Next is this. I've got Standby. What is this right here? This is okay, these are some signed CD inserts. Yeah, we're going to try to blast some of these out tonight or tomorrow, one of the two. Rush is near mint minus. Rush is near mint minus. Where do we get prices from? Discogs. Discogs and eBay. Discogs and eBay. Rush 115, Anthrax 25. And our first other auction over here is going to be a 45 lot. This is 2 UK Beatles singles. And we have a couple questions. Jerry Stone said, how much new vinyl came in? John Robb said, Chad, how many Ed crates and new vinyl crates? Drum roll, please. There are 3 crates of new vinyl, John Robb and Jerry Stone. And there are 3 Hatchet Ed crates, John Robb. And they now breathe a sigh of relief. We have From Me to You, and the flip on that one was Thank You Girl. That's a UK Parlophone in the Parlophone sleeve. I Feel Fine, and the flip on that one is She's a Woman. That one's VG Plus in the Parlophone sleeve. And Can't Buy Me Love, and You Can't Do That, also on the Parlophone sleeve. VG, that's a $20 start. Okay? Chad needs some Monster. Now, bear in mind, one of those Hatchet Ed crates are full of lots. I knew eventually it would get called up where he would purge some. So one of them's full of lots. Y'all know these lots are a spectacle here, right? Requests, people want them, asking about them, all the custom ones. There's one problem, though. A lot of people's eyeballs, my mom used to say this when we'd go to the Chinese buffet, your eyeballs are bigger than your stomach. Well, we do have some people get very excited on the light boxes, and their eyeballs are bigger than their wallets. Okay? So we have a whole crate of lots that did not get paid for. Some people get on here on the group, and they pre-order 2 of every one of them. And I think then they realize financially they can't afford that. And then they don't ever tell us, and then we have to cancel them. So keep that in mind when you're pre-ordering this stuff, okay? All right, so Rush is $115 start. Anthrax is at $25, and Anthrax already has a bid of $25. And the Rush, the 3 Beatles 45s are a $20 start. Here we go. If you have one of the Aussie lots, I'll take them. I actually do, but we got some people on waiting list. I'll write down your name, and when I tag all these Hatchet Ed lots, if I have one left over from waiting list, I'll give Tyler Contner an Aussie lot, okay? All right, let's go to the group to this morning's video, and we'll talk about buying responsibly later. I'll have to give lectures, but until right now, let's go ahead and put up this right here. Let's pull up this morning's video. This morning's video is UFO, Slaughter, Petra, David Bowie, Led Zeppelin, UFO, Tom Petty, Grateful Dead, Slaughter, Funkadelic, Michael Jackson, okay? And then The Cure. I actually just ordered more of those, Boontar. They'll be in next week, probably. They'll probably be in next week. All right, here we go. So we got UFO. This comes out today. This is The Wild, the Willing, and the Innocent, the 2016 remaster. And UFO, The Wild, the Willing, and the Innocent, is sold to Scott Smith. Thank you on that one. Thank you, Scott Smith. And then also Darren Wortman. So both of the new UFO Deluxe editions sold out. If anybody wants on the waiting list, let me know. They're $49.99. Rush is a no bid. This is a $115 buy now for Time Machine. Rush is a buy now for $115 if anybody wants that. Anthrax is sold to Scully Mac for $25. And Final Chance on the 3 Beatles 45s. They're all UK pressings. Can't Buy Me Love, I Feel Fine, and From Me to You. And those are a $20 start, okay? Let's go ahead. I do have, I know we had a lot of metal, but I never did get to a lot of my sealed stuff last night that I was going to run tonight. So bear that in mind. I do have some autographs too. I'm going to just try to liquidate. A lot of these I'm going to be swapping probably money based on the fact that they were already JSA authenticated, but maybe we can find a home for some of them. Sometimes I have stuff authenticated just to have it authenticated and to kind of meet a quota we have to get. And some stuff, you know, pretty good to have it authenticated, but we probably didn't have to originally. So this is Kim Wilson. That's live. It's JSA authenticated, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. Kim Wilson, that's live. It's JSA authenticated, $15 start. Mike Pierce gets Rush for $100. Mike Pierce gets Rush for $100. Someone says I need to change the date on the screen. I do need to change the date on the screen. I did everything except that. I'm glad I changed it on Facebook, though. Let me retype that over here. And let me change. Sorry, it's kind of hard to do this. Very small. Let's type 01 there. And then let's go over here and change that to a 5. All right. Thank y'all for noticing that. And it is live. All right. And then Rush. Thank you, Mitch. That's so to you. And then we have Slaughter here, and that's so to Scott Smith. And we need to put Carla Brecky on a waiting list, okay? Add Carla Brecky to the Slaughter waiting list, $39.99. Grateful Dead is sold, and that is sold to Sherry Darnell. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. This is the new album from Petra, comes out today. One sold to Scott Smith, $33.99. I have more if anybody else wants one. The 3 Beatles singles are a buy now for $20. Sold to Mike, not Mitch. Mitch T. Mitch T on the Rush. No, wait a minute. Who got it? Mike Pierce. Sorry. Man, we got Mike and Mitch who buy Rush. Mike Pierce on Rush for $100. Let me fix that right now. Mike Pierce on Rush for $100. Okay? Got it. Not Mitch T. And then Aaron Andrews gets the 3 Beatles singles for $15. Okay? All right. Sorry for all the confusion already. Okay, there's Petra. I also have Atreyu, and Atreyu is $33.99. Joshua, you just missed that lot. I think I have another one I'm going to run, though. Here's another one, and this is I Feel Fine, Can't Buy Me Love, and another copy, I Feel Fine. So I'm going to go ahead and put these up, or Joshua, if you want to go ahead and get these, I'll go ahead and sell them to you right now for $15. Okay, there's Atreyu, $33.99 on that. The signed Kim Wilson autograph, $15 start. Next is The Who, and this is live at Royal Albert Hall. Bryan Adams, Noel Gallagher, Eddie Vedder. Really cool. That's sealed, a $20 start. Sealed, a $20 start. Aaron Andrews was ahead of you on the Beatles. Okay? You came in second, but I have 3 more if you want these. It is I Feel Fine, Can't Buy Me Love, I Feel Fine. She's a Woman, Can't Do That, and She's a Woman. If you don't want them, I'll go ahead and put them back up for auction again. We have Chicago, and this is on orange vinyl, $39.99. That is on orange vinyl. That's new for this Friday, $39.99 on that one. And then Afro Man, Crazy Rap. Afro Man's on green vinyl, and I have 2 left at $34.99. Joshua Huffman said he will take them. All right, let me put a sticky note between those so they know. Mitch T has The Who for $20, and let's put those right over there, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now, and yes, there's 3 crates of new vinyl. A lot of it I got to get priced, but we'll get to it. We'll get to it ASAP. Next item over here is this. I have Steve Perry, The Season, and Steve Perry, The Season's on limited edition red translucent vinyl, and Steve Perry, The Season is going to go up for a $10 start, okay? $10 start on Steve Perry. John Lee Hooker, that's in C, by the way. John Lee Hooker is new for this Friday. It's called I Feel Good. It's a Friday music pressing, $39.99. And we have the Black Keys, which is their new album that comes out today. And this is the Black Keys, and it's $38.99. The Goo Goo Dolls from NPR's Tiny Desk is $33. Both 6 Feet Unders are still available. Bringer of Blood is $38 on red vinyl. And then Funkadelic here. Funkadelic is sold to Rydell Martin. That was our last copy of that. All right, let's go ahead and make this autograph about now. This is signed by Kim Wilson. It's called That's Life. It's JSC authenticated. $15 on Kim Wilson. $15 on that. Next thing over here is this, and this is signed by Prong, all 4 members. It's a ticket stub signed by Prong, all 4 members. It's a ticket stub. Also going up for bid in slot A. $15 start on Prong. $15 start on Prong. That's going to go up for bid, okay? There's that. And then we have the other 6 Feet Under, which is unburied for $38.99. Got Pink Floyd here, one of my favorites. Momentary Lapse of Reason. $33.99 on that. David Bowie Low. This one was sold to Joshua Hepburn. Thank you, Joshua. That's sold to you. MJ Bad is sold. Michael Jackson Bad is sold to Rydell Martin. I still got the Juice soundtrack, and Juice soundtrack is $33.99, okay? What just happened here? Let's go ahead and sell Mitch T, The Who, for $20. Steve Perry, The Season, red vinyl Christmas album, $10 start on that. The Prong ticket stub, signed by all 4 members, JSA, $15 start. It is made out to Cheryl, by the way. Steve Perry, $10 start. Let's grab another auction right over here. And let's knock out another Rush box set. Boy, we've been selling a lot of these lately. Here is the Rush Moving Pictures 40th Anniversary sealed box set. We've been selling a lot of these lately. And this is going to go up, you ready? For an $85 start. $85 start. That should generate some activity. I still got some of these Black Sabbath Vertigo 45s over here. And this one is the Silver Vertigo label. This is Paranoid and the Wizard. A little bit different sleeve on this one. A little bit different Vertigo label. Pretty cool, though. Let me check the grade because I physically have not looked at this ever in my life. So let's open it up and see. So this is the Wizard. Oh, it's beautiful. And the flip is Paranoid. This is from that same guy that had all the Vertigo stuff. That one is going to go up for a $10 start. We haven't had that particular variant before. There's the Juice soundtrack for $33. Danzig is Danzig 2 Lucifage. That's $33.99. And we have Tom Petty Full Moon Fever, $36.99. Tom Petty Full Moon Fever, $36.99. That's sold to Randy Klein. That's sold to Randy Klein. Thank you on that one. I want an Alice Cooper trash sign on eBay. The question is, what do you think it's worth? I think the question is it authentic? Danzig is $33.99. eBay is rampant with fake autographs right now. That's why it's so hard for me to sell my authentic ones on there. It is rampant. I scrolled through Paul McCartney stuff last night, or technically this morning. I'm always monitoring signed Paul McCartney stuff as a fan and collector. It was hard for me to find a real one through all the fakes. There is about 100 fake Paul McCartney autographs on eBay for every one real one. So if you're buying a signed item off eBay without authentication, I would say there's a 99% chance it's not real. And you got to watch Beckett. There's some really good fake Beckett certifications coming from China and from India. They're really good at faking these letters now and the holograms and stuff. House of the Holy is sold to Dakota Dotson. Thank you, Dakota. That's sold to you. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. $36.99 on Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. And then the Beach Boys Pet Sounds in mono. The Beach Boys Pet Sounds in mono, $36.99. Okay, L. Silverhorn gets the autographed Prong ticket stub. Thank you on that. That's sold to L. Silverhorn for $15. Steve Perry didn't get a bid. This is $10. The Season, you need that for Christmas time. You'll need that for Christmas time. That is $10 on that. Next over here is Robin Ford, and this is JSC authenticated. And this is going to go up Robin Ford, and it's signed. It's a CD booklet, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on Robin Ford, okay? By the way, the Rush box set is at $90. The Black Sabbath single is at $45. And we have Melanie Jeans getting the Steve Perry for 10. Sarah bought a signed Alice Cooper from us. She did. And a signed Alice Cooper depends on the album, and it depends on how nice the signature. But a signed album from Alice Cooper is anywhere from, 100, 150 to 200 or so. Chris Stapleton from Room A Volume 2, $29.99. I think I sold a couple of Danzigs I hadn't pulled either. I think Fred Cardinal got a Danzig. Fred, did you want Danzig 2 or Danzig 4? Fred, do you want Danzig 2 or Danzig 4? Or do you want 2 of 4s and 4s of 2s? And then we have next over here, we have, let me scroll back down here, and somebody else has got a Danzig 4. John Howard got Danzig 4. Thank you on that one. And then we got to Triumph Allied Forces. Triumph is $29.99. And Stevie Nicks Belladonna, that is all analog Kevin Gray, $44.99 for Stevie Nicks Belladonna. Chris Stapleton Traveler. Chris Stapleton Traveler is $34.99. And we have the new album from Casey Musgraves, Middle of Nowhere, Rodeo Clown Edition, $39.99. Fred Cardinal needs a Danzig 2, all right? Sold to Fred Cardinal. And then Michael Jackson Off the Wall was sold to Rydell Martin. Thank you, Rydell. That was sold to you. And then Rodrigo and Gabriella, that is $39.99. All right, Aaron Andrus, thank you on the Black Sabbath 45. That's sold to you for $45. And then 45 is sold for $45. The Rush box set is sold to Aaron Andrus for $95. Thank you on that one. We have not sold Escape from New York. Nope. Show just really got rolling about 11 minutes ago as far as premium auctions. So if you're just tuning in, you probably hadn't missed much at all. A lot of stuff I've sold is all bonus. All right. We have Chris Stapleton. That is sold to Robbie Woods. I'm assuming you want the Traveler. We also got from Room A Volume 2, and I can get you from a Room A Volume 1 if you want that. Final chance on the signed Robin Ford. This is Robin Ford in the blue line, JSA authenticated. $15 start if anybody wants in on that, okay? Got a whole bunch of signed CDs and signed booklets here. These are all JSA signed items. There's John Corabi, Union, Eddie Clearwater. I got some blues guys, and we're pretty much just going to let them roll for low starts and get all these sold. I've had them for a long time. They've all are JSA authenticated. I'm okay swapping money with y'all just to get some of them sold. I've made the self-realization we're never going to get all this stuff listed on eBay. I mean, the stuff we do put on there sells pretty good because people see that we're a legit company and we have JSA certification or Beckett or PSA with everything. But the problem is we have so much of it. I mean, is that crate of signed photos still next to you, Jill? Yeah, there's a whole crate over here of autographed photos, and we hadn't touched those in like 2 years now. From Fred Goodwin's collection, like there's a stack of signed photos. It could be actors, music people, just anybody, and we just hadn't touched them ever really since we've had them authenticated. So, and I've been saying for 2 years, Chad, on Sundays you're going to come in and list stuff on eBay, and it's also really not worth the time to pay somebody because you put that stuff on there, it might be years before it sells. You know, we've had some autographs on there for 2 or 3 years. So I think I've got a Gene Clark autograph on there that's been listed for 3.5 years. We did sell one about a year ago, but it takes a long time to find the right buyer for some of that stuff. Evil Woman and Wicked World. This is another Black Sabbath single. This is bizarre. Where's this one from? 1997. Wow. Another one here. Evil Woman and Wicked World. Never seen that version before. From the Vertigo Guys collection. $10 start on that one. All right, $10 start on that one. You got some more. Hey, there it is. I'll run those tonight.
You put them in there.
Oh, okay.
And the LA Guns. It was also signed.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yep. Yeah. The Metallica, it's been authenticated. We just don't have the letter for it. That's why he probably put it back in there. Yeah. I have found the signed Metallica. Thank you. Yeah, it's already been authenticated. Is that more of your auctions? Let's put them right there on the end. That's where I walked all last night and got them. All right, thank you. All right, so this first crate, let's pull out some stuff y'all probably didn't even know we had coming here. This is a Van Halen. So they photographed about 100 auctions. I think the post can only hold like, I think the post can only hold like 80 or something. So I ran out of space because I didn't have time to make the grids. So there's some pretty cool bootlegs that y'all hadn't seen, like Van Halen Live Without a Net. This is an unofficial sealed $115 start on that one. That's up for in slot C right there. I think we got everybody taken care of on the video. So thank you for watching the 6 a.m. videos. We got UFO, Slaughter, Petra, Bowie, Led Zeppelin, UFO, Tom Petty, Grateful Dead, and then make sure Carla Brecky's on that Slaughter waiting list. Funkadelic, Michael Jackson off the wall, and Sid Sieg L commented Christopher Cross, but that's on the vintage video. He was watching the wrong video. Robin Ford is a buy it now for $15. Robin Ford is a buy it now for $15. Okay. Robin Ford, a buy it now for $15. Thank you on that. And I'm going to put those right there. The Black Sabbath here is at 10 with Aaron Andrus. And then the Van Halen Live Without a Net. And let's go ahead and get to the new stuff. I got to price some of it. And so that means we're going to keep running auctions in the meantime. The next thing I'm going to go ahead and put up is this. Let's knock out another Rush box. And this is the box set, the recent box set, albums 2002 to 2012. Another Rush box set sealed. And this is a $15 start. Excuse me, $150 start. $150 start on Rush, the albums. Vapor Trails, Feedback, Snakes and Arrows, and Clockwork Angels, okay? All right, there's that. And let's bring over the next crate. Here we go. Black Sabbath is a 1997 pressing of Evil Woman and Wicked World. Never had seen that one before. That's now a buy it now, okay? That's now a buy it now. I'm going to put this crate of new vinyl right here behind me. Let's go grab the first one. We need some prices. We need some prices. And let's do that right now. I've got the sheet. And Kyle's heading out. Thank you. I've got all the prices I'll ever need right here, including some new releases. And, oh, yeah, we got some cool stuff coming in. All right, here we go. So a lot of this was supposed to come in tomorrow. And Foo Fighters. Okay. All right. Is this? Let me figure out. Okay. Yeah. And we'll have those. We'll go ahead and build those. Oh, great. More seam splits. Golly. All right. Here we go. So let's keep my no bids down in there. Signed autograph CD inserts. Let's run another one. This is a blues guy here. This is Eddie Clearwater. Signed CD. Eddie Clearwater. So this, you actually get a CD. You know, sometimes we just have the CD booklets. They end up missing from the CDs. This one, we got the CD, Eddie Clearwater, Help Yourself, JSA authenticated, and that's going to go over here for a $15 start, okay? $15 start on that. So what do I have here? Let me figure out what this first monstrosity is. I remember this. I remember ordering this. I saw it in stock, and I was like, do what? Let me see if I can find it here. It might be under various. This is a bizarre thing to try to find the price on. Yeah, this is it. Wow, this is surprisingly not really that expensive. $39.99. $39.99. It's called the 80s German Metal Vinyl Box. And you heard me correctly. This is only $39.99. I don't know if that's 5 albums or 5 singles. I guess that's singles. $39.99. It's Death Warrant, Explorer, Exploder, Sudden Death Mystery, and Cuddy Sark. And this is something I got from my distributor. 80s German Metal Box, $39.99. Seems like a great price for a box set if those are 5 full-length albums. So I tell you what, if anybody wants on the waiting list, I wanted to order it just to see what it looked like because I couldn't really find it. I remember I was like, it was really inexpensive, and I was like, huh, what's going on here? So sold to Jeff Brindley. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That's sold. That's already gone, Jeff Brindley. The Robin Ford autograph is sold to Phil Elliott for $15. Thank you, Phil. That's sold to you for $15. All right, that's done. And then what was this box set? This was... Queen 2. Okay, we need that. Here's our other copy of Queen 2. This was a pre-order. Let's get it out of this mailer so we can look at it right quick. Feel like I should have a box cutter somewhere handy. We'll wait on that. I'll give Jill a task. Box cutter. See if you can locate one. I know you're not doing anything and you're not busy. We have Johnny Cash is coming to town. And Johnny Cash is coming to town is $36.99. $36.99. Johnny Cash is coming to town, $36.99. 007 Platinum gets the Black Sabbath single for $20. Thank you on that one. Kelly Vladerchek on Johnny Cash. We'll go see what's left at the end here and see what else needs to be put up, or what else is we can do waitlist for. Kelly on Johnny Cash. I'll have Jill just quickly open this right quick. All right, and then Jeff Brindley says, can you open to see what's inside? I can. No putbacks, though. No putbacks, though, after I open it. All right, this is a bot now for $150. The Rush album box set, $150 bot now on that. And Van Halen's $115. Boy, I'm leaving out the hundreds on this stuff. That's a big difference. 150 on Rush and 115 on Van Halen. I'm forgetting to do the important hundreds before these prices. And yes, this is David Doyle's. And we should still have one more person on a pre-order. Go ahead and open this one up too for Jeff Brindley. Just, I guess you'll have to tear off all the shrink wrap. There's no other way to get into it. Let's look up the Queen. And Queen 2 is up for pre-order. And it was this box set. And the first person who pre-ordered was David Doyle, or Cynthia Herdron, and then David Doyle. All right, and this is the Queen Deluxe, and these were kind of hard to get. We're lucky to have it. I told David they would come in, though, $199.99. All right, so David, thank you. This is sold to you. Let's get some new auctions. So that's sold. Queen is sold to David Doyle. Thank you, David. All right, and then here is the 80s metal German box set. This is $39.99 if anybody wants to try to go on a waiting list. So it opens up like a pizza box. Wow, it is albums. It's Exploder. It's Mystery. Death Warrant. Sudden Death. And Die Tonight, Cuddy Sark. It's 5 LPs for $39.99. It's called the 80s German metal box. Okay, and it looks like it comes in a pizza box. And it's the 80s German metal vinyl box set. $39.99 if anybody wants on a waiting list. That's pretty cool. Seems like a really good price. All right, let's put up some new auctions here. How many viewers we got? 220, and Patrick delivering more auctions. Here we go, folks. We got going up for bid right now. This is Poison. This is going to go up in slot number A. Slot number A, this is Poison. Swallow This Live. It's an unofficial sealed $125 start. That's now for bid. Poison, $125. And then D over here is a buy it now. This is Eddie Clearwater, $15 buy it now on this signed CD booklet. And you get the CD, JSC authenticated. The only no bids tonight are Eddie Clearwater. Van Halen, Live Without a Net, is $115. And the Rush box set's $150. Okay? How do you put a bid in here? You put exclamation mark A and then the number. And you're locked in for a bid, okay? And then you're locked in for a bid. Next thing I have here is this. This is the Sundays, $39.99. The crates here might move a little slow as I work on pricing some of this. Just bear with me, and I'll keep auctions going so you're heavily entertained with a lot of activity back there. The Sundays is $39.99. Our next item is going to go up for bid right now. This is Rush, and this is the 2004. This is the 2004 pressing. These start right now on Discogs at $91. This is the 2004 VG Plus on Rush, $50 on that one. James 268 wants the German metal box. James 268 gets the German metal box. And also Fred Cardinale, 2 people on that one. Kelly Vladerchek has requested Bowie. As soon as I physically see it with my eyes for the first time, I'll put it up for auction. Next is going to go up for bid right now. This is Bon Jovi, New Jersey, and this is the 2016 2 LP. and this is going to go up for a $40 start. Bon Jovi, New Jersey, $40 start on that one. And then also over here, I have another autographed, hold on, stand by. Let's see what else I got over here. Don't go anywhere. Stand by. I have this right here. Some of these I've got by nails. Yep. All right. And then I've got this right here, Lacuna Coil. This is a good one. Lacuna Coil, this is a signed CD and JSC authenticated. And I can pull up that signature right quick, but I'm pretty sure it was Christa. I got to remember the name here. Oh, man. I'll have to check it right quick. I know it's obviously signed, JSC authenticated, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. Put down Sean Drake for a German metal box and Charlie Frank. I hope that I'm able to get those, but no real guarantees, okay? I hope I'm able to get those, but no guarantees that actually might come through. So I hope so. That was a weird one-off thing I saw available. Lacuna Coil signed by Marco Coti Zelati. Marco Coti, C-O-T-I, Zelati, Z-E-L-A-T-I. And that's going to go over here for a $25 start, okay? All right, the Sundays is sold to Fred Cardinale. Thank you, Fred Cardinale. That's so to you. And then Iron Maiden, Death on the Road. And Iron Maiden, Death on the Road here. Iron Maiden, Death on the Road is $49.99. Haven't had that one in a while. $49.99 for Iron Maiden, Death on the Road. That is a 2 LP, $49.99 for Iron Maiden. And these are pretty cool. I get these quite often. This is Jazz Sabbath. This is Black Sabbath songs being covered in a jazz format. $34.99 on Jazz Sabbath. There's one. There's another one. Quick look up at the auctions right quick. We got Poison, and Poison is a $125 start, sealed unofficial. Rush is a $40 start. Bon Jovi's a $40 start, and the Lacuna Coil CD has a bid for $20. Jazz Sabbath is sold to Aaron Andrus, thank you. And you might also want this one too. I've got Jazz Sabbath Volume 2. Don't ask me why, but it's $2 more. $36.99 for Jazz Sabbath Volume 2. Okay? $36.99 for Jazz Sabbath Volume 2. There's this one. There's that one. And those are $36.99. Aaron Andrus says he'll also take Jazz Sabbath. Rush is a $40 start. It is, they'll start on Discogs right now like up in the 90s, believe it or not. I didn't, a lot of this stuff was ordered in anticipation of it coming in from Metal Night, and I've told y'all sometimes we just don't get like what we want on deliveries. And this sheet is killing me because it's printed upside down and sideways. And this is, I'm going to have to send Hatchet Ed a message. Hatchet Ed, what are you doing printing this off sideways and upside down? We got Grim Reaper, and this is on silver vinyl. Grim Reaper is $33.99. This is on silver vinyl. Fear No Evil, Grim Reaper, $33.99. Scott Smith wants one each of the Jazz Sabbath. Put down John McPatriot on Jazz Sabbath Volume 2 waiting list if he wants on there. Okay, Scott Smith got one each of those. Mortgage Guy Rob got the signed Lacuna Coil CD for $20. That was a bargain. Thank you on that for $20. Larry Michael says, how do you bid? And then he said, hello. You bid by placing an exclamation mark and no waiting list for John McPatriot on Black Sabbath or Jazz Sabbath. None of these got bid, so they're all closed. Poison, Swallow This Live, unofficial, is $125. Rush is a no bid. That is $40. And Bon Jovi's a no bid. It's $40. So those are all available for buy it now. It's $125.40, and this is also $40, okay? Those are now all available. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and that next auction is the following. I have another signed Lacuna Coil CD, and let me verify this one right quick as well. This is AX. This is AX 17632, and this is also signed by Marco Coti Zelati, and this is JSA authenticated, and it's going to go up for a $20 start in D, okay? We got Mike Quadrini over here on Bon Jovi. That's a no bid for $40. And Grim Reaper's on silver vinyl, $33.99. $33.99. This actually isn't Hatchet Ed's fault. I don't have prices. It's my fault because I didn't print them out this morning and price them like I'm supposed to. So when something goes wrong, I usually blame it on somebody else. We have Bruce Dickinson, Scream for Me, Sarajevo. That's what leaders do. When something goes wrong, you blame somebody else. Bruce Dickinson, Scream for Me, Sarajevo, $34.99 for Mr. Bruce Dickinson there. Next auction is going to go up for bid when? Right now, and that is this. That is an unofficial of Boston, their album that's never been reissued, and this is on orange vinyl. This is Boston Walk On, and as y'all know, this has never been in print. OGs are hundreds of dollars. This is a $70 start on Boston Walk On. Boston is now up for bid. Orange vinyl unofficial, $70 on that. $70. Let's see if Sarah's paying attention. Here we go. Alice Cooper, live from the AstroTurf. And this one's on glow-in-the-dark vinyl, limited and numbered, a $1 start. Alice Cooper, $1 start on that. Probably not going to run those big Aerosmith titles until a little bit later. And a little bit later will be like the, what time mark? Probably the, probably 8 o'clock mark of those. Here's another unofficial. When I seen this, every time I see these, my heart goes, and then I realize it's not what I thought it was. So in Turkey, Led Zeppelin 2 in Turkey was released with this cover. Yeah, that's how it looked in Turkey in 1969. It's on my grail list. I know some people who have one, and I've almost thought about holding them hostage until they give it to me. But this is Led Zeppelin 2. It's a pink vinyl, kind of red looking, honestly, unofficial. And that's going to go up also for a $70 start. But that's the Led Zeppelin 2 unofficial, okay? Led Zeppelin 2 unofficial. Next thing in here is Ministry. The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Ministry is $39.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing. Ministry is $39.99. That's a MOV pressing on that one. Quick update right now. Boston is a $70 bid. Alice Cooper's at $25. Led Zeppelin $70, and the Lacuna Coil autographed CD final call for $20. We got Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You, and these are $33.99. And we auctioned off, I think, a pre-owned one earlier this week, and there was a lot of interest. And I was like, I think I can get more, and here they are. Matchbox 20 is on red vinyl, $33.99. We have Death, Individual Thought Patterns, Death, and this is on the foil. This is on the foil cover on the tricolor merge splatter. Death is $33.99. Let's take a look at it. Death, and these are from Relapse, and they're on really cool. They don't come sealed, so I can show you the vinyl. Very cool there. Death is $33.99. That's a cheap price for Death. $33.99, no pun intended. Also over here is, this is pretty cool. I hadn't seen that in stock in a while. Greg Lake, the anthology. And Mr. Greg Lake here from Emerson, Lake and Palmer is $34.99. It's a 2 LP. It's a deluxe career-spanning Greg Lake tribute. Early recordings, King Crimson, Emerson, Lake and Palmer tracks, collaborations, all kinds of stuff. $34.99 on that. All right, Jeff Brindley, you get the Boston for $70. And then over here, we got Mortgage Guy Rob on another Lacuna Coil CD for just $20. Great prices on those. Great prices on those. Let's put those away. And let's put those right in there for him. So back-to-back Lacuna Coil, so to Mortgage Guy Rob. We got Todd Doris on a Matchbox 20, thank you. And we got Greg Lake and so to Clifford Umstead, thank you. Those are done. Just a few no-bids tonight. Led Zeppelin's about to be a no-bid. That's a pink vinyl unofficial of the original Turkey cover. Jeremy Lucky gets a Matchbox 20. That's so to Jeremy Lucky. And let's go ahead and put up an A and a D auction. Here is David Bowie under the covers, the songs he didn't write. And this is a clear vinyl unofficial, near mint, and it's going to go up for a $50 start in slot A. David Bowie, a 2 LP, clear vinyl unofficial, $50 on that. Put down Fred Cardinale for a Greg Lake waiting list, please. Sarah Wyberdink has the Alice Cooper at 38. Kelly's already in on Bowie at 50. And here's our first crate of sold stuff, Jill. And I'm going to carry it right over here. I'm getting boxed in over here tonight as usual. Y'all like boxing me in, don't you? John, he surrounds me with vintage crates and then does his evil laugh. We have this over here. Let's grab another autographed CD. This is signed by Eddie Clearwater. It's called Blues Hangout. Signed by Eddie Clearwater. He dated it 1994. It's JSC authenticated. and it's going to go up in slot D for a $15 start, okay? Led Zeppelin is the red vinyl turkey unofficial, and that's a $70 start on that one. L. Silverhorn gets Death. Thank you on that one. Make sure Fred Carnell's on the Greg Lake waiting list. Here's Pink Floyd Animals. I got to admit, I'm a little bit confused. This is Pink Floyd Animals, and this is $34.99. It's the newest remaster gatefold. They have shrunk the hop stickers. The hop stickers used to be like a quarter down the sleeve with the track listing and all that. They've made it just this little thing here. I actually like that. Now I'll have to buy another one just for a different hop sticker. $34.99 on Pink Floyd Animals. And another copy of Mazzy Star, So Tonight I Might Stay. And Mazzy Star is $34.99 as well. So Tonight I Might See. Mazzy Star, $34.99. All right, Sarah, you get Alice Cooper for $38. Let's make Led Zeppelin a buy now for $70. Led Zeppelin's a buy now for $70. Stephen Douglas is in on the autograph Eddie Clearwater over there for $15. Thank you on that. All right, so here's this. That's a buy now. And then over here, this is Alice Cooper, so to Sarah Wyberdink for $38. All right, next is Slow Dive. And Slow Dive here, cool new vinyl we're getting in tonight. Slow Dive is $29.99. $29.99 on Slow Dive, okay? $29.99 on Slow Dive. I got that. And I also have, I forgot about I ordered some of these. I wish all this would have showed up on Metal Night, but we get what we got. And this one, let me double check the price on this. This is only $39. This is Sabotage, A Handful of Rain. Sabotage, A Handful of Rain. Dedicated to original guitarist and co-founder Chris Oliva. $39.99 on that. All right, let's close out B and C. Chad, an idea if possible. People asking about open bids, but yourself as the open bid so people can't see. If no one else bids, then it would be a no bid. Since most people here, that's the way you don't have to repeat the opening bid. I'll have to read that again to see if I understand clearly. Stephen Douglas, you get the Eddie Clearwater for $15. Thank you. That's so to you for $15. And I have another one. This is Eddie Clearwater, and this is called 0 Times Pine. Eddie Clearwater, what? 2 times 9, excuse me. There's another signed CD from Eddie Clearwater. That's a JSA authenticated, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on that one. We got, this is really cool, Joni Mitchell live at Carnegie Hall, 1972. And Joni Mitchell live at Carnegie Hall is going to be $36.99. $36.99. Joni Mitchell, Carnegie Hall, $36.99. 1972 unofficial. We have not sold Kid Rock yet, but David Casares got Sabotage. Thank you on that one. David Bowie's at 100. Stephen Douglas in on Eddie Clearwater. And let's go ahead and run this right here. This is Dokken Dysfunctional. This is an unofficial sealed on yellow vinyl, $125 start. Dokken is sealed on yellow vinyl, $125 start. Joni Mitchell is sold to David Doyle. Thank you on that, David Doyle. That's sold to you. And I have another auction going up right now. This is another unofficial. We buy some of these guys' collections, and just like a lot of people, they want these records that's never been on vinyl, so they have a lot of unofficials. And this is called Aerosmith Big Ones. It's on white vinyl. It's a 2 LP. It's a $100 start, okay? $100 start. We've got auctions ranging from $15 to $100 right now on the table. Technically $125. David Doyle got the Joni Mitchell. And here's the only thing in print by this artist, Junkyard. And Junkyard is, give me 1 second on this one. Junkyard is $34.99. It's called Shut Up, We're Trying to Practice. Red vinyl. Then none of their albums are in print. Nothing. This is it. It's called Junkyard. Shut Up, We're Trying to Practice. $34.99 on that one, okay? Stephen Douglas, you get yet another Eddie Clearwater signed CD for $15. Thank you on that one. And you might have missed it earlier, but I had another one that went as a no bid. Do you want this one as well? There's another signed Eddie Clearwater for $15. And I also have Kim Wilson for $15. That's just a CD booklet. So $15 if anybody wants those. They're now up for bid. What's the difference between official and unofficial? An unofficial release is a record that's been pressed without permission. An official release is any of this other stuff like in this crate. Well, most of it in this crate. We have corrosion of conformity, no cross, no crown. And corrosion of conformity is $36.99. This is on beer colored vinyl, $36.99 on corrosion of conformity, no cross, no crown. He also takes the 80 Clearwater no bid. All right, thank you on that. So that's another 80 Clearwater for $15 to Stephen Douglas. Next thing over here, I've got CD 02 477. And this is signed by John Karabi and Bruce Kulick. This is probably the best one we've had so far tonight. This is a pretty good one. It's Union, the album, and the band Union, signed by John Karabi and Bruce Kulick. It's been JSC authenticated. That one's going to go up for a $35 start. Yes, the Bruce Kulick as in from Kiss. John Karabi as in from, well, I guess he was with Motley Crue for a short time. David Bowie on Kelly Wlodczyk for 100. Aerosmith's at 160. That's a white vinyl unofficial. Doc and Dysfunctional, $125 start, no bid yet. And then we have More Death, and this is Symbolic. Now, this is a very expensive and rare OG, and they recently just repressed it. This is the only one Relapse doesn't have, where they've done it on colored vinyl, etc., etc. Death is $33.99. And here's the other Grim Reaper album, See You in Hell, and that's on silver vinyl. Now, if you've been watching the last 20 minutes, most of this crate did just sell. We got a lot of waiting lists going, and these are what's still left. There's the other Grim Reaper, okay? Let's go ahead and sell Corrosion Conformity to Stephen Douglas. Whoops. Let's go ahead and tag that for that. And let's go over here. We got Dawkins, a no bid, $125 yellow vinyl. Mike Pierce wants on the Greg Lake waiting list. You got it. Mike Pierce on the Greg Lake waiting list. Aerosmith is at 160, and Tom Kelly has the signed Bruce Kulick, John Karabi. If I can find the other Bowie, we'll run it. This crate has Motley Crue, Ozzy, Bon Jovi, Rush, Rush Tribute, David Lee Roth, Aerosmith, Rush, Kiss, Travis Tritt, George Michael, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Rush, Ozzy, Motley Crue, Black Sabbath, Aerosmith, Ozzy, and Rush. This crate has Alice in Chains, John Lennon, Tom Petty, Madonna, Sam Cooke, Bryan Adams, Pink Floyd, Queen, Eric Clapton, CCR, Ozzy, Aerosmith, Clapton, Wings, Rod Stewart, Bob Dylan, Bryan Adams, Van Halen, David Bowie, Hendrix, Van Halen, Van Halen, Van Halen, Van Halen, Van Halen, Alice Cooper. We got Led Zeppelin, Kid Rock, Eddie Vedder, Pink Floyd, Michael Jackson. We have Elton John, Muddy Waters, this is Bear McCreary, Talking Heads, Rammstein, Ozzy, Kicks, Men at Work, Runaways, The Meters, AC/DC, 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 Led Zeppelin, Wu-Tang, Run DMC, Bon Jovi, Kicks, Escape from New York. All right, so that's two crates, and then Kyle and Patrick have two more crates over here next to me. So we got Escape from New York. This is a soundtrack, 1981 OG, sealed. And let's go ahead and put this up for a $75 start. A John Carpenter, Escape from New York, $75 start on that. All right, Aerosmith is sold to Aaron Andrews for $160, and the signed Bruce Kulick, John Karabi CD is sold to Tom Kelly for $35. All right, that's sold for $35. Let's put that right over here. I have not seen the other Bowie, but there's two other crates over here next to me. We are going to go ahead and get started with some of our Japanese stuff. This is Queen's self-titled debut album. Queen's self-titled debut album, near mint, a $65 start. Queen with Obi, near mint, beautiful, $65 start on that. $65 start. Let me do this right over here. And let me tag this and this. And Dennis Lynch wants Animals, okay? I got to do one more thing over here. Go over here. I got to tag. I got to do it from Coletco. I forgot to do the tag everyone in the hot or top fans in the hot picture. That usually helps a lot. Some people said they were having trouble finding the hot picture, and I said, don't worry. And I'll tag you right here. Yeah, it's a big post, so it probably didn't hit a lot of people's feeds. I read Bowie. I read a Japanese Bowie. I think she said non-Japanese Bowie, right? All right. Sorry for the delay. Here we go. C and D. Jake, the sound is over here. I hear you taking screenshots. It's distracting. Make it stop. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Alice Cooper, The Last Temptation. Alice Cooper is a Friday music pressing on blue vinyl, a $45 start. Friday music pressing on blue vinyl, $45 start. That's now up for bid. And then we got a couple more claims. Dennis Lynch got Pink Floyd Animals. Let's tag that for Dennis Lynch, Pink Floyd Animals. Boston Walk On already sold for $70. And then L. Silverhorn wanted Death Symbolic. Wow, not much left in his first crate of new vinyl. Here we go. So here's what's left in here. We got Iron Maiden Death on the Road for $49.99. Iron Maiden Death on the Road, $49.99. Grim Reaper Fear No Evil, silver vinyl, $33.99. Bruce Dickinson, Scream For Me Sarajevo, from the motion picture, $34.99. Ministry, The Mind Is a Terrible Thing to Taste, $39.99 for Ministry. Mazzy Star, So Tonight I Might See, Mazzy Star is $34.99. Slow Dive, self-titled, $29 on Slow Dive. Ministry is sold to Jeremy Lucky. Calvin Ward wants Grim Reaper and The Other Grim Reaper. The Other Grim Reaper is right here, and that is See You in Hell. There's one left of those. And then Junkyard, Shut Up, We're Trying to Practice on red vinyl. That is sold for $34.99. Final call on Escape from New York for $80. Final call on Queen for $66. Alice Cooper's a $45 start. And our next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and that is Bon Jovi. This is an unofficial. It's called The Passing Days. It's on blue vinyl, and Bon Jovi is going to go up for a $35 start. Bon Jovi, The Passing of Days. Live Bon Jovi, $35 start, blue vinyl. Never seen it before. It's now over there in slot number D, all right? Wow, not much left in that crate. Excellent. Let's go ahead and get another one started. What do you say, Jill? She said yes. Excellent. All right, let's put that right there. All right, and then let's go ahead and do this right here. Let's grab this crate right here. What say you, Patrick? He said, sell them. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Ed, for the flag. I see new Foo Fighters. We'll have the rest that didn't come in today tagged for everybody's invoices. I'll make sure of it. Let's see here. More Black Label. Punk Goes Christmas. There's the Dio restocks. Okay, here we go. So first thing we're going to do is lay that right there. We're going to go ahead and sell this to Fred Cardinale for $66. Alice Cooper's a no bid. Blue vinyl, Last Temptation. It's a $45 buy now on Alice Cooper, Last Temptation. $45 buy now on that. Okay. Let's put that original Japanese sleeve down in there. Thank you, Fred. Alice Cooper is sold to James Davidson for $45. Final chance on Bon Jovi for $35 over there. That blue vinyl, unofficial. And we have this right here. Let me fold down that slip. Okay. Escape for New York, $95. Escape for New York, $95. Let's go ahead and put up this other Aerosmith. This is called Music from Another Dimension. It's a 2LP official, red vinyl with CD, and Aerosmith is going to go up for a $75 start. $75 start on that. Travis, Calvin, and Travis both bid on Bon Jovi at $35. Aerosmith is a $75 start. And let me put this right there. Let me put this right there. Give me 1 second. And that's a seam split, unfortunate. I told them I was going to wait till the end of the week, and we've now filled up a crate and a half of seam splits. So that's a crate and a half of vinyl we could have probably sold this week, and now we got to wait for replacements, or replacements might not ever come in. Some of this stuff might be sold out, so very unfortunate. First is Monster Magnet Super Judge, and Monster Magnet Super Judge, and this is my only copy because the other one had a split in it, $36.99. Now, everybody, I think, got one that wanted one. Let me go ahead and grab my laptop. Make sure there's not a waiting list. If not, it's sold to Jeremy Lucky. I'm going to go ahead and sell Nick Orlando, the Escape from New York, for $95, and I'm going to go ahead and put up 2 more auctions before I step away right quick and grab that. Here's a really cool Japanese pressing. This is complete with the insert and obi. It's near mint, and it's OG Tom Petty, a $45 start, Long After Dark. $45 start for Tom Petty, Long After Dark. $45 start. That's now up for bid. And then in C is David Bowie. I'll go ahead and run this one just so there's a Bowie up there. It was actually next in the crate. It's a near mint compilation called Golden Years. $45 start on that, okay? That is David Bowie. It's near mint minus and pristine. And actually, my computer's already back here. Good. Never mind. I don't have to hardly go anywhere. It's right here, Jill. I don't even have to summon my sister for another favor. She's done a lot of favors for me this week. I appreciate it, too. Here we go. Let's do this. And let's do this. Let's open this up. And let's close this out. And I'm looking for Monster Magnet. I got one for God Says No. It's coming up. And yeah, so this one is sold to Jeremy Lucky. If anybody wants on a waiting list for Super Judge, let me know. That's sold to Jeremy Lucky. All right, he was next in line because there was no waiting list. We got lots of requests for Michael Jackson coming soon. And here are the rest of the Black Keys' new album, Peaches. And so we have these. And they are both, they're all available. So if you don't have one yet, I have the Black Keys Peaches. And they are officially here. And they're $38.99. And that is the Indie exclusive, okay? Indie exclusive. There is 1, 2, 3, and 4 more copies came in. I think one of them had a seam split. $38.99 for Black Keys Peaches, okay? One sold to Aaron Andrews. Thank you on that one. Now there's 3 left. A quick look at the auctions right quick. We got Tom Petty at 55. We got Aerosmith, Music from Another Dimension. That's official. Red vinyl, 85. David Bowie, no bid yet, 45, and Bon Jovi's at 45. That's a blue vinyl unofficial. Want to sell the Dokken for 90. What did I have it at? 125. Let's do 110 on Dokken. 110 on Dokken. We have Noah Kahan, The Great Divide, and these are $51.99. And I hope I finally got everybody that needs one of these. I think the next person, American Rust Colored Vinyl, was Chris Kirkley. And I think he was next in line because we got the Vlodder checks taken care of. I want to say it was Chris Kirkley on that one. Okay, let's go over here and see what's going on. Let me pull up that post right quick, the original pre-order for Noah Kahan. And that's N-O-A-H. And that is, let me go to the post here. David Bowie is not live. No, it's a Golden Years compilation. Second. Yeah, I think it's Chris Kirkley. And if we already have one on his invoice, just take it off. You might want to double check that, whoever's tagging, if you can do that. Because the Vlodder checks are taken care of. If I hadn't already tagged one for Chris Kirkley, then this one's his. If he already has one, then there's an extra. I didn't order too many of those because it's a pricey release, and I wanted to get it right on the number. Make sure everybody got one, and then I'll tag them. I'll order more for next week, so I have extras, okay? Aaron Andrews is probably like any day now on Aerosmith, Chad. Whoa. Any day now on Aerosmith now, Chad. And that's sold to Aaron Andrews for 85. Travis Woods gets the Bon Jovi over here for 45. Thank you. Those are so. We got a lot of killer stuff tonight. I mean, we bought that new collection in Virginia. Pretty much we have not really advertised it except for just hot pictures that we post 5 minutes before we go live. And so, you know, if you're just here watching every night, you're seeing all this crazy new stuff coming in. I mean, just all kinds of stuff. I hadn't even had time to really tell y'all about it. That happens a lot here. Over here. And yeah, and Chris was supposed to have 2 copies, okay? So he wanted 2 copies. So yeah, that's right. If he has one, he needs another one, okay? If he has one, he needs another one. Here's another signed autograph. This is pretty cool. Susan Tedeschi. And Susan Tedeschi is an autographed CD book. And it's going to go up for a $25 start. Just Won't Burn. Susan Tedeschi, a $25 start. That's now for bid. Fred Carnell gets David Bowie for $45. And Tom Petty's a final call to Aaron for $75. Let's put up some more auctions. And our next auction is going to go up right now. And that is what, Chad? I have this right here. Enter the Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang is a 93 USOG SRC pressing. Oh, man, this is pricey. Wow, some of these are listed on Discogs for as much as almost $2,000. That's wild. Enter the Wu-Tang 36 chambers. This is a 93 OG EX. Now, what you got to understand is finding this in high grade is extremely difficult. Finding this in high grade. This is the real 93 OG. 18,526 people have this on their want list. 18,526 people have this on their want list. It is an EX copy, a $230 start. $230 start. Interesting price. $230. And then over here, Jeff Brindley gets Dockin for $100. Dockin is sold for $100 to Jeff Brindley. Okay, and then Aaron Andrews gets Tom Petty for $75. Even the losers get lucky sometimes. There's that. $230 on the Wu-Tang. And then let me go through this other crate over here that Patrick brought up. This one has Kid Rock, Hanoi Rock, Skinner, Black Crowes, Bowie. Here's a Bowie unofficial. This is a 1974 U.S. unofficial on VG. Live, Santa Monica, 1972. That's going to go up for a $55 start. That's in B for a $55 start. And then here's the restock of the Dio Holy Diver Rhino Reserve, which are $38.99. And the waiting list for the Dio Rhino Reserve, I think, is still on a sticky note over here. So let me do that right quick. This is still on a sticky note right quick. Let me grab that and read off some of those. And these are $38.99 if you don't have one already. Stephen Douglas, there he is. Stephen Douglas, gotcha. All right, so Stephen Douglas on Dio Holy Diver. And this was the extra copies. This is a big release for this week. That's sold to Stephen Douglas, $38.99. Let's go ahead and get stickers on these. So a lot of metal stuff don't usually get audiophile treatments, okay? So that's pretty cool to see finally some metal getting audiophile treatments. And this is Holy Diver. I got 3 more copies if anybody wants one. I figure that would not be a bad thing to have in stock. Some of these Rhino Reserves have went out and they hadn't been repressed, so... next auction, boy, look at all these Obies, David Johnson. Tonight is probably the biggest of the Japanese nights we have. This is David Bowie. I'm calling everything David Bowie now. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna. Belladonna, David Bowie. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna. This is a Japanese, and this one actually is not pristine. It's got a little bit of that sleeve transfer and some scuffs. So by Japanese standards, we've graded it a VG, a strong VG, maybe a VG plus. And Stevie Nicks is going to go up for a $25 start. That's right, just a $25 start on that one. Eve 6 has not come in. No, I hadn't ordered those. Your name is still right here on this waiting list. Yep, still hadn't got those ordered. Some of this stuff I just got last night, and they hadn't been ordered yet. All right, next thing in here is Rush Test for Echo. And Rush Test for Echo is $44.99. It's a double LP, and that is the 1996 album remastered official. This is official Rush Test for Echo, $44.99 for that. And I think this is an old waiting list all the way back from Christmas, and they just now repressed it. Punk Goes Christmas. I don't know if I even need to tag these. There might be some people like, Chad, I ordered that back in November. But that's how some of these go. I've told y'all, some waiting lists are 1 week. Some are 6 months like this. Punk Goes Christmas. And I wasn't joking the other day. They've already started, you know, kind of probably repressing Christmas stuff and probably getting it. I mean, it's already May, Jill. It's about Christmas time. It's about time to bring out the Christmas records, okay? Matt Scheiker and Vladarchek. Do y'all still want one? Matt Scheiker and Vladarchek. I'm going to go ahead and put y'all down for one. If you don't want one because it's been so long and I realize it's May and not time for Christmas yet officially, there's one left, okay? But that was the old waiting list. And Charles Berry gets a Rush Test for Echo. Vladarchek also gets the David Bowie bootleg at 55. And I'm going to make C and D a buy it now. This is Enter the Wu-Tang 36 chambers. Punk Goes Christmas was $33.99. This is a buy it now for $230. $230 buy it now on Wu-Tang. And Susan Tedeschi autographed CD booklet is $25. That's Susan Tedeschi from Tedeschi Trucks Band. $25 on that. All right, now we need 3 new auctions. And let's go ahead and show the next record. Finally, more and more. We're always needing these.
Black Label Society, Hungover Music, orange vinyl, $38.99. Hangover Music, not Hungover Music. Hangover Music, $38.99, okay? Let's see here what we got. Yeah, Charles Berry immediately claimed Rush. If anybody, it looks like they finally have repressed this. If anybody else wants one, $44.99 on that. Calvin Ward gets Susan Tedeschi here for $20. Thank you on that. And John Howard on Black Label Society, all right? Let me check that original post over here and make sure everybody's got one. We got Black Label, and this is Hangover Music. And let me, I misspelled Hangover. All right. And then Andy Wade has the Stevie Nicks. Let's put up new auctions. I know there's a lot of requests. I'm trying to find them. 4 crates of auctions is a lot. We set a record last night. We did well over 200 auctions last night. That was nearly insane. I started auctioning stuff about 6, and we wasn't done until 1:12 a.m. I was still auctioning metal last night at 1:12 a.m. Here is a McCartney 2. This is near mint minus Japanese with the insert and all the goodies. That's going to go up for a $35 start. McCartney 2. McCartney 2, $35 start on that one, okay? Let me make sure everybody from the post gets a Black Label Society. They have. Let me make sure there's no waiting list over here. And that's old wait list. Let's see. Black Label Society. Scott Markheim, Matt Lawson, and Rob Fordham. Wow, I don't have enough. So we had a scene split come in. That hurt me. So Scott Markheim and Matt Lawson, and we still need one for Rob Fordham, and then we need another one. Whoever's tagging, put down John Howard, and then say Rob Fordham was on the old waiting list, okay? So there's 2 waiting lists there. Andy Wade gets the Stevie Nicks for $25. Stevie Nicks for $25, okay? There's that. And let's go ahead and put up some other auctions. And that next auction is going to happen right now. There was some Michael Jacksons over here, and here they are. Yep, this is a pricey deal here. This is Michael Jackson history. This is an unofficial past, present, future. It is how many LPs? It is red, white, and blue vinyl, $100 start. Red, white, and blue vinyl, $100 start on Michael Jackson history. Unofficial on that one. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. We sold Susan Tedeschi. Would you happen to have a Tiffany autograph? Don't have a Tiffany autograph, no. And then Wu-Tang is in EX condition, $230. And somebody asked about Zeppelin. Zeppelin is the bootleg. It looks like the original cover that was released in Turkey. That was the original cover that was released only in Turkey in 1969. All right. Next over here is Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, blue vinyl, 40th anniversary edition. Ozzy is $34.99. Blue vinyl, Bark at the Moon, and it comes with a poster. $34.99 on that. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is another Japanese pressing. This is Styx, Paradise Theater, near mint minus and pristine. Styx, Paradise Theater, and that is a $35 start. That is up for bid. McCartney's a $35 start. No bid yet. Michael Jackson's already hit $150. That escalated quickly. And then here's another signed CD. Bear with me as I try to pronounce this name. Chris Duarte Group. There's his signature. It's inside of the pamphlet, JSA authenticated. That's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on that one, okay? Also over here, we have Monster Magnet, God Says No. Led Zeppelin is $70. Monster Magnet, God Says No. And this Monster Magnet is also $36.99. $36.99 for Monster Magnet. There was, I think, we're down to 1 person on a waiting list on this. Monster Magnet is for Chad Smith. Thank you, Chad Smith. That is sold to you. There are 2 extra copies of Monster Magnet if anybody wants one. God Says No. And then, so the Foo Fighters, what I'm going to do is the Foo Fighter order got split. And so what we're going to do is if you pre-order Foo Fighters, the rest will probably be in on Monday. We're going to go ahead and add them to your invoice. And I'm going to get them a list. That way, because they were supposed to come out Friday. We got part of the order. UPS didn't deliver the rest of them. So we got part of the order. And so y'all don't have to wait a whole nother week. If you pre-ordered Foo Fighters, you're going to be getting one. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the post. I'm going to start reading off names, and then I'm going to make them a master list to tag. And if we run out, if you don't have one, then there'll be more coming in right after that, okay? But here is the original pre-order for Foo Fighters, red vinyl, and these are $29.99. $29.99. Let's go over here to the top, okay? And let's do that. So all these are spoken for, but if you claim one tonight, it will go on your invoice. All right, now there's 2 or 3 people yelling at me in the comments, so let's go over here. We have a bid. How much is the Zeppelin? It is $70. Chris Gardner also asked. He asked first. Chris Gardner says he'll take it. And then he said, but my original question was about the auction. Led Zeppelin 2. Are you telling me you would like to purchase this for $70? If so, it's yours. Okay? So these go to Kelly Vladarchuk. These go to Clay Moore. These go to Daryl Johnson, Stacy Brown, Bill Walton, Scott Corcoran, and Matt Lawson. Okay? Now, here's everybody that's still in the pre-order. Mike O'Brien, William Simmons, Darren Johnson for 2, Glenn Kesey, Kenny Cates Jr., Paul Conway, Oso Adventure, Todd Coe, Scott Smith, Mike Massey, Tom Kelly, Jason Kitten, Fred Carnell, Chris Kirkley, John LeBeatty, Jerry Stone, Terry Gerhart, George Ellis, Jamie Butler, Patrick Fu, Scott Dwello, Scott Beebe, Sean Hofer, Michael Snare, Steve Parton, Brent Robley, Ron Duffield, Bob Ryger, Monica Mallett, Peter Marcelino, Michael Snare, Rob Fordham, Michael Hamburger. And so, if you want one, you'll be billed on Monday, okay? If you're claiming one right now, you'll be billed on Monday, just FYI. If you're claiming one, you'll be billed on Monday, even though I don't have it right here in front of me. And I'm going to go ahead and say I have over here on my spreadsheet for Foo Fighters. Let's see here. I think I have a couple sticky notes. Add Tracy Miller to that list, please. Add Tracy Miller to that list. Tracy Miller will get you. Tracy Miller will get you on that one. So add Tracy Miller to that list. Okay. We'll take care of Tracy on that one. And then Scentless Apprentice. I've got him down for one we'll bill on Monday. And there we go. Okay. Thank you, Jill. And I'll see you very, very, very soon. Tomorrow. Gotcha. And Troy, by the way, I pulled you. Troy, I pulled you for the BTS, by the way. You've been pulled for a BTS, okay, Troy? All right. So, all 4 auctions are closed. Michael Jackson is sold to Travis Woods for $225. Paul McCartney's a no bid for $35. Paul McCartney is a no bid for $35. Let's do that. Styx is a no bid for $35. And the Chris CD here is sold to Stephen Douglas for $20. Chris, that guy, $20 on that. Okay? All right. We got Styx for $30 sold. Andy, I'll do Paul for $30. And then Chris Gardner does get the Led Zeppelin for $70. All right, we need all new auctions. Here we go. Did I miss anything else in here? Zeppelin, did anybody claim I thought I saw another monster magnet pop up. Maybe I'm crazy. Yeah, John Howard wants a monster magnet. Thank you, John Howard. That's so to you. Trace Miller on Foo Fighters and anybody else. Okay? All right, Chad, you should not bill anybody till they're ready to ship. They'll be ready to ship when it's ready to ship. They'll be here Monday. Now, if you don't want one, I'll bill you the next Monday. But I have a feeling people would want it now than later. But if you don't want one on your invoice, I'll make sure we don't add you to it. Monster Magnet is $36.99. Ozzy Bark at the Moon is $34.99. Punk Ghost Christmas is $33.99. Dio Holy Diver is $38.99. And the Black Keys Peaches, this is on colored vinyl, $38.99 for the Black Keys Peaches. $38.99. I figured some people would want to go ahead and add it to their invoice because they're going to be here on Monday, then have to wait a whole nother week, right? Because if we do it like we normally do it and we tag on Monday night during the sale, then it's going to be a whole nother week before you get an invoice for it. So I figured, well, we know for sure they're being delivered on Monday, barring some unforeseen accident, and then you can go ahead and get have it on your invoice so it will ship by Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday. It might already be shipping. That way it's already shipping. It's already shipping. Because I know how some people are on brand new music. They want to get it sooner than later. They want to get it and open it up and listen to it. All right, here we go. Let's put up 4 new auctions. And I know Andy Wade said sold on Paul McCartney, didn't he? He had to have. He had to have. He didn't. I'm shocked. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Rammstein Zeet. Rammstein is going to go up. This is Rammstein, a 2022 Euro 2-inch, 2-inch, a 2 LP 45 RPM sealed, and Rammstein's going to go up for a $40 start. That's over there in A. Rammstein's a $40 start. Next over here is this, and this is going to go up for bid right now. This is Ozzy Night Terrors. This is Ozzy live in Montreal, 1981. And this is a red vinyl near mint, unofficial, a $35 start on that. $35 start on that. All for $25 Paul. I countered at 30. We sold sticks for 30. I said, do you want McCartney for 30 as well? Rammstein's already got a bid for 40. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And this is a Japanese pressing of Kicks. And Kicks is a 1981 Japanese OG. This is near mint. We sold a promo copy last night. This is a retail copy, near mint and pristine with Obi. $60 on that. Andy Wade gets the McCartney for $30. Thank you, Andy Wade. That's so to you. And then the first thing in here is, the next thing in here is Sabotage. And this Sabotage here is a rock opera. And this one is $46.99. Sabotage, a rock opera. $46.99 for Sabotage. Streets, a rock opera. Okay. Rammstein's at 55. McCartney is a $35 start. And we have Kicks. And Kicks is a $60 start on that. All right, let's push this right over here. Got other requests coming in. Someone's like, Chad, can you sell this? Chad, can you sell that? And my answer is always yes. How about an OG 1991, an OG 1991 Rush Roll the Bones, a UK original. This is a 91 Euro edition, near mint OG Rush, not a reissue, not a remaster. We're talking OG, $125 start. That's not bad. Boy, we've already sold a lot of autographs and 45s tonight. Let me go set this on the table before they all fall and tumble and it sounds like a bomb went off. Let me put that right there. Thanks, everybody. Taking a chunk out of that inventory. Finally, we got a lot of them. Sabotage is available. So is this right here, Yes, which is called Open Your Eyes. It is on colored vinyl. And I believe Yes is $34.99. It is. It's a 2 LP. It is numbered, and it's on colored vinyl. $34.99 on that one. So quick look at the auctions right quick. Final call on Rammstein for 60. Final call on Ozzy for 35. And final call on Rush for 125. We have, we do have a bid on Rush that just came in, and Ozzy does not have a bid yet. Back to the turntable gets Yes. This is a No More, No Less, brand new, a new vinyl crate. This is all No More, No Less, brand new vinyl. And then let me check the price here on this next release. And this next release, let me do some math on this one. I have to bring out a calculator for this one. And this one is $69.99. This next record I'm about to show you is $69. I feel like we've auctioned some recently that have sold for more than that. This one's brand new and sealed. Tesla Reel to Reel 2, $69.99. Tesla Reel to Reel 2 does have a tear in the shrink there. Tesla is $69.99 on that one. And then Tesla $69.99. Also, this is always tough to find because it's not a typical, it's a soundtrack. Soundtracks are the hardest thing for me to find on my sheet here. This is $34.99. $34.99. This is Assassin's Creed Valhalla. $34.99. It's a soundtrack, video game soundtrack. Assassin's 3, $34.99. Valhalla, $34.99 on that one. Tesla Reel-to-Reel 2 is sold to Andy Wade for $69.99. Thank you. My crate is full. Before I walk away, let's go ahead and sell Rammstein for $60, Kicks for $60, and Rush for $125. I've got to fill up a new crate here, and if there's not another bid on Ozzy by the time I come back, we'll go ahead and end that one too as soon as these other auctions are put away. And then I'll start looking at requests here in a minute. Requests will start going a lot faster when I'm not distracted by marking this new vinyl right now, and that will be at the conclusion of this crate. But keep reminding me of what you're waiting for. Put down Bob Riger on a Tesla Reel-to-Reel 2 waiting list. All right. There's that. And then let's tag Kicks over here for $60 to Andy Wade. And then John Kaiser got Rush, and that's sold to him for $125. Okay. Back to laundry and dinner will be Vinyl Nuts. We have, this is getting put away. And then Aussie Night Terrors is sold for $35 to Chad King. Okay. All right. Let's open up all those slots again so we can put up this. This is an all-star tribute to Rush. It is on red vinyl. It's a 2 LP, and it's going to go up in slot A for a $15 start. All-Star Tribute to Rush. That's now for bid. A $15 start on that. Here's an unusual one. David Lee Roth, Eat 'em and Smile Demos and Live. And this is this official? I don't think it is. This is David Lee Roth, Eat 'em and Smile Demos and Live, Big Trouble. Roth is going to go up in slot B for a $35 start. $35 start. Bob Riger on the waiting list for Tesla Reel-to-Reel 2. And here's a big one. This is a big one. This is Aerosmith, Just Push Play, a 2001 OG copy. This album has never been reissued. It has not been repressed since that original release. It is a $250 start. Aerosmith, Just Push Play, $250 start. That's now for bid. That album is OOP. And then our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And here's another CD booklet signed by Susan Tedeschi. This is JSA authenticated. It's Susan Tedeschi, Better Days. And that's going to go up for a $25 start. All right, next in here is Death, Spiritual Healing, which is $33.99. And Death is on the custom tricolor merge and with the foil cover. Spiritual Healing, $33.99. The Sundays, that's their self-titled album, $34.99. Some amazing music on that. $34.99 on the Sundays. And that one is Reading, Writing, and Arithmetic. And we have Ministry, which is Psalm 69. And Ministry is $33.99. Ministry is $33.99. That's Psalm 69. And we've got 3 copies here. This was a record store day release. Yes, at the Yale Bowl. And this is just $29.99. Yes, at the Yale Bowl. Awesome. Yours is No Disgrace. I've Seen All Good People. Clap and Perpetual Change. Now, you might be like, 4 songs. I think total track time on that would probably be the length of a full album. Yes, it's $29.99. Yale Bowl. They made it look like a bootleg, too. They actually made the cover look moldy and everything. They gave it a crease and everything. It looks like it's already beat to death. Yes is $29.99. Mega Blast gets Ministry. L. Silverhorn gets Death. Quick look at the auctions. Rush is at $20, final call. David Lee Roth, final call, $350. Aerosmith doesn't have a bid, $250. And the Susan Tedeschi autograph, $25 start on that one. Here's another Death, and this one's Leprosy. Custom tricolor merge with splatter. Custom tricolor merge with splatter. $33 on this one. If anybody sees something selling out and you're like, you know what, Chad? I want on a waiting list. There's your chance. $33 on that. This is the Cocteau Twins, a collection. And the Cocteau Twins, a collection, is a 2 LP. And this is a compilation. It's $38.99. It's called Stars and Topsoil. Never had it before. $38.99. $38.99. And this is the Cocteau Twins, Stars and Topsoil, a collection. It's a 2 LP kind of hits compilation on that one. And then we have Jimmy Page, Ohio. Jimmy Page Live, 1988. And the waiting list on Jimmy Page, or the price on Jimmy Page, Ohio, is $34.99. $34.99 on Jimmy Page, Ohio. I've got one of those. And Chad Smith on the Cocteau Twins. That's sold to him. We're going to go ahead and close B, C, and D. David Lee Roth is sold to Chad King for $35. This is sold to Chad King for $35. Errol Smith is a buy it now for $250. Errol Smith is a buy it now for $250. And if anybody wants to autograph Susan Tedeschi, that is $25. We've already sold one tonight. There's another one, okay? Let's put that right there. And then let's go ahead and open up B, C, and D for more auctions, okay? And here we go. Next thing I have is this. Let's go ahead and put up some more Japanese stuff. We got a lot of Japanese tonight. This is Pink Floyd Animals. I mean, excuse me, there is an animal on the cover, but it is Adam Hartmother. This is a 1971 Japanese of Adam Hartmother. We don't get this too often. Textured cover of Obi and very nice. The booklet is inside. There is a little bit of that discoloration, and this is a $75 start. $75 start on that. Why did I put David Lee Roth in the no bid pile? That's a good question. I guess somebody bought this. This is going to go right over here. David Lee Roth goes to Chad King. I tell you what, you can't get anything by John Robb. He's got 4 monitors, 2 sets of headphones, a speaker. He's got a crew watching with him. He's not going to let me slip up on anything. Next is Van Halen. And Van Halen's live, and this is recorded in Pasadena Civic Center, October 15th, 1977. It's on blue vinyl, and Van Halen is a $55 start. $55 start on Van Halen. That's now up for bid. Mega Blast, we'll make a note. Write that down for me to check on that. And next thing over here is Nick Bargeron. Got Susan Tedeschi signed CD booklet for $20. Thank you, Nick Bargeron. That is now with you. We already have a bid on Pink Floyd. Van Halen's a $55 start. That should bring $200 or $300, just saying. Next auction going up for bid right now is this. This is an unofficial of Rush Counterparts. It's on Go Vinyl, and it's a 2LP unofficial Go Vinyl Rush Counterparts, and this is going to go up in D for a $35 start. JD, if you want to bid on Van Halen, you got to put !C. So right now, Rush is in A, Pink Floyd's in slot B, Van Halen's in C, and Rush over there is in D. And you got to put !, the letter, and then your bid, okay? That's exactly how that works. See how Calvin just did it, and now he's the high bidder. Over here, we have this. We have Sam Kinison breaking the rules. I didn't even know some of this was in print. I get shocked. I'm like, whoa, didn't even know some of this was available. And Sam Kinison breaking the rules is $29.99. I have 2 of them, $29.99 on Sam Kinison breaking the rules. There's 1, there's 2, and I have 2. And these are $29.99. John Kaiser gets Errol Smith for $225. That's so to John Kaiser. And then here is, hey, there's another Test for Echo. Didn't we just sell one? There's another one. $44.99 for Test for Echo. Okay? $44.99. That's Rush Test for Echo. And then Sam Kinison is sold to Nick Bargeron. We're about to sell A and B for $25 and $75. Actually, we are about to sell A. Robbie Woods gets A for $25. Pink Floyd final call for $75. Next thing over here is another Death. This one's Human. Death is $33.99. Tricolor merge with splatter. Death is $33.99. Foil cover, very nice. And then we have Warrant Ultraphobic. I don't think I've had this since they originally came out. And Warrant Ultraphobic is $36.99. $36.99 for Warrant Ultraphobic. $36.99 on that one. And over here we have Alice Cooper Trash. This is a music on vinyl press. $39.99. Alice Cooper Trash. $39.99. That's a music on vinyl press. Okay. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now in A. And that next auction is going to be this. Motley Crue, new tattoo. And Motley Crue is a, of course, it's either never been released on vinyl or out of print. New tattoos on red vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $95 start in A. Pink Floyd did get a new bid. So Motley Crue, a $95 start. Pink Floyd, $80. Van Halen's at $100. Rush is at $40, going once, going twice. This was, I've only got 1 of them, too. Some of this I only ordered one just because that's the only thing I could get. Some of them I order 2 or 3, and this one only had 1 in stock. Oi, this is 40 Years Untamed. Gary Bushell presents for your celebration, liberation, and jubilation. It's a compilation, $24.99, okay? So there's an Oi comp for $24.99. It's got Mike Massey's name already written all over it. Band on the Run is $39.99. Band on the Run is a half-speed master. Try to order at least one of these a week and send it to a new home. $39.99 for that. Andy, just so you know, you were outbid on Pink Floyd. Robbie Woods gets the Rush Counterparts unofficial for $40. Melanie Jennings gets Oi. That's sold to Melanie Jennings. Thank you. And then we have the Music from Gold member on gold vinyl, Austin Powers. Yeah, baby. This is $29.99. Austin Powers, $29.99. And you may not realize it, but Mike Myers is in that photo twice, okay? Mike Myers is actually in that photo twice. $29.99 for gold member. Put down Fred Cardinale for the OI waiting list. Motley Crue over there is a $95 start. We need a new auction for D right quick. And that next new auction for D is going to be this right here. This is Ozzy Black Rain. And Ozzy Black Rain is on black vinyl. It's a 2 LP. And this is going to go up for bid. You ready? You ready? Here we go. Black Rain, a $20 start. That's going to go over here in D. $20 start on Ozzy there. Here's another Cockatoo Twins. This is Bluebell Knoll. We just sold that greatest hits or compilation of theirs. Here's the other Cockatoo Twins that came in today. And Bluebell Knoll is $33.99. $33.99. And this is going to be right here. And Fred Cardinale on the OI waiting list. Vladarchek does want gold member. Thank you on that one. And then we have another Death, and this is Scream Bloody Gore. Another one on colored vinyl. It's also $33.99. Foil cover on colored vinyl. And we also have Sepultura. And Sepultura is a live unofficial. And Sepultura is a live unofficial. And this is $29.99. It's called Trambonson or something like that. Wow, seems like that's at a great price. It is official from Ear Music. That's official. Ear Music stuff should be official, yeah. It's numbered to 3,000. Sepultura, just $29.99 on that. All right, good to go. Let me go ahead and throw away that plastic piece of pricing tape. And the gun is smoking. We just marked a lot of stuff. Motley Crue's a buy it now for $95. This is called New Tattoo. It's a double LP unofficial, $95. I'm about to go through the no bids. D-Kong gets Motley Crue for $95. That is sold. Spaghetti Incident sold for $150. Fred Cardinale got Cockatoo Twins. That's sold to Fred Cardinale. Quick look at the auctions, 90, 135, and 24. And those are all going once, going twice. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring over, Chad, did you order in Denver Wealth product too? No, I didn't. No, I did not. I saw that, and I thought it was a reissue. I didn't know it was a 2. You know, I saw that, and I was like, Devil, where's Prada? And then I saw the 2, and I was like, that's probably something I need to post before I get too crazy with it. And then sure enough, you're the second person who's asked. So if anybody wants one of those, let me know. Let's get everything together now. And we had 3 crates of new vinyl come in. We're about to do the Hatchet Ed, and then we got the new arrivals that John's marked. So tonight's going to be kind of like last night. We got a blue million things to auction, and while we're auctioning the bloomin' onions, the blue million things, there's going to be crate after crate of stuff to watch and buy from, okay? And so we got Hatchet Ed stuff. That's non-payments and putbacks, including miscellaneous and light boxes. I've got a whole box of Japanese that hadn't even been tagged yet. And that's the situation we're in. It's 8 o'clock. We have not sold some of the big auctions yet. A couple have slipped through, but the Kid Rocks have not sold yet. No, they have not. Okay. All right. So let's go over here. We got 90, 135, and 33. 90, 135, and 33. Pink Floyd's at 90, Van Halen's at 135, and Ozzy's at 33. So far, we did another auction. We have Motley Crue, Dogs of War, NFL Draft. This is an unofficial 2 LP yellow and red splatter, more like yellow and black. And this is a 2 LP unofficial, also a $95 start. Same as the last Motley Crue that sold, $95 start. That's now up for bid, okay? I have Iron Maiden, Death on the Road. Iron Maiden's a 2 LP, $49.99. Bruce Dickinson, Scream for Me, Sarajevo, $34.99. That's also a 2 LP. Mazzy Star, So Tonight I Might See, $34.99 for Mazzy Star. Slow Dive, self-titled. Slow Dive is $29.99. And Grim Reaper's on silver vinyl, $33.99 on Grim Reaper. We got B and C sold. Pink Floyd is sold to Roger Ramjet for $90. And Van Halen Pasadena is sold to J.D. Harris for $135. So let's put those away. Thank y'all. Ozzy did get another bid. And Ozzy is at 36 with Kurt Barron. Andy Wade wants the Iron Maiden. That is sold to Andy Wade. Thank you on that one. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And that next auction is going to be Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is Texas Flood. And this happens to be an OG copy. Happens to be an OG copy in shrink with hop sticker. And Stevie Ray Vaughan is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on that one. We got Zach Andrews on Grim Reaper. Let's put down Brian Campbell and Jared Inc. on a waiting list. If y'all don't want on a waiting list, say no waiting list. You're not going to be billed until these come in. So if they come in next week, you're not going to be billed until the following Monday. So unless I end up finding one, which I want on that, but for example, if you're going on a waiting list tonight on May 1st, the Friday, you're probably not going to get a bill for it until May 11th, okay? So that's how that, because they'll probably be in on like Tuesday or Wednesday next week, and then you'll get a bill on the 11th. So if you're going on any wait list tonight, it'll be like May 11th before you see an invoice for it. Let's go ahead and add another auction in C, and that next auction in C is this right here, Eddie Vedder, Into the Wild. Blue vinyl, unofficial, and Eddie Vedder is going to go up for a $75 start. $75 start. Also, we have Junkyard, Shut Up, We're Trying to Practice. Junkyard is on red vinyl, $34.99. The Black Keys new album comes out today. That's on colored vinyl. That's on bone white colored vinyl, $38.99 on the Black Keys. Here's also the new Dio, comes out today. Rhino Reserve, $38.99 on that one. And we have Punk Goes Christmas. That's red vinyl, $33.99. $33.99. Chad just added a new album for the Flip Crate from Wednesday, April 29th. What was the record? Because it may not be available, and if they go looking for it, they may not be able to find it. Ozzy's on blue vinyl, $34.99. That's Bark at the Moon, $34.99. Melanie Jennings says, pass that Oi to Fred Cardinale. So, Fred Cardinale, this Oi is going to be tagged to you instead of Melanie Jennings. All right, thank you on that one. Aaron Andrus on Diver, and that is over here. That is Holy Diver. That's sold to Aaron Andrus on that one. Quick look at the auctions. We got 95, 40. Eddie Vedder's a no bid, $75 start. And Kurt Barron has the Aussie Black Rain at 40. That's a final call. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. I'll try to find that for you. If it's not on your invoice, that means we didn't have it. Monster Magnet, God Says No, $36.99 on Monster Magnet. Sabotage, Streets, a rock opera, and that's a 2 LP, $46.99 on that one. Assassin's Creed Valhalla soundtrack, 2 LP colored vinyl, red with yellow splatter, $34.99. Sundays, Reading, Writing, Arithmetic. The Sundays is $34. Yes, Live at the Yale Bowl, 1971. A record store day release, $29.99. Death, Leprosy, that's the foil cover, custom tricolor merge with splatter. And these are actually come opened. So let me show you what the vinyl looks like. Very cool colored vinyl on these Death albums. And they have great reviews on sound quality, $33.99. Jimmy Page, Ohio is $34.99. Sam Kinison, Breaking the Rules, $29.99. Rush, Test for Echo, $44.99. Death Human, same thing, foil cover, colored vinyl, $33.99. Warrant Ultraphobic is $36. Alice Cooper Trash, a music on vinyl press, is $39. Band on the Run, a half-speed master, is $39. Death, Scream Bloody Gore, same thing. Is this actually a foil cover? Yeah, that's a foil cover too, $33.99 on Death. And Sepultura Live, that's an official 2 LP numbered, $29.99. Johnny Hancock gets Motley Crue for $95. Kurt Barron gets the Ozzy for $40. And Eddie Vedder is a $75 buy it now. Eddie Vedder is a $75 buy it now. That's Into the Wild. Okay, and then Stevie Ray Vaughan is still getting bids. It's at $50. Y'all are actually not at my suggested minimum bid. They had a tag on that one, and y'all hadn't got to the actual suggested minimum bid that they had put up for that one. Just saying. Just letting y'all know. Let's see. 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 We need new auctions, okay? All right, let's get to the Hatchet Ed stuff so y'all know what that means. Yep, better make sure you're paying for your invoices. Holy crap. Back to the turntable. You have the high bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan. I'm going to put this crate right here behind me. Thank y'all on that. Let me do a little bit of switching-a-roo and a little bit of cleanup over here. Ed's left me some notes. Let's see, I don't need that anymore. I'm going to keep these, though, so I can reorder some stuff tonight. Here we go on that one. And we have not showed a Hatchet Ed crate. Nope, we're about to right now. Let's see what's going on, shall we? There's 2 more signed albums that I found. Let's put those right there. And there's that. All right, and then here's the first one. Okay. Does this have a note on it? Put back crates. He says, okay. All right on that. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Basically, he left me... Okay, I see what he's saying. All right. Basically, he left me some names here. Okay. And what he's asking me to do is, I see what he's trying to say here. There's some invoice skippers in here. Okay. And it happened last week. First, let me go ahead and sell Stevie Ray Vaughan. Let me tag Death and this. Eddie Vedder was sold. Eddie Vedder was not sold. $75 blue vinyl. Ed sends reminders, and either people don't see them in their emails or they purposely ignore them. It's where, like, let's say somebody has 5 invoices and they've paid, then they skip one, and then they get 2 more, and they've paid 4 and 5, but they keep skipping 3. And they keep skipping it, and Ed sends a reminder, and then they get a 6th invoice, they pay it, they get a 7th invoice, but invoice number 3 keeps getting skipped. And then they get an 8th invoice, and a 9th invoice, and then invoice 3 is still getting skipped. And then finally, he has to cancel it out of frustration. And they're opening the email reminders, they're opening our messages. Okay, then on Monday mornings, I have to sit down, put it on my to-do list, and I have to go, hey, this is Chad. So they know they're talking to me. Okay? They know they're talking to me. And I say, listen, you have to pay this invoice or you can't buy from us again. It's been skipped multiple times. Your reminders are being opened, et cetera, et cetera. And then usually the message I get back is, holy crap, Chad, I am so sorry. I will pay that right now. And I think that's what Ed's left me all these. This is a lot of active people over here. And some people may just forgot about them. Some people may have just forgot about them. Stevie Ray Vaughan got a new bid. Stevie Ray Vaughan got a new bid. Well, let me leave that back up. Sorry, I was talking and trying to figure out all this unpaid merch. You see why unpaid merch is such a problem? It's distracting me from the rest of the show, too. David Lynch has this for 51. You might want to go ahead and bid again. It always slows down the show. It's a major problem. And this is why we have to remove people from groups. This is probably why you see some people disappear and you never see their name again on here. It's because they've went overboard or they just refuse to pay something, and we just don't let that happen, okay? So let me go through some of these and let me figure out what I want to do. Let's put up other auctions, okay? They're still bidding on Stevie Ray Vaughan, okay? That was up there, and there was a bid that snuck in right when I called it sold. Our next auction is the Rolling Stones Made in the Shade. The Rolling Stones Made in the Shade is another beautiful Japanese pressing, EX Near Mint Minus, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Okay? Now, Eddie Vedder over here, somebody said, was Eddie Vedder sold? I said, no, it was $75. Charlie DeFrank offered $50. I'm at $75. Let's get a lot closer to $75 on that one, okay? So let me figure out these, and Man, I don't know how. I mean, some of these names, I'm pretty sure people buying this week. All right, let me see what's going on in here. This one might be better to go through. These are records not claimed on invoices, invoice errors, or customers change mind. Okay, let's go through this one then. This crate is records that were not on invoices, invoicing errors, or customers changed their mind, which is probably the largest problem we have. It's called Monday Invoice Shock. It's called Monday Invoice Shock. Holy crap, Chad. I have went way overboard. All right, here we go. So we got 35 on the Rolling Stones, 54 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Auction number C is happening right now, and that is this. And that is Run DMC, Raising Hell. Run DMC is a 1986 USOG Hot Pog, EX condition, and this is a $40 start. That's OG Run DMC, Raising Hell, $40 start on that. Our next auction's happening right now, and that next auction is this, and this next auction is Rush Test for Echo. Now, we just had one of these officially. Here's a white vinyl unofficial. It's going to go up in slot number D, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. Rush Test for Echo, $25 start on that one. We still got to pull Death, Scream Bloody Gore, and I still got to pull something else over here. All right, now Eddie Vedder, we have a lot of major problems, okay? Hold on one second on Eddie Vedder. We might almost have to re-auction it. It's got so complicated. Brian Campbell on Death, and then Greg Preston wanted Warrant. Brian Campbell on Death, Scream Bloody Gore, $33.99, and then Warrant sold to Greg Preston. So let me go back up. There was a lot of requests for Eddie Vedder. This always happens with stuff when it goes into the no bid. This is an unofficial on blue vinyl. The first person who asked about it was Husky. The second person who asked about it was Husky. And then Charlie DeFrank made an offer. Then X-Wing asked about it. And then Husky asked about it again. It's blue vinyl near mint. It is $70, okay? $70. And Husky, I would recommend you saying sold. If not, Charlie's made another counter offer, but also X-Wing is next in line. The Rolling Stones is sold to Andy Wade for $35. $35 on that. We got Stevie Ray Vaughan at 55 with Dennis Lynch, Run DMC's at 44, and Rush Test for Echo, white vinyl unofficials at $20. Okay? White vinyl official, $20 on this. Husky's passing. X-Wing, it is an unofficial blue vinyl. Yes, it's a bootleg and unofficial blue vinyl. Next in line is Charlie. If Charlie says pass, then it's possibly sold to X-Wing. If X-Wing passes, then it's definitely sold to Tom Sullivan. Okay? And then Gary was trying to out-offer everybody. I wish y'all were all four watching when it was up for auction earlier. It might have brought $140 like it normally does. That record usually sells for well over $100, even the bootleg. But that's what happens when you get caught sleeping around here. Some people got caught sleeping. Unbelievable. All right, next auction is a 1989 USOG of Pretty Boy Floyd. Pretty Boy Floyd is an 89 USOG. Haven't had this in a while. EX Plus condition, and that's a $95 start. $95. Charlie's next in line at 70. If he passes, then it's sold to X-Wing. If X-Wing passes, it's sold to Tom Sullivan. For some reason, if Tom Sullivan passes, it's sold to Gary Samuels. Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to Dennis Lynch for $55. Run DMC's at 44, and final call on Rush. I think we're now officially going to start this Hatchet Ed crate, right? I hope so. Here we go. This is Ryan Bingham Mescalito. Ryan Bingham is a 2LP, $34.99. Charlie DeFrank does take Eddie Vedder for $70. Thank you on that one. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Hopefully everybody's got plans canceled for tonight. If not, you're probably going to miss out on some great stuff. Next is Van Halen in the Club, Golden West Ballroom, 1976. This is a 2 LP Van Halen unofficial, a $75 start. $75 start on Van Halen. That's now up for bid. Also, we have Robin Trower Live, $38.99 on that. 50th anniversary, $38.99 on Robin Trower. Ice Cube death certificate. Remember when George Costanza was trying to get a death certificate? Ice Cube's got one for him. Ice Cube death certificate, $36.99. Ryan Bingham is sold to Mark Chesler. Thank you on that one. We have Megadeth Countdown to Extinction picture disc, $34.99 on Megadeth. The Cranberries MTV Unplugged. The Cranberries is $34.99. And then the Queen of the Damned soundtrack, 2 LP red vinyl. Queen of the Damned is $39.99. C&D is sold. The white vinyl Test for Echo, wow, stupid price on that. $20 on that. And Run DMC is sold to Tim Voldness for $44, okay? $44 on that one. Tommy Call, your bid came in very, 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 very late. Ice Cube is sold to Tom Sullivan. Thank you on that one. Final chance on Pretty Boy Floyd for $95. Final chance on Van Halen for $65, okay? Next is Jeff Buckley Grace, $29.99 for Jeff Buckley Grace. And Pat Benatar Icon, which is like a greatest hits compilation, $29.99 for that. Our next Japanese pressing is going to be Eric Clapton at his best. This is a 2 LP compilation, near mint minus and pristine with Obi. And this is a $35 start for Clapton. That's now up for bid. Also in here is Too Short. This is called You Nasty, $39.99 for Too Short. And Zeppelin Live, Southampton, 1973, a full show, 2 LP unofficial, $29.99 on Zeppelin, Southampton. Over here in slot number D is a real 1999 USOG. This is the Kid Rock, and this is Kid Rock Devil Without a Cause. This is a 2 LP. It's VG Plus or better. It has the insert with it. And this is going to go up for a $100 start. Devil Without a Cause, Kid Rock. That was taken right out here on the front porch of Coletco, that photograph. $100 start for Kid Rock. That's now up for bid. And Chad was New Claypool Clinton. We did not get those in this week. Yep. I don't think they're pushed back. We just hadn't got them yet. Too Short is so to John Howard. Fred Cardinale got Pat Benatar. Thank you on that one. Cody's in on Kid Rock at $100. We have Kevin Morby. This is a photograph, Gold Nugget vinyl, 24. Clapton's a $35 start. Travis has Van Halen for $75. And Pretty Boy Floyd is a no bid. That could have been put up last night, actually. Leather Boys with Electric Toys, $95. No one placed a bid on that one. You can pick it up for the buy it now price on that one. $35 on Clapton. And then we have Doobie Brothers taking it to the streets. That's a Friday music pressing on colored vinyl, $46.99. Megadeth Countdown to Extinction, $34.99. And we have Ancient Grease VG, $39.99. Women and Children First, Ancient Grease, VG, $39.99. Robin Trower is new and sealed. Yes, Robin Trower is new and sealed, and it's $38.99. Okay. Cody has the OG Kid Rock at $100. A lot of people was asking for that one. Hope everybody's paying attention because it's about to sell, and they're going to be like, did I get Kid Rock? And be like, no, you missed. And they're going to be like, golly, Chad, I go outside one time to walk my dog Roscoe, and you sell 4 or 5 things. I'm like, holy crap, holy moly. All right, here we go. First thing we have is Pretty Boy Floyd is sold to John Kaiser for $85. That's sold to John Kaiser. Jetstream got the Robin Trower. That's sold to Jetstream. We're about to sell B, C, and D, but the first thing I have is Kansas for $15. That's their self-titled album. This crate is no more, no less. If they've been tagged for a discount, I'll honor the discount. If they are, we sold them once for the sticker price, I'm going to try to sell them again for the sticker price. But right now, they're whatever is on the tag, okay? First thing I have is the Best of the Animals, $15 on that. That does have House of the Rising Sun on it, $15 on that. And then Wasp, Golgotha, you know, $34.99. Wasp. Also, we have Mike Oldfield, 5 Miles Out. Mike Oldfield, Gold Stamp promo, no condition notes, $14.99. Ed Riviera on Kansas, that's sold to Ed Riviera. Van Halen is sold to Travis Woods for $75. Thank you, that's sold for $75 to Travis Woods. Eric Clapton is sold for $35 to Andy Wade. Let's go ahead and do those right over here. And we have ELO Discovery. That's a VG Plus copy, $14.99. Kid Rock's at $130 now. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And this is going to happen without this is it. This is Hanoi Rocks, all those wasted years. 2020 US 2LP EX. Hanoi Rocks is a $35 start. Hanoi Rocks, that's going to go up in slot A for a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Next thing is Christina Curtis on the animals. That is so to Christina Curtis. Thank you on that one. Also, we have Van Halen. A different kind of truth. And this is a red vinyl unofficial. Red vinyl unofficial of Van Halen, a different kind of truth. That is a $90 start. Kid Rock's at $150. Next thing in here is this. We have Green Slade for $30. It was marked EX $34.99. And this is Green Slade. Very cool. Roger Dean artwork on that one. $30. Fred Cardinal, you were second on the animals. And Alice Cooper, Lace and Whiskey, that was VG $12.99. Now it's $10. $10 on that one. Next auction is going to happen right now. And that is a very cool Led Zeppelin bootleg. Now, this is a bootleg. I guess you could call this a reissue bootleg. There is a vintage bootleg that looks like this. Led Zeppelin, Yellow Zeppelin. Of course, as y'all know, that's a playoff of the Beatles' Yellow Submarine. But there's actually a vintage bootleg that exists of this that's very hard to come by. This is a yellow vinyl, Led Zeppelin, Yellow Zeppelin, $125 start on that. Jeremy Lucky gets Alice Cooper for $10. That's so to Jeremy Lucky. Next is Def Leppard, Diamond Star Halos, $24.99 for Def Leppard. And we have Journey for $15. That was marked $19.99, a gold stamp promo. George Benson, the most exciting new guitarist of the jazz scene today. That was half off. It's sealed. It's sealed with a punch hole, definitely possibly a 60s or 70s pressing. It was $39.99, so that's $20. Hanoi Rocks 36, Van Halen 105, Zeppelin 125 to get that one rolling. And Cody Rod has Kid Rock at $150. Cody Rod has Kid Rock at $150. Going once, going twice. Johnny Guitar Watson, Funk Beyond the Call of Duty. Johnny Guitar Watson is sealed, $34.99. And we have Blois de Colt for $24. Blois de Colt was EX, and that's $24. And it was $32.99. Robert Gordon, Too Fast for Love, Too Young to Die. Too Fast to Live, Too Young to Die. That's half off at $10 on that one. And we have the Carpenters, the single, 69 to 73. A Holland Press, $14.99. BOC is so to Husky for $24. And Jack Rabbit, and this is signed. We got a lot of autographs on it. $15 start. It's signed by Doug Dillard, Rodney Dillard, Sam Bush, Byron Berline. I don't think it's JSA'd. No, it's not JSA'd. $15 on that one. Aaron, you were second on BOC. Doug Wantz on Robert Gordon. Thank you on that one. And we have Lucille by B.B. King. VG Plus, $34.99. All right, Zeppelin's an obit, $125. And we have Kid Rock, So to Cody for $150. All right, so Zeppelin 125, yellow vinyl, yellow Zeppelin, and Kid Rock, So to Cody. Now, we have another one of these over here. I don't know if it's OG or a bootleg, but I think we have another one of these. Give me a couple moments, and I'll try to find it. I seen it just a minute ago. Fred Cardinal has Hanoi Rocks at 36, final call. Our next auction's about to go up right here. We've already somehow managed to blast through a whole crate of auctions. Let me put these together. And the next thing I have is this. And this is Ozzy. And this, we had a sealed one last night. This is Ozzy, Ultimate Ozzy, and this is going to go up for a $75 start. This is a 1986 Japanese, near mint, $75 start, $75 start. It says includes one of the two postcards and the insert. So it's in shrink wrap with the Obi. It does have the insert with it, and I think it has one of the two postcards. Is that what it said? Hold on, let me see the note here from Patrick right quick. And this is... includes one of the two postcards and a single-sided lyric insert. Okay. Oh, here it is. Boy, it scared me. It was laying over here next to me. So it comes with two postcards. This has one of the two, and it's now up for bid, a $75 start, okay? We sold a sealed one last night, I think, for well over $200. A sealed one. Wow. Hanoi Rocks is sold to Fred Cardinal for $36. Now we need two more auctions, but first let me go ahead and take care of these claims over here. Boy, we've already sold quite a bit tonight. And we hadn't even gone through a single new vintage crate that John's priced. And vintage usually does well on the weekends here. We pulled Robert Gordon for Doug Wantz, right? Yep. And then Fred Cardinal, you were second. Roger Ramjet gets the Carpenters. Still got B.B. King in there. And we got Simplicity, Joe Poss. A VG Plus copy, $14.99, 67 US OG on that one. All right, let's close out A and D for new auctions then. and then A and D. Give me 1 second. Stack this a little bit taller here next to me. Late last night, we went through on sale new vinyl. It was leftovers from the last couple weeks or last couple months, but we've got them, and we might go through those later tonight. This is an OG Bob Dylan, near mint with the O with the inner sleeve, and this is a perfect copy and a beautiful copy. I almost said in shrink. Very nice, has all the inserts with it. Desire is going to go up for a $35 start on that one. Is the Benson OG. I don't have a way to tell right off the bat. I mean, it's sealed. I don't think you can confirm unless you were to open it. It says CS9325, CS925, CS9325. Michael McDonald is $6.99. That is still available, and so is Good Morning Vietnam. And that was marked 35. It looks like I took an offer for 25, and it either didn't get paid for or it got put back. Let's go over here and read through some more auctions. I've got Leonard Skinner, the Black Crowes, Led Zeppelin, Alice Cooper, Aerosmith. Lots more Alice Cooper, lots of Japanese. Holy mo, this is almost a whole crate here of Japanese. There's some Aussies tucked in here. Here's the stuff Kyle got ready, and it looks like he's got some very interesting stuff. Herbie Hancock. I see autographs in here. I see Dokken. I see Pink Floyd's. I see Motley Crue's. And here we go. Here is Aerosmith. This is called Pandora's Toys. And this was only released in Aerosmith. What slot is Ozzy? Ozzy's in slot number C. So Dylan 35, Van Halen 177, Ozzy's at 90. And then here is Aerosmith Pandora's Toys, which came out around when they did that Pandora's box. This was only released in Brazil. Side A, VG Plus, Side B, VG. It includes the insert, and that's a $75 start. I guess you could say that is rare. Next thing over here is Mark Chesler says he'll take the George Benson for $20. Yep. And then next thing over here is Margaret on MM for Michael McDonald. That's sold to Margaret for $6.99. And then we have Phil Collins for $15. No jacket required. Studio, $15 on that one. The best of Procol Harum. Procol Harum is $15. That was VG Plus $17.99. It does have a wider shade of pale. It's got a big scuff on it. The only reason it's VG Plus. What do we have here? Tracy, an 83 Singapore import Mando Pop, $49.99 for Tracy. Phil Collins was no condition notes, $15 on that one, no condition notes. And we got Bulldog, and this is called Smasher, and this one's $19.99. Another look at the auctions right quick. We got 35, 180, 95, and 75. A lot of green. That means everything is still getting new bids across the board. Also, we have Playing for Keeps, Big Twist, and the Mellow Fellows. That is sealed for $9.99. Soul Train, John Coltrane's a 1982 US. 1982 US. It's EX on the vinyl, and that is $27.99. EX on the vinyl, $27.99. Ozzy does not have the poster. King Creole and the Coconuts, it has one postcard with it. King Creole is $14.99. And then this is the Cars, and this is VG $14.99. Ozzy's called Ultimate Live Ozzy. It was released only in Japan. We have Bob Dylan 38, Van Halen 205, Ozzy's at 100, and the Aerosmith Pandora's Toys is at 100. Next thing over here is this. And we have Preston Rose on Big Twist. That's sold to Preston Rose. Roger Ramjet gets the Coltrane. Dennis Lynch, second on Big Twist. And Christina Curtis on the Cars. All right, thank you on that. This is a Hatcheted crate. Jackie Wilson sings the world's greatest melodies. Covers and shrink. Vinyls VG. It was $14.99. It was already discounted to $6.99. This crate is a no more, no less crate. They've already been discounted. If they have a sticker on them, that means that's something I took an offer on. Or it was in a discount crate already. That's how we determine that. And then if it's sticker price, that means I've sold it once for sticker. I'm going to try to sell it again for sticker. Steve Riley got the Phil Collins for $15. We got NXS. That's a Japanese pressing of the Swing. Nice. Near mint, $35 on that. Doug Wantz got Jackie Wilson, Troy Robinson second. Also, Miles Davis for $35. This is a 1980s U.S. reissue, no condition notes, an 80s pressing, $35 for ESP. We got Miles Davis, Feliz de Kilimanjaro. Not for sure how to say that one. $35 on this. This is a 2002 U.S. 2002 U.S. Andy Wade got NXS for $35. Thank you, Andy Wade. And we got Spencer Davis Group, Galuga. which was a $20 start. It got one bid, and that's what it sold for. And $44 for, who is this? UDA, UADA, devoid of light. $44, a 2017 German repress on silver vinyl. And that's $44. Spencer Davis sold to Margaret for $20. All right, my crate is full. When I come back, well, no, we got green across the board. 40, 250, 105, and 135. We filled up our third full crate already tonight. We still got another hatchet in, but I think what he did, I think I understand what he did on this other crate. This other crate over here, from what I understand, it looks like he left tags. So we might only have that one hatcheted crate, because I think what he's trying to do is drop me a subtle hint, is that some of these people are recent customers and they're skipping some invoices. And I've been known to go back and say, hey, you pre-ordered this and you've been paying other invoices. We really need you to get you paid. And this guy's name here sounds real familiar. And he won 3 auctions, 205, 93, and 135. Why does this sound so familiar? I wish I had his handle. It's a very common name. I may go ahead and try to sell these because it's quite a bit of money, and then I'll go back and see if we can recoup some of it from him. And some of these other ones, yeah, I need to go through and see what's going on, okay? So give me another day. Give me another day on these other ones, okay? We might show them tomorrow. It's only like really a third of a crate, because the other item is this puzzle. This is the Beatles. This was a putback. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. This is a 1,000-piece double-sided puzzle. One side, whoops, sorry, you can't see, can you? One side is the album jacket, and one side is the Sgt. Pepper's. So you can, it's a double-sided puzzle. That sounds complicated to me. That means you can't flip all the pieces over one way, can you? You have to figure out if it's the one side you're trying to complete or not. So that is $29.99. All right, that's a puzzle. $29.99 on that. That was a putback. Somebody had already been tagged for that. Somebody had already been tagged for that, okay? Are anybody interested in a Rob Zombie Knucklebone statue? Anybody interested in a Rob Zombie Knucklebone statue? Let me know if so. Okay, let's go over here. Obey your master. All right, there's some couple questions. Margaret got SD. We already pulled that. Van Halen is a red vinyl unofficial. So we got Dylan at 42, OG Japanese Beautiful. Van Halen's a red vinyl unofficial at 300. Ozzy's at 115 with Chad King. That's a final call. And Aerosmith Pandora's Toys is released only in Brazil. Only in Brazil, 165 on that. Only in Brazil, okay? And then we're scrolling, and I've told the details on those. A couple of people have asked. And then we're going back down here to the top, and let's go down here with this, okay? So let's do that. I got to put up some new auctions when these close. It looks like Ozzy's about to close. Here, I'll go ahead and show these. Let me try to figure out who this is right quick. Okay. Okay. Let me try to figure out who this is right quick. Tom Sullivan has Van Halen at 350. And give me 1 second before I sell these 3 records that equal up almost $500. When were these? Okay, yeah, he'll pay for these. He's good. All right, let me set those aside. Okay, if not, we'll find out by tomorrow. Okay, a lot of this is new stuff, though. All right, here's a James Hetfield Funko. $15.99 on James Hetfield Funko. $15.99 on James Hetfield Funko. We can sell that right now. All right. Quick look. 42, 350, 125, and 165. Okay. Let me read this again from Ed. Cannot reinstall. Okay. All right, we'll leave that. This is sold to Susie Breedlove. I also have Robert Trujillo and Kurt Hammett. Lars has never come in. A, B, and D is about to sell. All right, let's blast through these one more time. Sorry for delay. So over here we have Megadeth Countdown to Extinction, $34.99. The Cranberries MTV Unplugged, $34.99. Queen of the Damned Blood Vinyl, $39.99. Jeff Buckley Graces, $29. Led Zeppelin Live Southampton, $29.99. There's another Megadeth for $34. We have Kevin Morby for $24, and the Doobie Brothers Taking It to the Streets, $46.99. Okay. A, B, C, and D are all sold. Okay. Sid Said gets Bob Dylan for $42. Tom Sullivan gets Van Halen for $350. Ozzy is sold to Chad King for $125. That is sold to Chad King for $125, and Aerosmith is sold to Aaron Andrews for $165. Sorry for that lengthy delay. It's trying to make sure everybody's bids are in and also figure out what's up with this Hatchet Ed stuff over here. Everything can be avoided. Just make sure you're checking your emails and your your junk folder, because that's where some of this might slip through. Okay. And then there's Aerosmith, and that's sold to Aaron Andrews for $165. Okay. All right, so auction number A over here. Let's put up 4 new stuff. Yeah, we're about to go through new vintage stuff right now. Don't go anywhere. This is a Rob Zombie's Knuckle Bones Rock Icons. It's mint. The statue's fine. We just don't have the box. Okay, no box. It's numbered 96 of 1965. As y'all see, these knuckle bone statues are awesome. Very sought after and very articulate. The box was really, really damaged, okay? Like, not worth keeping at all. It was like moldy, destroyed. We've cleaned the figure and gave it a detail. I don't think it really needed a cleaning because it was wrapped in styrofoam. So that's a numbered knuckle bone statue of Rob Zombie. That's going to go up for a $35 start. I think y'all know in the box, those sometimes can go $200, $300, $400, $500. Knuckle Bones Rob Zombie, Rock Icons, $35. That's in slot A, okay? Susie wants the other 2 Funkos. Give me 1 second on that. I got to put up B, C, and D auctions, and those are happening right now. And the first thing I have is this. I've got the Black Crows sold out live. The Black Crows sold out live is a 2022. This is an unofficial. It's white vinyl, and it's going to go up for a $60 start. $60 start. There's the Black Crow sold out live. That's going to go up in slot number B. Next auction on this is going to be Van Halen 3. Van Halen 3 is on red vinyl, a 2021 unofficial on red vinyl. This is a $90 start. A $90 start on Van Halen 3. And then I have this right here also going up for bid. This is a Japanese pressing of Men at Work. Who Can It Be Now? Near mint minus and pristine. And this one, excuse me, Patrick graded this one a VG++. Wow, this looks perfect to me. I don't know how they find stuff on here that's not. Boy, that looks beautiful to me. Men at Work, $35 start on that, okay? Next thing in here was Ancient Greece, VG $39.99. Wasp was $34.99. Mike Oldfield, $14.99. ELO Discovery, VG Plus, $14.99. Green Slate is $30. Def Leppard is $24.99. Journey, $15. Rob Zombie Rock Icon Statue, Final Call for $35. Black Crows is a $60 start. Van Halen, $90. And Men at Work is at $35. Johnny Guitar Watson Sealed, $34. Jack Rabbit with the autographs for $15. Doug Dillard Band, signed by some of the Dillards, $15 on that one. BBC Lucille was VG plus $34. Joe Poss is VG plus $14. We have Good Morning Vietnam, $25 on that. The Best of Procol Harum, $15 on Procol Harum. Tracy is $49.99. We have Bulldog for $19.99. Kid Creole and the Coconuts is $14. Miles Davis sold for $35. That's an 80s US. That was an auction. Miles Davis sold for $35. That was a 2002. And over here we have Uada, Devoid of Light, $44 on Uvada. Devoid of Light, $44 on that. Okay? All right, let's go through our first crate of new pre-owned vintage stuff right over here. That was part one of the hatchet. I might randomly mix in some of the other stuff. Plus, I got light boxes over here, but we got so many wait lists for light boxes, I need to probably bring those over, okay? All right, and then just a second, we're about to close out all 4 of those slots. So hope everybody's paying wickedly close attention. Let's get into our first crate of new check condition stuff tonight. And at this point, we've got about 2.5 crates of auctions to run. Holy crap. 2.5 crates of auctions. The Black Crows is called Sold Out. It's a white vinyl live unofficial. White vinyl live unofficial, sold out. That is a $60 start, okay? Rob Zombie's a no bid 35, Van Halen's 90, and Men at Work is 35. So Van Halen 3, if anybody wants that, $95. Red vinyl unofficial, let's put that away. And then over here, I got Men at Work at $30, if anybody wants that. Men at Work, $30. And 82 Japanese, yellow and white Obi, $30 buy now on that. Rob Zombie 20. Rob Zombie 35. Rob Zombie 35. Let's put him back right over here. Okay. I don't want to drop him. Please don't fall, Rob Zombie. 35 on Rob Zombie. Next thing is Black Crows. I'll make sure Steven wants to bid, so we'll give him an extra second or two. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. Next auction is going to happen right now. This is Rod Stewart Blondes Have More Fun. Rod Stewart is near mint, complete with OB and insert. 1987 Japanese, and this is going to go up for a $20 start. Blondes Have More Fun. That's going to go up right there for a $20 start on that one. Black Crows is a no bid. It's a $60 buy it now. This is called Sold Out Live. It's a white vinyl, and it is $60, okay? 2022 near mint white vinyl, $60 on that. Go Faster, Kicking My Heart Around, My Morning Song, Blackberry, Remedy, $60 on that one. Next auction is going to happen right now, and that next auction is going to be Cowboy Junkies, the Trinity Sessions. The Cowboy Junkies is a 1988 US, 1988 US on this. This is Cowboy Junkies, the Trinity Sessions, 1988 US OG Hot Pog Press, EX Plus condition, and that's going to go up for a $30 start. $30 start on that one, okay? Next thing is our third auction, which is going to happen right now. This is Kicks Cool Kids, a 1983 USOG specialty press. It has a big seam split at the top and one at the bottom, so the cover is kind of damaged. It has the original Atlantic inner sleeve, and this is a $20 start. VG++ EX, that's going to go up for a $20 start. I feel like it should have been offered to me in the first place, considering the mistake and how much I buy on here. Figured I'd at least get that courtesy. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now in slot D, which is going to be Bon Jovi 7800 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is an 85 UK OG Club CRC Carrollton OG with the original inner sleeve, EX $15 start. So I'm not for sure. Can you update me? Because you've totally lost me. Bon Jovi, $15 start. Rod Stewart is at 20. Cowboy Junkies at 30. Nick Bargeron has Kicks for 20. And there is Bon Jovi, okay? Next thing over here is this. The first thing we have is there's an offer on the Crows for $45. Sell this to Dennis Lynch for $45. Derek Clark wants Ancient Greece. Derek Clark on Ancient Greece. Let me go find that. He wants to see the grade of it. Let me go find this. Ancient Greece. And this is women and children. It's VG. It's VG on the vinyl and a VG minus jacket. Women and Children First, Ancient Greece. And this is VG vinyl, writing on label, and a VG minus jacket. Okay? Here we go. And that is now, $39.99, okay? $39.99. Jeremy, I'm going to be perfectly honest. I have no idea. I said, does anybody interested in a Rob Zombie Funko or Rock Icons? And then I paid $120 for the first time. Totally wasn't available. But when you decided to resell it, I didn't even know you had bought that originally. So basically what you're saying is you bought that Rob Zombie, the box was damaged, you returned it, and then I just put it back up for auction. Is that what's going on? I'm kind of confused. Andy Rod Stewart's at 25, Cowboy Junkies 30, Kicks is at 25, and Bon Jovi 15. We have not sold Pink Floyd in Paris yet, okay? Not sold Pink Floyd in Paris yet. And Manny Pesh said Journey Frontiers 10. Journey is $15 from the last crate. $15 from Journey from the last crate, okay? All right, you got to realize most of the stuff, it has to do with customer service or returns, et cetera, et cetera. I didn't return it. No, it was never being shipped. It was never shipped. I was told it wasn't being sold. Okay, I had no idea about that. That is all brand new news to me. That is, you're telling me stuff that I have no knowledge of. Let me go grab these other two Funkos from Susie before she has a conniption fit. Okay? So this is Kurt and Robert Trujillo. Susie said, if you don't get those other two Funkos, I'm going to have a conniption fit on you. And we don't want Susie Breedlove having a conniption fit. She'll stop telling people to hit the like button. Okay? She'll stop telling people to hit the like button, okay? All right. There's that. Let's open this up. All right. All right. Well, what I've got to do is, let me figure out these messages over here, okay? So, first thing is, I got to take these over here. Sorry, I'm heavily distracted right now. Stuff is brought over here next to me. It's laid next to me and it has a tag on it, and then I sell it. And so if it has something to do with something that's happened in the past, then I apologize. But I'll try to figure this out. Let's close all four of these auctions. Rod Stewart is sold to Andy Wade for $25. Cowboy Junkies is sold for $30. So I think what happened is, I remember selling that Rob Zombie. I think it said it had box damage. And for some reason, they didn't ship it to Jeremy. They opened it up and took it out of the box. And I just re-auctioned it. And Jeremy was like, wait a minute, that was supposed to go to me, but it never was sold to me. So I have no idea what just happened there. And when I put it up for auction right then, I thought it was going to sell for like, I honestly thought it was about to sell for like $100, since those are usually like $200 in the box. But yeah, you've lost me, but I'll go ahead and sell it to you for $30. Kicks is sold for $25. Kicks is sold for $25, and Bon Jovi is sold for $15, and this is sold to Corey Ross. But either way, I think you're getting a $150 statue for $30. So I think you're good, and it seems like I've lost in a big way. So I would consider this a win for you. I think these here sell for typically 150 plus. I think that night when we looked it up, there was like one active for 200 and one active for 500. So I think $30 on that. You win and I lose. And I've got to tell them to never do something like that again. Don't ever open something up and then leave it over here and it was already sold to somebody else. That sounds like roots for a major disaster, okay? But also for anybody that's new, relatively new here, I have no idea what goes on after I say sold. And that, so some people, that surprises some people. But after I say sold on something and it goes over here in the sold crate, after that, I have no knowledge of what happens. If you're talking to Ed, if you're talking to anybody else, dude, I have no idea. So we have Kid Rock. This is Kid Rock, Devil Without a Cause. This is a 1999 USOG. Yeah, we've already sold one. Here's another one. This is a $125 start. Kid Rock, Devil Without a Cause. That's a $125 start. That's now up for bid. That's the second one tonight. We've already sold one. There's another one. Next over here is the Alice in Chains unofficial, the green vinyl unofficial of Three-Legged Dog. This is the tripod or Alice in Chains self-titled on green vinyl, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Alice in Chains comes with this poster book with it, and that's the green vinyl unofficial, $35 start. That's now in C. Edwin Blom wants Ancient Greece. People are still buying stuff from the last crate. There's people rewinding, and I'm going to go back and pull stuff from here. Ancient Greece is sold. Ancient Greece, this is sold. This is sold to Edwin Blom. I'm assuming that Derek Clark is passing. He is. That is sold. Okay. All right. And then the next auction over here is this. We have a Japanese pressing of Wings Over America. And Wings Over America is complete. Has all the goodies with it. And that's going to go up for a $35 start. And then our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Our next auction is Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, live in Paris. And Pink Floyd is a clear vinyl unofficial. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, a $75 start. $75 start on this. Okay, now we have buy it now best offer. I'm finally going to get started for this crate. We have Steve Winwood. There is obviously some writing on the cover. VG Plus, $19.99. Steve Winwood is a 2LP, $19.99. We have Man, that's the name of the artist. Rhinos, Winos, and Lunatics. VG Plus, $14.99. Rare Earth Ecology. Rare Earth Ecology is VG Plus condition, $17.99 for Rare Earth Ecology. And also Oreo Speedwagon. You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. VG Plus, $14.99. So we got to back out the Kid Rock bids. Nobody has bid on Kid Rock. There was 3 bids, but none of them count. The minimum bid is $150 on Kid Rock. Alice in Chains is at $45. Wings is at $35, and Pink Floyd's at $77. Nobody has bid on Kid Rock officially. $150 minimum bid. Bobby and Fred Cardinale and Chris Frazier. $150 minimum bid. We've already sold one of those for more than that tonight. Next thing over there is over here is Margaret Gearhold on Steve Winwood for $15. That is sold to Margaret. John McPatriot, let me know if you want tuna for $10. If not, it's sold to Andy Wade for $10. And then somebody else is off for $10. And then somebody else is trying to buy Kid Rock for $150. And then somebody else said $150 on Kid Rock. And then somebody else said $150 on Kid Rock. And then over here is another $150 offer on Kid Rock, and another $150 bid on Kid Rock, and then another 50, and then another 100. And then over here, John McPatriot does get REO for $10, okay? That means Andy Wade, you're second. JCB, you were third, okay? Let's get back down to the bottom. First thing I have is Paul McCartney, Back to the Egg, EX $17.99, Wings, $17.99 on that, and Country Joe McDonald, Paradise of an Ocean View, that's VG condition, $9.99. We got $150 on Kid Rock. I may have misspoke. I probably said no and me, 2 different bids. But yes, $150 on that one. Aaron's about to get Alice in Chains for $45. Wings is at $45, the auction back there, and they're still bidding on Pink Floyd. Chad needs a drink of Monster. Here in a minute, I might have to have a cigarette. And I've never smoked a cigarette in my life, but I may have to. They say it calms your nerves. I don't know. Over here, we have Venus and Mars. That's VG Plus $14.99. I apologize. The last one sold for more than what it is right now. So $150 with Tom Sullivan. There's still plenty of time to place bids. Next thing over here is Dance Along, Hank Ballard and the Midnighters. Wow, that's VG condition, $24.99. I'm going to be lighting up a cigarette like Robert De Niro on Goodfellas. Dance Around, Hank Ballard and the Midnighters, $24.99. $24.99. And Led Zeppelin 2. This is a 4-digit. Let's check the label. VG Plus, $44.99. It's a 4-digit label, but mid-70s rim text. $44.99 on that one. And UK Squeeze, VG Plus, $14.99 on UK Squeeze, all right? So let's go ahead and sell B and C. I'm going to make sure if none of those other people wanted to bid on Kid Rock. It's at $150. That's the second OG copy of that we've sold tonight. That's wild. The second OG copy, $150 Tom Sullivan, final call. Alice in Chains sold to Aaron Andrews for $45. And Wings is sold to James Handy for 45. Got to move through these auctions. Edwin Blom has Pink Floyd for 101. Kaiser still bidding on Kid Rock. This is a new vintage crate. Buy it now or best offer, okay? How much, Chad? It's buy it now or it's best offer. It's buy it now or it's best offer. I'm going to put this crate right over there for another time. Let's do that. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Thanks, everybody, for supporting Collectco. Thanks, everybody, for supporting my Lego habits, my Lego addiction. That's where all of your money goes. It goes right back into the Lego store. We have Kiss Alive 2. Wow, what's that doing in here? 1977 Santa Maria with booklet. VG Plus $39.99. VG Plus $39.99. Also over here, let me grab this next crate of really cool stuff. And there's, by the way, 4 more John crates of new vintage stuff after this. I'm taking offers. Then we'll get into discounts. And then everybody's going to start losing their minds, okay? First thing in here, let's see what Kyle's got. Oh, wow, there's some cool looking stuff in here. Here is Salt and Pepper. That sounds interesting. This is a 1988 U.S. OG 12-inch single sampled by Jay Dilla. This is near mint for a $10 start. Near mint for a $10 start. Salt and Pepper, shake your thing, okay? Shake your thing. I don't know what the thing is they want me to shake, but I'll probably have to pass. Here is Elton John, Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. This is near mint. It is a Japanese press, beautiful. No obi, of course. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Pink Floyd is sold to Edwin Blom for 101. This is sold to Edwin Blom for 101, okay? That is sold 101. Next thing in here was the following. Smoking like George Costanza. Yeah, remember when George Costanza started smoking to hopefully Susan would break up with him? That would be me trying to smoke a cigarette. Husky on Kiss. Ralph was second. Kid Rock is near mint. It's a 99 OG near mint. Red Eye third on Kiss. And then over here we got Salt and Pepper, another Salt and Pepper. And then we have Elton John already with a bid. And that's what we're looking at right now, okay? I have Babe Ruth stealing home, VG Plus $14.99, and Traffic When the Eagle Flies. Traffic When the Eagle Flies, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Traffic When the Eagle Flies. And while we got all these Kid Rock fanatics on here, okay, while we got all these Kid Rock fanatics over here, I need to remind y'all, look what I've got right over here. Oh, y'all see this? Y'all see this? See this right here? See this right here? Look what I have. Look what I have back there hanging in the back still. Okay, I think we've been in talks with, I don't know if we've took the second step, but we was in talks to Golden Auctions about getting this one consigned in one of their auctions. But I'll sell it right now if anybody wants it. See that? That's a Kid Rock robe, everybody. That was wore by Kid Rock. That is a real Kid Rock. I'm talking about a bow wada donga donga dong dingy dingy. I'm talking about that's real. That is a real, he wore that. That was on Kid Rock's body. Okay? That's real. That was on Kid Rock's body. That's a real ba wada donga danga dang dingy diggy. This is not my apartment. No. This is our store. This is our store, okay? There's the bathroom. There's an airplane. There's autographs. There's Kiss stuff. There's posters. There's books. Over here's the media room. You know, there's stuff everywhere, okay? And there's me, and then there we are here, okay? Now y'all know what's going on, right? All right. Okay, Mega Blast gets Salt and Pepper for $10. They're still bidding on Kid Rock. All right. Oh, we got enough books in here to stock 3 libraries. All right, here we go. And the first thing we're going to do is this. I got 1 million unique, different individual items that's never been put out for sale in this building. First thing over here is this. We had Margaret on TR for $10. TR for $10. Margaret, what was TR and what was $10? Traffic? Traffic is sold to Margaret for $10. Thank you on that one. New bids, new bids, new bids. And over here, we're going. And here we go. And this is it. Okay, we got yes, time and a word. Yes is VG condition, $14.99. VG condition, yes, time and a word. VG, $14.99. Also, Todd Rundgren, Todd, VG plus $14.99. VG plus $14.99. If I showed up, can I look through the books? Sorry, the back room is closed to the public. Sorry, the back room is closed to the public, Jetstream. We have Run DMC King of Rock, an 85 USOG Hop Hog, EX Plus condition, a $25 start. But there is about 1,000 up front for $2 a piece. Really good books. Really good books. Next thing over here is John McPatriot gets yes. That's sold to John McPatriot. Fred Carnell got the Japanese Yellow Brick Road for $36. Tom Sullivan has Kid Rock at $179. Tom Sullivan has it $179. That's a $19.99 OG. And let's go ahead and close out C and D over here. Our next auction for C is Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard. This is an EX copy, and the vinyl's EX. The cover has a little bit of discoloration. We're talking about I Shot the Sheriff. Eric Clapton's a $25 start. That's up for bid. And you know what else is up for bid? This is up for bid. This is Aerosmith Rocks Donington. And this is a 3LP purple vinyl official release. That's going to go up for a $75 start, now out of print. Now out of print. Next thing over here as Sonny Rollins Brass. Sonny Rollins is VG Plus, $24.99. Karen says you have a whole wall of books. See, Karen comes in here all the time. Karen, from what I understand, you basically work here on Wednesdays. Is that right? My mom was like, Karen basically works here all day on Wednesdays. I was like, great. Chris Frazier's trying to bid on A. Chris, you need to swap your A and your exclamation mark, okay? Back to the check condition crate. Below is to cool on your feet or on your knees. That's VG plus $24.99. And this is Soul. What is this? Wow, a really cool foreign, a German, a UK compilation. Wow, that's a cool cover. VG plus $14.99. This is Soul. And it's got Wilson Pickett, Carla Thomas, Arthur Conley, Percy Sledge, Sam and Dave, Benny King, Otis Redding, Eddie Floyd, Knock on Wood. Nice. Aretha Franklin, Percy Sledge, and Wilson Pickett. All right, we got Joseph McCormick offer 20 for Sonny Rollins. You got it. You got it. And now we have a new bid on Kid Rock. Run DMC's at 26. Clapton's at 25. Aerosmith 75. We have John K., My Sporting Life. John K. VG plus $14.99. How much is Kid Rock robe? My real price on it, because I really don't know. My real price on it, because I don't know, $10,000. This is sold. Colin Butler sold for $10. Or make me a fair offer, $10K or best offer. CCR Gold, VG $14.99. And we have Flo and Eddie moving targets. Flo and Eddie is a white label promo, EX $17.99. All right, let's go through the no bids. Let's go through the no bids. And let me show y'all a quick pause, okay? Minute Work is $35. Minute Work is $35. Van Halen 3 unofficial red vinyl, $90. Led Zeppelin, yellow vinyl, $125. Enter the Wu-Tang, a 93 USOG, $230. Rush is $40. That was a 2014. Pricey on Discogs. Poison's $125, unofficial sealed. And we have Van Halen Live Without a Net, $125, 2 LP unofficial. And then Rush is $150. This is an official box set. The albums 2002 to 2012. $150 on the Rush box set. $150 on Rush. Van Halen, a 2 LP colored vinyl unofficial, $125. Poison, a 2 LP unofficial, $125. Rush is $40, 2014. Enter the Wu-Tang is $230. Led Zeppelin is yellow vinyl, $125. Van Halen is $95, red vinyl unofficial, and Men at Work is sold to Roger Ramjet for $30, okay? So let's go ahead and sell A, B, and C as well. A, B, and C over here, this is sold. This is Kid Rock for $188. Kid Rock for $188. We have Run DMC for $26. Eric Clapton is sold to Andy Wade for $25. And Aerosmith is with Corey Ross at $75. That bid recently got placed. We'll give that one more time, okay? Let's go over here to the top and see what's happening. We sold for $10. And over here, we have, can I get an autograph picture of We're on the Road with my album I bought? No. I thought that read, if I buy the robe, will you take a picture with it? And I was like, for $10,000, I'll pose in it nude. I won't be exposed, okay? I'll put it on nude for $10,000. Next thing is Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Deja Vu, VG $14.99, and Blue Oyster Cult Agents of Fortune, VG $14.99. Corey gets Corey gets Aerosmith for $75. And let's put up 4 new auctions, okay? And somebody just said, Chad, what's the next auction? And I said, I got one. I got one right here for you. And this is the Rolling Stones, Big Hits, High Tide, and Green Grass. This is a 1981 Japanese pressing, near mint. 1981 Japanese pressing. And this is a $35 start. Awesome Stones compilation. $35 start. That's now up for bid, okay? $35 start. That's now up for bid. Also over here, I have this. And this is a vintage George Thorogood bootleg. This is George Thorogood, an 85 U.S. unofficial EX edition, $40 on that. $40 on that. George Thorogood, that's a vintage bootleg. That's now up for bid. And then we have Leonard Skinner. And this is really cool. This is the OG. This is an OG first pressing of Second Helping, and it's nice. EX vinyl and a really nice jacket. This is the real Sounds of the South OG. The Ballad of Curtis Lowe, $65 start on that. And then our next auction in D is happening right now. And that is Van Halen Balance. And this is a real 1995 OG. This is a real 1995 OG. This is going to go up in near mint and shrink, a $275 start. All right, let's go back over here to this. First thing I have is I have an autograph inflatable. Do what now? And then we have, is it JSL authenticated? The robe, no, what we're going to try to do, that's why we reached out to a couple auction houses. There's a company that photo matches jerseys. You know, like they'll have a jersey that they say Mickey Mantle wore in the '61 World Series or something. You know, we're going to try to get it photo matched. And I think if we get all that done, then probably we'll get it into a big auction. But we got to get it photo matched. I bought it from a guy that's friends with Kid Rock. Y'all probably have seen him on here. His name is Kevin Cave of Rock. He had a whole shrine in his basement dedicated to Kid Rock, okay? And we bought all of his collection. So it came from a music video. I think it came from a music video, and he wore it maybe on stage. We're going to try to get it photo matched through that company. So right now, it's just our word, okay? We got a little bit of provenance, but the last time Kid Rock was here in our store, I was like, man, why didn't we get that thing and have him, like, look over it, and we could have got a video of him saying it was his and blah, 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 and that would be all we needed. That would have been all we needed, but I don't know. I don't know the next time I'll get him inside this building. It might be a while before he pops in. Rush Feedback is sold to Mortgage Guy Rob for $30. The Skinner is EX or better on the vinyl and VG++. EX, VG++ on that one, okay? All right, this is a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Buy It Now Best Offer crate. We have Bob Seger, the Bob Seger system, VG $14.99. VG, that's on the original label too. Nice. $14.99. Okay. Also, we have REO Speedwagon Live. That's a 2LP VG $14.99. So right now, no bid on Stones 35, George Thorogood 65, Skinner 65, excuse me, 40 on the George Thorogood bootleg, Skinner 65, and John Kaiser, the only bidder on the OG Van Halen 275 on that one. Sid said Bob Seger 8. Sell that to Sid Said for $8. This is the Yellow Sounds of the South label. Yes, this is OG Yellow Sounds of the South label, 74 USOG Gloversville. That is correct. Andy Wade on the REO Speedwagon Live. B is a vintage George Thorogood bootleg. A vintage George Thorogood bootleg. It's a $40 start. Also, we have Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers Long After Dark. Tom Petty is VG plus $24.99. David Bowie Lodger, VG $12.99 for David Bowie Lodger. And Deep Purple, made in Japan. Deep Purple is VG $19.99. Also, we have Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth, CD4 quad compatible, VG plus $14.99 quadraphonic. And then Kaiser gets Van Halen for $275. Thank you on that. And then Stones and George Thorogood no bid. So the Rolling Stones, $35. Rolling Stones, $35. And George Thorogood, $40. Man, excuse me. David Bowie sold to Christina Curtis. Chad, you need to score a vintage Ted Nugent man thong. I'll bundle that with the robe if you post for the 2027 Coletco calendar. Wow. A Ted Nugent man thong, a Kid Rock robe, and Dennis gets Deep Purple for $15. Michael Hamburger on Van. What was Van, and where do you see that? And then we have Topographic on Rick Wakeman for this one I'll do for $15. It was VG plus $19.99. And Al Cox said he would do 20 on Tom Petty. Sold. All right, let me re-sleeve these over here. And then John Kaiser gets Leonard Skinner for $65. That's done. Rolling Stones is $35, and the George Thorogood bootleg $40. Let's put those over there, okay? A few no bids over here. If you're buying the Van Halen unofficial, that's still available for $95. All right, let's get backtracked. Some of these auctions are moving pretty fast, and we're right now in a new crate of new vintage stuff. Let me show two more. Country Joe and the Fish, VG plus $17.99. And Johnny Winter Story, VG plus $14.99. Let's put up new auctions in A, B, and C. A, B, and C. First thing we have is John Lennon, and this is called Shea Fish. Shea Fish is the Japanese pressing, near mint with Obi, and this has the Rich Winter sleeve with it, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. Shea Fish, a $25 start. That's now for bid, which is a John Lennon compilation. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. It's another Leonard Skinner, and this is OG from 2015. One more for the fans. This is a 3LP, now out of print. Leonard Skinner's near mint, and this is going to go up for a $75 start. The box set over here is Rush, the albums, 2002, 2012, $150 on that one. Also, John Cougar Mellencamp Scarecrow, VG Condition, $9.99. And Journey Escape is VG, $9.99 on Journey Escape. Next auction is this. I have Van Halen, and this is a unofficial. It is near mint for a $65 start. And this is World Vacation Tour. And this is Van Halen. This is Tucson, Arizona, a soundboard recording from 1979, Roth. $65 start on that, okay? That's very cool. So 25, 75, 65. And then we have Jim for $7. Jim for $7, Margaret Gerhold. Jim for $7. Journey, maybe? Did you mean Journey or John Cougar? We'll make sure Margaret, she already commented. John Cougar sold to Margaret for $7, okay? There's that. And then I have in here Bobby Gentry, Tobacco Road, VG plus $24.99. And the Moody Blues Go Now, VG $12.99 on the Moody Blues. Next auction happening right here. I have this Van Halen. Let's do back-to-back Van Halens in C and D. This is an OG OU812. Van Halen OU812 is an 88 USOG Allied pressing with the original inner sleeve, EX Plus condition. Van Halen's a $70 start. $70 start. It's now up in D. We have Aorta, 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 AORTA. That's VG $24.99. Jeff Beck Blow by Blow VG $9.99 on Jeff Beck, and Sticks is VG plus $14.99. Sticks is Pieces of 8, VG plus $14.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is VG plus $14.99. And Fleetwood Mac, Then Play On, VG $12.99. 1 second. All right. Also, I have Stan, Sly and the Family Stone, VG plus $24.99. Bob Dylan Street Legal, VG $12.99. And Free, Fire and Water, VG. That also has the hit song on it all right now, $12.99. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close A and B. John Lennon, a $25 buy it now. And then the Leonard Skinner, one more for the fans, 2015 OG Triple LP, $75 on that. Let's put that away over here. All right, they got those. Those are in the no bids, along with George Thorogood, Rolling Stones, Van Halen, Led Zeppelin, Wu-Tang, Poison, Van Halen, and Rush. A lot of no bids over there. Orta 12. How about 18? How about 18? Free Margaret, it's yours, but it will be $12.99. If not, it's sold to Mitch T, and then Al Cox is next. No bid on OU812 yet. The Van Halen bootleg is up to $75 right now. Our next auction is the Colt, and this is called Wildflower. The Colt is a 12-inch single. The Colt is a 12-inch single, an 87 UK, $15 start on the Colt. $15 start on the Colt. That's now up for bid, okay? That's now up for bid. Also, we have Aretha Franklin Arrives. That's in mono, VG condition, $12.99 for Aretha Franklin Arrives. Also, the Rolling Stones Between the Buttons, VG $14.99. The James Gang Your Album, VG $9.99. And AC/DC, If You Want Blood, You Got It. VG plus $36.99 on AC/DC. Eddie, I'm assuming you're done on the Van Halen there. If so, we'll go ahead and wrap that one up. If not, let's go ahead and knock this out right here. So I had a couple late night auctions, like stuff we put up really late last night that didn't get bids. I'm talking about we were still running auctions at 1 a.m. So here's Wasp, Animal, F Like a Beast on white vinyl, an 84 UK. That's going to go up for a $50 start. $50 start on that is the Colt of 45 RPM. This is a 12-inch single, so probably. It doesn't actually say on the label. Probably is. Wildflower, Wildflower, Love Trooper. Typically, those 45s do play for that, yes. All right, and then what was next? Margaret does get the free at sticker price, okay? Next in line was Mitch and then Al Cox, okay? The Colt is at 16. It had a bid for 15 and then 16. Van Halen didn't get a bid. This is a $70 buy it now. Van Halen OU812, $70 buy it now on that one, okay? Let's put that right over there. That album still hasn't had a reissue yet, surprisingly. Wasp is a $55 start. First thing we have is Dylan for $8. That's sold to Bart Fargo for $8. Van Halen still getting bids. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction in D is going to be an Ozzy unofficial. This is Ozzy in Kansas City, 1986 on white vinyl. Ozzy, Kansas City, 1986 white vinyl. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. It's a 2 LP, full show, $25 start on Ozzy. That's now up for bid. That is now up for bid, okay? Oh! Stretch time. That felt really good. Kansas City, 1986. Kansas City, 86. Okay? Bid, 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 and then Journey for $5. I don't like the sound of that, but let me go find it. Journey for $8. VG, $8 on that one, Greg Smith. Aorta was in VG condition. VG jacket as well. VG, VG. That was our first of 5 vintage pre-owned crates tonight, okay? First of 5. First of 5. You heard me correctly. Journey is sold for $8 to Greg Smith. Quick update on our auctions. The Colts at 20. Wasp is a $50 start. Van Halen's at 83. And Aussie over there in D is a white vinyl unofficial, a $25 start. Aorta was VG $24.99. Man was VG plus 14. Rare Earth was VG plus 17. Paul McCartney was EX 17. Country Joe was VG 9. Wings was VG plus 14. Hank Ballard was VG 24. Led Zeppelin 2 was VG plus 44.99. UK Squeeze was VG plus 14. Babe Ruth VG plus 14. Todd Rundgren VG plus 14. Blois de Colt VG plus 24. John K VG plus 14. CCR VG 14. Flo and Eddie EX 17 White Label Promo. Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young VG 14. Blois de Colt VG 14. Rick Wakeman and Quad VG plus 19. Country Joe VG plus 17. Johnny Winter sold for $10 to James Handy. Bobby Gentry VG plus 24. Moody Blues Go Now VG 12. Jeff Beck VG 9. Styx is VG plus 14. Blood, Sweat and Tears VG plus 14. Fleetwood Mac VG 12. Slime the Family Stone VG plus 24. Aretha VG 12. Rolling Stones VG 14. James Gang VG 9. AC/DC VG plus 36. Wasp didn't get a bid, $50 buy it now. And that's the white vinyl OG single Animal. $50 buy it now on that one. Okay. All right, I'm going to put that. I'm trying to re-show some of those late night auctions from last night. Okay. Next over there, Man is Rhinos, and Lunatics. Rhinos, and Lunatics. VG plus $14.99. Chad, was Zeppelin 2 or George Pirro's mastered album? No. I'll do double look again. We'll go take a look, though. This was mastered by George Pirros. Yes. VG plus $44.99. Okay. Aussie, so quick look. 21, about to sell it. I'm about to put something else in B. Van Halen's at 105, and Aussie White Vinyl Unofficial. This Aussie live in Kansas City, 1986 White Vinyl. It is at $26. It just got a bid. Next is going to go up in slot B. I've got this right here. Let's get all the Japanese together. And then here's George Michael. And this is a real 87 OG Vlado lacquer cutting. Vlado lacquer cutting. 1987 near mint and shrink. George Michael, $55 start. That's now up for bid. $55 start. CP Dean does take Zeppelin. And the Colt is sold to Michael Snared for $21. They're still bidding on Van Halen. They're still bidding on Ozzy. George Michael, near mint and shrink. Near mint and shrink. And then let's go ahead and put up another auction for A over here. And that next auction for A is going to be this. This is called James Taylor, Tailor Made. It's a 2LP unofficial from James Taylor, Anaheim, California. Vintage James Taylor bootleg. Awesome. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Aorta 14. Aorta was marked $24.99. I'll do it for $18. Michael Snared says, send the Cult to Craig Thomas and bill me. Craig Thomas, you just got a free record for Michael Snared. Make sure Michael Snared is billed for that Cult record, whoever's watching, and make sure it goes to Craig Thomas free of charge. Make sure it goes to Craig Thomas free of charge. And Craig just popped open a bottle of champagne. Okay? James Taylor, $35 start. Let's go to the top cam while I pick out the next crate over here. Got a lot of auctions. Still got a half crate over here. Patrick had tagged too. Let me swide this crate around, and let's pick out this crate right here and see what we got. Let's pick out this crate right here and see what we got. Should be some great looking stuff coming up. And here we go. These are all going to be buy it now or best offer. Buy it now for best offer. Okay? I see some green. Ozzy's a final call for 32. Let me find this. How do I go to my events on Facebook? Is there such a thing? There it is. All right. So George Michael is a $55 start. James Taylor's at 35. No bid on George Michael. Van Halen 110, and Ozzy got a new bid for 38. Here we go. And we are, here we go. I have Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. Not on this album. $64.99. Led Zeppelin, an OG copy of Physical Graffiti. $64.99. First annual official, unofficial April Fool's Day live bootleg of who? Who is this? 1999. It's the Fools. It's the Fools. 1999. Also, Let's Do Deck Ghost Town Parade. Let's Do Deck is $14.99. And Graph. Graph is sealed. 1999. Mark Murphy. Raw. Mark Murphy is $19.99. And Warren Zevon, Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School, $34.99. Sold, no bid, sold. James Taylor is sold for $35 to Margaret Gearhold. Thank you on that, Margaret. That's sold to you for $35. And we have George Michael, $55. George Michael, $55 on that. And that's a no bid. I'm going to put it right over here. We got Van Halen with Jamie Sotar at 110. Jamie Sotar at 110. And then Tom Sullivan got the Ozzy for 38. Foo Fighters will be in this week. You'll be billed on or let me put it this way. You're going to be billed on Monday, okay? You're going to be billed on Monday. So if you want to buy supplies, I'd go ahead and claim them right now. Info on Zevon, no condition notes, Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School, $34.99. I had no idea David Letterman was such a big Warren Zevon fan. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is Rush Vapor Trails Remixed. Near mint, a 2LP, $35 start on Rush. Vapor Trails Remixed, $35 start. That's now up for bid. Vapor Trails Remixed. Also over here, we have The Runaways, Queens of Noise. The Runaways is a 1977 OG EX, and it includes the OG insert. This is a $40 start. $40 start on the Runaways. Next auction is going to be this, and our next auction is Dolly, live from Glastonbury, and this is a 2016 $125 start on Ozzy, on Dolly. That's not Ozzy. Dolly Parton, live from Glastonbury, $125 start. Couple little creases right there. That's up for bid $125. Also, we have Frank Zappa, Overnight Sensation, $39.99. Frank Zappa, Overnight Sensation, $39.99. And we have Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. So far, no condition notes, $34.99. Chad, do you ever get local Nashboro labels like Wall Feathers? I have. Yes. My answer to those kind of questions are yes. Do I have it where I can probably get to it? Probably not. Next thing over here is Talking Heads Stop Making Sense. Talking Heads is sealed. This is the newest 2023 reissue, limited edition, numbered, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start on that. So anything you're ever asking me about, we really don't know what we have. And if you ask me if I've had something before, like have you ever had this, I usually say yes. Edwin Blom needs to put back Ancient Greece. Hey, Chad, no rush, but I was asking about Ancient Greece regarding the quality. I watched the video, looked at the quality album. You can see I was asking. I didn't know you were busy. I'll have to put the album cover below. It's pretty much thanks and sorry. Whoever's tagging, make sure we put back Edwin Blom on Ancient Greece. Bart Fargo on Aorta for $18. Aorta for $18. For anybody that's relatively new watching here, what you got to understand is our inventory, we have no idea what we have here. It's not like we just have a few crates of records. We're in a building with about 100,000 LPs, and we sell every year hundreds of thousands individual albums. So if you're asking, have I ever got something? The answer is probably yes. And then the question is, Chad, do you have this? The answer is yes, but I don't know where it is. Aorta is $18 and that is sold. Or if you watch every night here and watch our hot pictures and watch the post, there's a good chance we're probably going to get some grails coming through here. We've sold records for $1. We've sold records for $3,800. So a lot of rare stuff comes through here on a nightly basis. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. Yes. We have Gary Stewart, Little Jr. Gary Stewart is $19.99. Gary Stewart, $19.99. Goose Creek. Goose Creek is $19.99. And the Crusaders, the Second Crusade, $19.99 on the Crusaders. Also, Willie Nelson, Face of a Fighter. Willie Nelson is $19.99. Stories and Songs of the Civil War, Ralph Bellamy, $14.99 on Ralph Bellamy, Civil War. The Don Harrison Band, $9.99 on that one. So Led Zeppelin is sold to Michael Snared for $50. Rush is sold for $35. No bid on the Runaways, no bid on Dollies, and no bid on Talking Heads. Rush is sold to JCB for $35. The Runaways is a $40 start. A $40 buy it now. Dolly was a $125 start. Dolly's a $125 buy it now. Talking Heads was a $55 start. Talking Heads is a $55 buy it now. Let's put all these away so we can put up 3 new ones, okay? Those are all going right over here. There they are, and there's Talking Heads. And this is that newest 2023 limited edition, remastered special edition, ya, and that's $55 on that one. Civil War sold to Jetstream for $7. Next is going to go up 3 more auctions, and those are going to happen at this moment. The first thing I have is Madonna, Sam Cooke, Brian Ferry, and CCR, and they're all Japanese pressings. They're all Japanese pressings. We have Madonna, Like a Virgin. Madonna is near mint, complete with obi, the original inner sleeve and insert. And Madonna is an 84 Japanese, and this is a $35 start. Madonna, Like a Virgin. Whoops, the obi just slid off of Madonna. $35 on that. Here we go. Let me put the obi back on that one. This is near mint OG Madonna, Like a Virgin. $35 start. That's now over here in slot number A. $35 start. Sam Cooke, Golden Deluxe. Sam Cooke is a 2LP 1975 OG pressing. Near mint, $35 start. Sam Cooke, Gold Deluxe, $35 start on that. Bryan Adams is a OG 1985 Japanese 12-inch mini album on Bryan Adams. It's a $25 start. And then CCR, more CCR Gold. Here is the Discog sheet, a 73 Japanese, and this is near mint with booklet, obi, and poster, and that is a $35 start on that one. So there are 4 Japanese pressings: Madonna, the Sam Cooke compilation, Brian Ferry, and CCR, and those are A, B, C, and D. 35, 35, 25, and 35. Fred Cardinale gets Talking Heads. Make sure he gets that for $45. Brent Robley says he finally made it for Kiss Night. He ran all the way here, and now he's exhausted. Okay, next thing over here is the Lost Gonzo Band Thrills. The Lost Gonzo Band No Condition Notes, $19.99. Dan Fogelberg, Home Free. Fogelberg is $9.99. We have Earl Klugh, Magic in Your Eyes. Earl Klugh is $9.99. The Jan and Dean Anthology album, this is $14.99. And Greg Allman, Laid Back, $26.99. Greg Allman, Laid Back. Beautiful vinyl, $26.99. Whoops, wrong camera. Sorry. Greg Allman, Jan and Dean, Earl Klugh, Dan Fogelberg, Lost Gonzo. Thank you. We got the Lost Gonzo Band Thrills, $19.99. Dan Fogelberg, Home Free, $9.99. Earl Klugh was $9.99. And we have the Jan and Dean Anthology album, $14.99 on that one. We have Greg Allman, Laid Back, $26.99. One second, please. All right. Here we go. We have Hello, I'm Johnny Cash, $12.99. Also, I Cantina Turner, Too Hot, Too Cold, $14.99 for I Cantina. And Jerry Lee Lewis, the original Golden Hits, Volume 3, that's on the Sun label, $9.99. Also, the Complete Buzzy Lionheart, that is a 2 LP, $19.99. A, B, C, and D are about to be closed. We have the specials. The specials is sealed, a 2020 Record Store Day, $39.99 on that one. Dennis Lynch gets Greg Allman for $18. I like that price. I'll take that. And we have Ernest Tubb and his Texas Troubadours. No, that is not autographed. It looks like it, though. $9.99 for that. Doug Wantz gets Johnny Cash for $8. That is sold. And we have Wake Up Everybody, Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, $14.99. We have Rosie Vela, Zazu. Rosie Vela is $14.99, and New Orleans, Home of the Blues, $14.99 on that. All right, let's go ahead and close out all 4 auctions. So Diesel gets the Madonna for $35. Sam Cooke is sold to Tom Sullivan for $42. Brian Adams is sold to Corey Ross for $25. And CCR was sold to Chris Collins for $35. Okay, there is that. And Brian Adams is at $25 of Corey Ross. And CCR, Chris Collins, gets this one for $35, okay? There's that, and let's put this right in here, all right? There is that. And now we have right here the Statler Brothers, Carry Me Back. Statler Brothers, $9.99. Ernest Tubb, sold to Ralph Venturino for $8. Next is Bad Manners Crowbar, $14.99. And Bob Michigan Band, M-E-I, what is that, G-H-A-N? And that is on this orange Capitol label, The Danger, $14.99. Let's close out A, B, C, and D. That way we can put up all new auctions over here. I like that. 4 Japanese up, 4 Japanese down. Here come 4 more. Let's do these right here. Got a lot of Japanese tonight. I don't know where David Johnson is. He's probably asleep. We have Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night. This is an OG Japanese pressing, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Fleetwood Mac, it has the Obi, beautiful condition as you would expect. $35 on Fleetwood Mac. Next is Wings, and Wings at the Speed of Sound is also a Japanese pressing. And this one's also really nice, as you would expect with Obi. Just a little bit of discoloration on the jacket. Wings is a $35 start. And then we have Foreigner, and this one is Double Vision. And Double Vision is a near mint Japanese pressing. This one's going to go up for a $35 start. That is beautiful. And then over here in D is So Far Away. This is Carole King Tapestry. And Carole King Tapestry, near mint Japanese pressing, is going to go up for a $35 start, okay? There we have. David Johnson is sitting right here. Folks, he's alive. He's alive. There's 4 auctions wide there, 37, 35, 35, 35. Next is Dan Fogelberg Souvenirs, $9.99 for Dan Fogelberg. Frank Sinatra and the Wee Small Hours. Sinatra is $14.99. Deep Purple, The Book of Taliesin, $34.99 for Deep Purple. And Jerry Lee Lewis, the original Golden Hits, Volume 2, $9.99 for Jerry Lee Lewis, the original Golden Hits, Volume 2, $9.99 on that one, okay? All right, 4 Japanese auctions up. Fleetwood Mac, Wings, Foreigner, and Carole King. And we're going to do another run, and then another run, and then another run after those. Right now, though, we're going to just read the titles. I'm not going to go through this crate in detail because we still got 3 more to go through, and I'm sure everybody wants to see everything as fast as possible here on this wonderful Friday night. So let me go ahead and condense. We're now down to two full crates of auctions, including a lot of Japanese, a whole crate of bonus stuff, and then there's about a half a crate of a new Japanese order that just got unboxed today that hadn't been sorted, tagged, or anything. So, or I should say re-sleeve. We don't even really have to tag and sort these. Most of these are all near mint, and I know what they are, and we just sell them. All right, there's that. That's good to go. All right, moving. I'm making some space. I'm making it twice. And then over here is this. We have Sinatra 10, Sinatra 8. Let's sell James Handy Sinatra for 10. Stephen Douglas, you were second. Melinda Daring got Fogelberg for $8. That was right here. And then here's what's left in here right after I swap out crates, because this one is full. And now we're about to start crate number 5 for tonight. Had some great nights. Last night was epic. I think we sold more auctions. I mean, Kyle said he tagged 120. And if Kyle tagged 120, that means, yeah, well, that means we sold a lot. Because I think they each also tagged probably 75 or 100. So world record setting stuff last night. Here we go. If you need a price, let me know. Jerry Lee Lewis, Deep Purple, Dan Fogelberg, Bob Meegan Band, also Bad Manners, the Statler Brothers, New Orleans, Rosie Vela, Harold Melvin, the Blue Notes, The Specials, Buzzy Lionheart, Jerry Lee Lewis, Icantina, Jan and Dean, Earl Clue, Gonzo Band, Don Harrison, Willie Nelson, The Crusaders, Goose Creek Symphony, Gary Stewart, Crosstills Nash and Young, Frank Zappa, Warren Zevon, Mark Murphy, Graf, Les Dudek, and The Fools, Fools. Final calls across the board, 37, 35, 35, and 45. And that way we can go all right into more new stuff. Now, this crate's going to be conveniently located right here behind me in case you go like, dang it, Chad. I was going to go ahead and buy everything that was left in there. I'm going to be like, okay, won't be a problem with me. I'll go ahead and pull them out, and we'll put your name on every single one of them. So that's up to you, though. That will be up to you. All right, let's do that there, and let's do that right there. Okay, all righty, so there's that, and here we go. So we got Bad Man Price, Specials Price, and show the specials and Bad Manners again. I sure can. Let me go over here and do that right here. And we got, that is Bad Manners Crowbar, and there was a request for the specials. Okay, all right, so this is Bad Manners Crowbar. That's $14.99, has this gold kind of foil cover. It's on Paramount Records, I don't know. I think it's early 70s. The specials, this is Gangsters and Too Much Too Young, a sealed 2020 record store day, 10-inch, $39.99. Okay, I'm going to keep those over there right now for a second. B and C are closed, okay? B and C are closed. A and D is still getting bids. Let me grab this crate right here, which is our next crate to go through. Okay. Did I sell push play? It did. It did not get a bid for $250. Then I took an offer for $225. Yep. No bid $250. I took an offer for $225. Moving on. Let's get these sold. Wings sold to Andy Wade for $35. Foreigner is sold for $35 to Diesel. And they're still bidding on A and D, which is Fleetwood Mac at $45 and Carole King at $47. All right. Now, Colin Butler, Stephen Douglas offered 10 on Willie Nelson as well. I didn't see that till right now. Let's go ahead and sell Willie for 10 to Stephen Douglas. I'm not even going to look at the price. I'm afraid to. But I bet if you average the price across the board of every Willie Nelson album I've sold here in the last 5 years, it would be thousands of them, and probably the average price would be $10. So that's sold to Stephen Douglas for $10. Then Colin said Bad Man Price. Steve said specials. Brent asked about specials and Bad Manners. Then Zach Andrews asked about specials. And then Colin offered 10 for Bad Manners. So that is sold to Colin Butler for $10. Crowbar. And then over here, we have the special sold to Brent Robley for $30. And then we have there was one more offer that just came in, and that was Fred Cardinal and the Fools. And also, did we ever tag whoever wanted aorta for $18? I don't know if that ever did happen. I guess it did. It's not in my crate anymore, I don't think. And then let's sell that Fools, which was this right here, to Fred Cardinal. Okay. Right? Fools. That's sold to Fred Cardinal. Colin says not the same Bad Manners. Let me tell you, this Crowbar here, this album, this band is tricky. Anytime I say Crowbar, they think it's the 90s band. And anytime I say Bad Manners, they think it's the ska band. So Crowbar really messes me up, okay? Because they're called Crowbar, but there's two different Crowbars. There's probably more than that. And then anytime I have this album, everybody's like, whoa, but it's never what everybody thinks it is. So Crowbar, you can just go, I don't know. And I've never had anybody remotely interested in the 70s band Crowbar. Okay? I don't know how many of those we've put out. I don't know if I've ever sold a legit Crowbar album from the 70s. A and D are sold. Fleetwood Mac is sold to C.P. Dean for $45. And we have Carole King Tapestry, Andy Wade, $47. Bad Manners Classic Rock. Either way, man, those get really confusing for everybody, including myself. There's another one. It's called King Biscuit Boy, featuring Crowbar or something like that. John puts every one of them out for sale, and mostly what they do is cause confusion, because then they think it's a King Biscuit Flower Hour, right? Everybody thinks, oh, it's a King. Who's on the King Biscuit? Like, what concert is it? And I'm like, no, it's not a King Biscuit Flower Hour. It's actually called something else with the band Crowbar. And then everybody gets confused, and then everybody wants to end up shooting and stabbing me, okay? And believe me, I don't want to get shot or stabbed, okay? Next Japanese pressing is Wings Greatest Hits. Very nice with the insert and poster. Band on the Run. Wings, a $35 start. Yes, going for the one. Very nice trifold sleeve with Obi. $35 start on Yes. Hendrix in the West. Near Mint, $35 start. Hendrix in the West. Near Mint, $35 start. Hendrix in the West, okay? It does have the Obi, but it needs to be put back on the jacket. And we're going to mix it up. One non-Japanese AC/DC for those about the rock, an 81 OG Bob Lugwood mastering, $25 start, okay? New Vintage Crate, buy it now, best offer. New Vintage Crate, buy it now, best offer. I have more psychedelic guitars. That's $14.99, more psychedelic guitars. Gerald Wilson Big Band, Moment of Truth. This is on red vinyl from Pacific Jazz, and this is $24.99. Gerald Wilson Big Band, Moment of Truth, $24.99. We have John Austin Paycheck, 11 months and 29 days. Johnny Paycheck is a white label promo, $36.99. Quick update. 35, no bid on Hendrix, and AC/DC's at 25. Next thing over here is this. We got Sight guitars for $11, sold to Mr. MFTF. That's sold for $11. Next is Chuck Jackson, Teardrops Keep Falling on My Heart. 1970 in shrink on the VIP label, $49.99 on that one. We have Fred Cardinal was second on the psych. I just shot myself in the foot over $4. Next is King Curtis Plays the Great Memphis Hits. What a cover. $19.99 on King Curtis. Yellow Atco label. Super clean. $19.99 on that one. And Marvin Gaye Live. Got a lot of soul in here. Marvin Gaye's on the Tombola label. $36.99. Okay? Here we go. 35, 35, 35, 25. We're about to sell all four of those. You've probably got less than 60 seconds to bid. Herbie Mann, Memphis Underground, $19.99 for Herbie Mann. Dr. Hook, Sometimes He Win, new bid on Hendrix for $40. Dr. Hook is $14.99, and George Harrison, Cloud 9. George Harrison's in shrink wrap, $14.99. George Scherer on King Curtis for $14, sold to George Scherer for $14. And we have Boz Scaggs, Other Roads, in shrink, $14.99. A, B, and D are sold. Wings, $35. George Scherer, if you want to bid again on Hendrix, let me know. Wings is sold for $35 to TSO Houston. Band on the Run. Yes, going for the one is sold to Back to the Turntable for $35. And over here, we got AC/DC is sold to Zach Andrews for $25. Moving through auctions fast. I like this. We're going to get through all these crates before it's like before it's all 1 a.m. again. All right, we got ABBA, Carpenters, and John Denver. These are just going to be $15 starts, okay? We have ABBA Japanese. It's called The Very Best of ABBA, too. That's a good one. It's a 2 LP comp, $15 start on that one. The Carpenters, and this is a $15 start. It has both inserts. And then D over here is John Denver Spirit EX with the booklet Obi, near mint minus EX. $15 start on John Denver, okay? Next in the Buy It Now Best Offer crate is Elton John Here and There. Elton John is $19.99. Sunfighter, Paul Cantor, Gray Slick, $14.99. The Main Event, Herb Albert and Hugh Muscella Live, $14.99. And Southern Exposure, Heading South. Southern Exposure is $24.99. Southern Exposure, Heading South, $24.99, okay? Quick look again. So we have ABBA at 20, Carpenters no bid 15, Stephen A. Young has Hendrix at 45, and John Denver's at 15. By the way, here's an update on our current auctions, okay? Led Zeppelin Bootleg, Alice Cooper, Tyler Childers, Alice Cooper, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Toto, Pat Benatar, White Knight, Staying Alive, John Lennon, Toto, Night Ranger, George Thorogood, ABBA. A lot of those are Japanese. Also a Japanese Aussie, Diary of a Madman, no Obi. Clapton, Grand Prix Samurai, that's Japanese. Loggins and Messina, Aha. We have Travis Tritt, Ozzy, Black Sabbath, Bryan Adams, Muddy Waters, Rolling Stones, Bear McCreary, The Meters, AC/DC, Led Zeppelin. Also have Caldera, ZZ Top, AC/DC, Motley Crue, Pink Floyd, Guy Clark, John F. Kennedy, Sissy Spacek, Dylan, Neil Young, Atreyu, Dawkins, Michael Jackson, Rolling Stones, Genesis, War, Beatles, Talking Heads, Janet Jackson, Stones, Jerry Lee Lewis, Herbie Hancock, Faster Pussycat, Beck, Eagles, The Runaways, Emmylou Harris autographed, Righteous Brothers autographed, George Harrison, Genesis, John Corabi, Dio, AC/DC, Moss Generator. All right, that's some cool stuff coming up. Details on Carpenters. It's called The Carpenters. It's a Japanese pressing. It is with Obi and the inserts, one bid $15. Next thing over here in this Buy It Now Best Offer crate is James Brown Gravity. James Brown Gravity, $14.99. JoJo Zepp and the Falcons, Screaming Targets. That is $9.99. 007 Platinum, Johnny Paycheck, $26. And that is sold. Loggins Messina is Japanese, yes. Loggins Messina is Japanese. The Doors Greatest Hits, $29.99. Come on, baby, light my fire. $29.99. You know we wanna see on fire. If I would've hummed. And John Denver sold for $15 to Andy Wade. Thank you, Andy Wade. This sold you for $15. You know we couldn't get much higher. Come on, pour me another glass of chocolate milk. Yeah. Come on, pour me another glass of chocolate milk. Yeah, you know I need some chocolate milk. Yeah. Keyboard solo. Down, 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 down. Okay, George Thorogood Maverick, near mint Japanese pressing. $35 start on George Thorogood. That's now over here in D. The Japanese run continues. Next is this, Rick Wakeman, Rhapsodies. Rick Wakeman is $29.99. Rick Wakeman Rhapsodies. The Voice, Frank Sinatra. That's an early one. No condition notes, $14.99. That's a Columbia Six-Side Nice, $14.99. Dun, 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 dun. We have the Rascal C. That's in shrink wrap with the insert, $19.99. And Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free, $14.99. One second. Okay. Over here, I have what? I have the sound. Ooh, that's an early one. The Sound of Johnny Cash. A Columbia Six-Eye, beautiful. $19.99 on that. Also, we have Rush 2112, a 1976 Terre Haute, beautiful copy, $74.99. That's very nice. George Scherer gets the Jimi Hendrix for $53. Thank you on that one. And then ABBA's at $28, Carpenter's at $17. George Thorogood Maverick is a $35 start. No bid on that one, okay? Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And this is the Eyes of Alice Cooper. This is a 2020 Euro limited edition VG Plus. Alice Cooper is going to go up for a $25 start. That's now up for bid in slot number C. $25 start. That's now up in slot number C. Rod Stewart for $10. Rod Stewart for $10, and this is sold to Chris Collins. Johnny Cash is an original Columbia 6i, beautiful condition, $19.99. Next thing is Sinatra for $15. That is sold to Samuel Kopich for $15. Doug Wantz has submitted an offer for cash. Nice, frigid pink, a 1970 Terre Haute. Wow, look at the grade on this one. Nice jacket, nice vinyl. Does have a little bit of a ding right here. $64.99. Doug, Mega Blast was ahead of you, so I got to go ahead and sell that to John Durden for $15. Nobody bid on George Thorogood Maverick. That's going to be a buy it now for $35. A near mint OG Japanese pressing with insert. George Thorogood, $35. Okay. ABBA's at 30. Carpenters are 18. Alice Cooper, 25. Next is Tyler Childers live on Red Barn 1 and 2. And this is on the red smoke colored vinyl. Tyler Childers is going to go up for a $30 start. $30 star. Charleston Girl, Dar. White House Road, Rock Salt Canal, Shake the Frost. You know, I can sound just like Tyler Childers when I want to. $30 on that. Also, Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy. Ooh, Werewolves of London. $34.99 on that one. Tyler Childers already has a bid. We have Foreigner. This is records. This is the non-die-cut cover. They just left the jukebox blank. It's a club edition. $29.99 on the club edition. And Tom Petty Live, Pack Up the Plantation. Gold stamp promo, $39.99. Even the losers get lucky sometimes. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. A and B are closed. ABBA is sold to Ralph Venturino for $30. Warren Zevon, $15. Warren Zevon, $30. Next is the Carpenters. This is sold to Ralph Venturino for $18. Did you see my offer on Dr. Hook? I guess I didn't because I don't remember ever selling it. Let's go back up here and see what happened. Dr. Hook, $14.99. Tom Petty sold to Zach Andrews for $35. And Alice Cooper is sold for $25 to Chad King. Let's put that away. Sold to Chad King for $25. And now we got 3 new Japanese going up in A, in B, and in C, okay? A, B, and C. Let's do it. So let's pick out 3 Japanese. I'll do the Zeppelin bootleg in just a second. We got Toto, Pat Benatar, and let's do Night Ranger, okay? Let's put up all 3 of these right now. You ready? These are going up for bid right now. This is Toto Hydra. This is near mint, Japanese pressing with insert and the inner sleeve. $25 start. Pat Benatar. This is near mint, 7 the hard way. I keep accidentally pulling the Obies off these. That's not good. Let me do this right here. Pat Benatar is going to be a $15 start. 7 the hard way. A Japanese pressing. Pat Benatar, 7 the hard way. Let's go ahead and put this right there. And let's put this Obie back on it. There's that. All right, let's put that right there. And Night Ranger is, gosh, I don't know why that keeps, this never happens. Probably because we don't ever have them in here this way. I always have them in there that way. And the Obies are wanting to slide off. Night Ranger, a $25 start, okay? Zach Andrews gets Tyler Childers for $30. That is sold. Dr. Hook, Dennis asked earlier. He offered I'll do $12 on it. It's marked $14.99, no condition notes. $12, Dennis, on Twitch, and it's yours. Okay, and then let's go ahead and put up another D. And then D is going to be Led Zeppelin Live, House of the Holy. So this is a 1975 audience recording, Earl's Court, May 1974, unofficial and G+ condition. Zeppelin is going to go up for a $40 start. That's now up for bid. Twitch is sold, Dr. Hook is sold for $12. So quick update on our bids. We got 25, 15, 25, and 40. That's the starting bids on these auctions. 25, 15, 25, and 40. Those are now up for bid, okay? This is a buy it now best offer crate. I got the Rock Kicks inside. The Rock Kicks is $19.99. Also, Queen and Night at the Opera. Is this just real life or is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, $24.99. No escape from reality. Lester Flatt, Before You Go, that is sealed for $19.99. And Frank Sinatra sings the Select Cole Porter. Sinatra is $14.99. And Sinatra is on Capital Duophonic, which is this rainbow colored label here. And that is $14.99 on Sinatra. All right. Also, we have the very best of Conway Twitty. No condition notes, $9.99. Joe Farrell, Upon This Rock, 1974 pressing, $39.99. Neil Diamond Stones is $12.99. Also, Ronnie Millsap, folks, there he is. Ronnie Millsap, sealed, $14.99 for Keyed Up. And the Beatles, Rubber Soul, a 1976 orange label, 70s pressing, $39.99. Quick updates, 27, 20, 25, and 40. I see some green and some light green. So those are all going once, going twice. Possibly some of them final calls if they don't have another bid whenever I revisit them. Okay. Oh, my knee wants to pop, but it won't yet. It's getting warmed up for a good popping. Oh, not yet. Sorry, I'm half injured back here like I am most nights. All right, first thing we have is this. Conway is sold for $7 to Stephen Douglas, and Millsap is sold to Mike Conway for $10. All right, there's that. And I'm just going to read these titles in here one more time. Right now, we have 2 more crates of new vintage stuff to go through. I repeat, 2 more crates of new vintage stuff to go through. That's new stuff. And I'm going to keep rolling those right now. But first, here's what's left in here. If you need a price, let me know, okay? If you need a price, let me know. The Beatles, Neil Diamond, Joe Farrell, Frank Sinatra, Lester Flatt, Queen, Rock Kicks, Foreigner, Warren Zevon, Frigid Pink, Rush, Rascals, Rick Wakeman, Doors, JoJo Zepp and the Falcons, James Brown, Southern Exposure, Herb Bauer, Hugh Muscella, Sunfighter, Elton John, Boss Skaggs, George Harrison, Herbie Mann, Marvin Gaye, Chuck Jackson, and Gerald Wilson. All right, and the only thing I can sell is Led Zeppelin to Chris Gardner for $40. Thank you, Chris. That is so to you. All right, $40, Chris Gardner. That is gone. Next is going to go up for bid right now. This is going to go up for a $1 start. It's beautiful. It's an absolute beautiful copy, but it's from the dreaded Dick Connery collection. It has the name tag on it. He wrote his name there. He wrote his name again on the back. If I was a betting man, he wrote his name on the label. He didn't. No writing on the label. But if you know from his collection, this stuff is beautiful, okay? Like it's like new condition. The jacket just has some writing on it. Stevie Ray Vaughan, a $1 start. $1 start on that. Foreigner is Records, which is a hits comp. $29.99, a club copy. $29.99 on that one. Back to table, Warren Zevon, 20. Back to table, Warren Zevon, 25. Lawyers, Guns, and Money. Quick update, we have 30, 30, 27, and Stevie Ray Vaughan is a $1 start. So 30, 30, 27, and Stevie Ray Vaughan, a $1 start. The details on the doors. The details on the doors is greatest hits, no condition notes, $29.99. Very clean copy. Very nice. All right, I'm changing crates. And Stephen Douglas offer 24. Who asked for it first? Arms Arilla Tribe asked for it first. Did I miss any other offers? All right, these are right here behind me if you change your mind. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, Werewolves of London. Oh. Even the losers get lucky sometimes. Next crate. Back to turntable. Sold. I knew I missed something. He said sold on the Warren Zevon. Okay. There you go. Got it. This is sold to Stephen Douglas, unless Arms Arilla Tribe says otherwise, for $24. All right. A, B, and C's about to sell for 27. Toto sold to David Johnson for 30. The Hammer got Pat Bentar for 30. Night Ranger final call for 27. The very nice Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 16 with Bernie Johnson. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is John Lennon and another Toto, and these are $25 starts. We have John Lennon, a near mint Japanese pressing of Imagine. It has the inner sleeve and the insert. A little bit of discoloration right there on the jacket, but just a $25 start on John Lennon. B is Toto Hydra, another Japanese pressing, in shrink with OB and inserts. That's a $25 start. Night Ranger is sold to Michael Hamburger for 27, and they're still bidding on Stevie Ray Vaughan. So there's two more Japanese, 25 and 25 on those. And then the next one over here is Loggins and Messina, So Fine. And this is a 1978 Japanese pressing. It's also near mint, and it's also going up for a $25 start. So these three $25 starts, Loggins and Messina, Toto, and John Lennon. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 18. All right. And we have a buy it now best offer. Cheech and Chong, Big Bamboo. Now, let's see if it has the rolling paper. $34.99, and it has the rolling paper. It's in there. You can buy that and roll you up a big, fat burrito. $34.99. We turn to Forever featuring Chick Corea. Him of the Seventh Galaxy. $19.99 on that. New bids coming in on Stevie Ray Vaughan. We got Jerry Lee Lewis, the Knox Phillips sessions, the unreleased recordings. Jerry Lee Lewis is $19.99. Ted Nugent, Penetrator. Ted Nugent is $14.99. Scorpions, the Tokyo tapes. Scorpions is a 2LP, $39.99. No condition notes. Scorpions, the Tokyo tapes. $39.99 for the Scorpions. Also over here we have George Jones, I Am What I Am. George Jones is $9.99. And Olivia Newton-John, Have You Ever Been Mellow? Olivia Newton-John is $9.99. We got no bid on John Lennon, final chance for 25. No bid on Toto, is at 27. Loggins and Messina, final chance at 25. And the Stevie Ray Vaughan, which we started at $1, is now at $21. Mega Blast gets George Jones for 7. Christina Curtis was going to pay full price. I just shot myself in the foot over $3. John Durden, you owe me $3. Next thing over here is Mike Conway also wanted George Jones, and Stephen Douglas also wanted George Jones. And we have Joe Tex, Another Woman's Man. Joe Tex is sealed $19.99. Confused. What was the Toto I bought? The Toto you bought earlier was Hydra. That's the same record, different Obi. That's the same record, a different Obi. Same record, different Obi. Same thing. You just bought it, just different pressing of it. George Jones was near mint minus and pristine. The Best of Dave Clark 5, a UK copy for $12.99. We have the Section, $19.99. It does have this insert that came with it. Also, we have Olivia Newton-John for $7. Olivia Newton-John for $7 with Chris Collins. All right, that's so to you. And the Groovy Sound of Music, Gary Burton, in shrink wrap, $14.99. Also over here is Jethro Tull, A Passion Play, $17.99. And then live at Bill Graham's Fillmore West, $19.99 on Bill Graham. And Storm is $19.99. That's their self-titled album, okay? All right, I'm going to show two more records. I'm actually going to go ahead and pick out the next ones so we can roll right into them whenever we do them, okay? I'm going to do this one, and possibly, let's see here. Let's do these four right here, okay? All right. Next thing over here is this. Olivia Newton-John, Gary Burton, Preston Rose is 7. Sell that to Preston Rose for 15. And then we have Tell Her You Love Her, Frank Sinatra, $14.99 for Frank Sinatra. Tell Her You Love Her. This is a German press, $14.99. Yes, David, you already got a Hydra. Hydra was just a different Obi. You had one with a different Obi earlier. All right, so these are all closed. Andy Wade got John Lennon for 25. Mike Cadrini gets Toto for 27. Loggins and Messina is a no bid, $25 buy now on that. And Stephanie Hill gets the Stevie Ray Vaughan for $21. Thank you on that. Let's put that away. And Loggins and Messina is a $25 buy now. That's so fine. Okay, let's put that right over here in the no bids. Okay, and then Sinatra is sold over here to Stephen Douglas for $10. Stephen Douglas, I just pulled the Sinatra for you, all right? Now, this is going to be fun. I'm going to put up 4 new Japanese pressings all at the same time. Okay? 4 new Japanese pressings all at the same time. First one is White Nights. This is a near mint Japanese pressing with both inserts, a $15 start on the White Night soundtrack. Next is Staying Alive. Staying Alive soundtrack, near mint, $15 start. ABBA, also Japanese, with the insert and the lyric insert and the lyric in sleeve as the lyric inner sleeve as well. $15 start on that one. And then we have Bryan Adams, which is Into the Fire. That's a $15 start. Okay, there's your 4 Japanese selections. 15, 15, 15, 15. All are now up for bid. Have fun and good luck. David Johnson also got the Loggins of Messina, which was $25. This is sold to David Johnson, Loggins of Messina for $25. Okay? All right, buy it now best offer. We have songs by Tom Lear. Tom Lear is sealed, $14.99. Richard Nixon Superstar, David Fry, that's $12.99. And Blois de Colt Career of Evil, The Metal Years. Don't recall seeing it too many times. Blois de Colt Career of Evil, The Metal Years. It's a foreign press, a compilation from 1990. $34.99 on BOC. That looks interesting. Artie Blues Boy White, $19.99 on that one. And Donovan is $9.99. Dan Fogelberg Phoenix. Dan Fogelberg is $9.99. James Taylor and the Original Flying Machine, $19.99. And Leon Russell live. Boy, that's heavy. Leon Russell, $29.99. Quick update. No bid, no bid, 15, no bid. So final call on White Knight, Staying Alive, and Bryan Adams for 15. ABBA is at 15 with Diesel. Everybody else is out. And that's all going once. And that's all going twice, okay? Next is I Cantina Feel Good. I Cantina is $19.99. Matt Bushy getting the Donovan for 6. Oh, yeah, Matt Bushy. Also, David Liebman, Sweet Hands. That's $19.99 for David Liebman. Boys Town Gang, Cruising the Streets. $14.99 on that one. And Squeeze, East Side Story. Tempted by the Fruit of Another. $24.99 on Squeeze. Also, we have, whoa, what a nice jacket. Those are usually like wickedly destroyed. No condition notes either. Yes Songs, $39.99 for Yes Songs. 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, and 1. All right, so the only one that didn't get a bid is White Knights. That's a buy now for $15. Staying Alive is sold to Christina for $15. Diesel gets ABBA for $15. And Bryan Adams gets, Mike Quadrini gets Bryan Adams for $15. And now we're ready for all new auctions. Here we go. First thing we have is this. I've got Alice Cooper. I've got Ozzy. I've also got Travis Tritt. And I've also got this right here. I have AC/DC. Did I already say AC/DC? I didn't. So let's do these right here. Here come the next auctions. The first is Alice Cooper in slot A. This is a mid-70s U.S. repress. It's a Winchester on that Burbank label, but it's very, very nice and shrink. And Alice Cooper is going to go up for a $25 start, okay? Very nice copy and shrink. I mean, near mint, near mint. 25 on Alice Cooper. Ozzy's actually a Japanese pressing. As y'all know, it's pretty pricey. Ozzy's an 81 Japanese. This is, let me take a look at it here. Patrick says, by Japanese standards, this would be closer to VG or VG Plus. It includes an OG inner sleeve, obviously no Obi. Let's go ahead and say Ozzy's a $75 start. Travis Tritt Country Club, this is EX, a $75 start. Finally, one that's open. These are always sealed, it seems like. Travis Tritt, 1990, never been reissued. $75 start on that. And AC/DC, Fly on the Wall. And this is EX Plus condition. Bob Lugwood Mastering, OG Gold Stamp Promo and Hop Sticker, $30 start on that. Okay? Next thing is this. We have Man. And Man is self-titled. $24.99 on Man. Warren Zevon, Stand in the Fire, live at the Roxy. $34.99. The Birds, Untitled. The Birds is $24.99. Taj Mahal, Happy Just to Be Like I Am. Taj Mahal's $19.99. Return to Forever, Romantic Warrior, $19.99. And Yes Classics, it does have the EP. And Yes Classics is $24.99. Okay? So we got Alice Cooper at 25. Ozzy's a VG Plus Japanese at 75. Travis Tritt has a bid for 75, and AC/DC's at 30. That's what we're looking at right now. I think we're down to about one crate of auctions, okay? Plus the bonus stuff, which is a lot of honestly sealed metal type stuff. So got all that over here as well. Which if we don't get to it tonight, that's okay. We're going to need a lot of stuff for tomorrow. Always a big Saturday night, right? Right. Dust Gray gets the yes for $20. Back to turntable, I've already sold one for $20. And Taj Mahal is sold to George Sheriff for $14. Thank you on that one, all right? Okay, now I'm just going to read these titles, and if anybody else wants a price on anything in here, just let me know. If not, I'm going to move right into the next crate is what I'm trying to say. If I can spit it out, I'm going to move right into the next crate. All right, first thing I have is this. I got Romantic Warrior. I have The Birds, Warren Zevon, Man, Yes Song, Squeeze, Boys Town Gang, David Liebman, Icantina, Levon Russell, James Taylor, Fogelberg, Artie Bluesboy White, Blois DeCole, Richard Nixon Superstar, David Lear Storm, Bill Graham, which is Michael Bloomfield, Taj Mahal, Nick Grave Knights, Jethro Tull, The Section, Dave Clark 5, Joe Tex, The Scorpions, Ted Nugent, Jerry Lee Lewis, Return to Forever, and Cheech and Chong with the rolling paper. With the rolling paper. A, B, C, and D are all closed. So AC/DC is sold to Husky for $25. Dang it, I just knocked off the yes light. This is sold for $25 to Husky. AC/DC is a $75 buy it now. Travis Tritt is sold to Brent Robley for $75. Thank you on that. That's sold to Brent for $75. And AC/DC is sold to 007 Platinum for $35. That is all sold. Next is Yes for $15. I will sell you Yes for $39.99, which is what it's stickered for. I don't think you realize how nice this is and how difficult it is to find it in this condition. It is like near mint all the way around with the booklet. $39.99 on that one. And then what Blois DeCole, it's called Career of Evil, The Metal Years. $34.99. It's a Holland import. Chick Corea for $8. Which one? I'm assuming you mean one of these two here. I'll sell you either one of these for $15. They're marked $19.99. 15 each on either one of those. 15 each on either one of those. Next auction is going to go up right for bid right now, A, B, C, and D. This is going to be first. We got Japanese, Japanese, Japanese. We took a little breather there on the Japanese, but guess what's happening? Guess what's happening? I've got 3 more coming at you right now, and we'll do a price reduction too. We'll put a price reduction too. The other yes is the other yes over here was $39.99, okay? We have George Thorogood Maverick. Let's go ahead and put this up. I bet this will sell it. Near mint with the insert, George Thorogood Maverick, Japanese pressing, $15 start. This is the history of Eric Clapton, a great compilation. Another Japanese pressing near mint, no Obi, $15 start. This is called Grand Prix Samurai. Grand Prix Samurai is an 83 Japanese OG. It's going to go up for a $25 start. And then Aha is an 86 Japanese pressing. It is going to go up for a $25 start. So there you have it. 15, 15, 25, and 25 on those. Those are now up for bid, okay? Those are now up for bid. The next comment over here was how much was the other yes by Dust Gray? $39.99. Very, very nice copy. Topographic offered $30. I will do $35 on this one. $35 on this one. Next is how much was Joe Tex? Joe Tex, how much was Leon Russell? Leon Russell's $29.99. Dennis Lynch. You're going to have to get a lot closer to 29 on that one. And then the Joe Tex that was in here, it's right in here somewhere. Yeah, Another Woman's Man. And that is sealed for $19.99. Sealed for $19.99. That's our current auctions. George Thorogood 15, Clapton 15, Samurai Grand Prix 25, and Aha has a bid. And Tim Voldness, y'all let me know on those. Okay. Back to the turntable says I'll take it for 35 if topographic passes. There you have it. All right. Anybody else? So quite a bit out of there. Tim Voldness gets Joe Tex for 17. Thank you. Already have 10 copies. So this is sold back to the turntable for 35. Now, Dennis offered 14 for Leon. I guess if you want my best price on it, I'll say $22, Dennis Lynch. And then over here, I have Dust Gray offer 24. We'll see if Dennis Lynch wants it. What did I just say? 22 or 24? 22? 24. 22, 24. Is the Taylor from last night still available? Taylor Swift is still available, yes. I reduced it to 255 for you. I said 22. I'll do 22 then. Dust Gray was going to offer it even more. So here's the order on this. Dennis Lynch, Brent, and Dust Gray. Y'all can have it for 22 in that order. Dennis, Brent, and Dust Gray. Either way, it's going to be sold because Dust Gray was going to do the 22 on it. Okay. Even the losers get lucky sometimes. Told me to make another offer. Well, I'm probably going to say pass, but you can try. I'm probably going to say pass, but you can try. Becky, you almost bid. Make sure you don't put that asterisk over there. Dennis Lynch said he'll do it for 22. All right. I could have got 24. I spoke too quickly, trying to get a sale going, trying to move some stuff. That's what we do on Fridays and Saturday nights. I go fast on some of this stuff. Everybody's like, holy cow, he's going fast. I'm like, you bet your dollar to a donut I am. You bet your dollar to a donut I'm going fast. Let's bring over another crate. Does your wife know how great of a deal she's already getting at $255? $225, you don't have to ship it, list to get feed. The thing is, if I sold it, I would get $300 for it, okay, plus then fees. $255 is the feeless price, which is 15% off of $300. Let's go ahead and sell A, B, C, and D. George Thorogood is sold for $15. Clapton is sold for $15. Grand Prix did not get a bid, $25. Chris Riddings is offered $20. And Aha is sold for $25. Okay? All right, there's that. So first thing is Chris Riddings gets Grand Prix for $20. Ralph Venturino was second. All right, let's go back up the top and see what happened. Next is A, B, C, and D are all open. And here we go. Never went long, listen to live. So Craig Thomas said, never listen to your wife. And Larry Gonzalez said, I never went wrong listening to my wife. Honestly, I don't know what I've done with Taylor. It was on the crate that I moved earlier today. What happened to it? I think it's right here. So Taylor is a $300 record online all day, easily. I mean, if you want to go on there right now. So let me explain this. I challenge you to find one sealed for less than $255. Blue vinyl, the U.S. press of In the Weeds. Folklore in the Weeds. I'm in no hurry to start giving away Taylor Swift records. I'm in no hurry at all. I held on to those record store day singles for 2 years, and I ended up getting, on average, about $640 a piece for them. It took a long time, but I finally got top dollar and then some for all of them. We have Herbie Hancock, Man-Child. Herbie Hancock is a 1975 USOG Terre Haute, $15 start. I guess if you want to make your wife really happy, you can buy this one right here. I mean, don't you want to make your wife really happy and buy the Taylor Swift ACM promo? Don't you really want to buy that one? for what is it, 2,000? I've got it right over here. Jerry Lee Lewis, When Two Worlds Collide, $9.99 on that one. And Pink Floyd, Piper at the Gates of Dawn. This is a UK copy, uncensored, $54.99. Pink Floyd, a nice pair, $54.99. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. We've already had one of these tonight. Here's another one. This is an 86 Japanese pressing, near mint. This is Japanese, and this is Ultimate Aussie. Very nice, a $75 start. That's the third we've sold in the last 24 hours. $75 start on Aussie. Our next auction is Faster Pussycat's Greatest Hits. First time on vinyl, purple vinyl, and this is a $25 start. Faster Pussycat, $25 start. That's now up for bid. And our next auction is over here, and this is Devo. Oh no, it's Devo. It's an 82 OG with the original sleeve. That is also a $25 start, gold stamp promo. I mean, y'all got to think the most expensive item we ever sold here was the autographed Taylor Swift guitar. Don't forget about that. That sold for $10,000 here. That sold for $10,000. That is the record holder for the most expensive item sold here at a Collectco live auction. 10 G's. 10 G's. 10 G's. 10 G's. Herbie Hancock, $15 start. Aussie 75, Faster Pussycat 25, and Devo 25. Those are now up for bid. Jerry Lee Lewis is sold to Doug Wants for $6. Margaret Earhart offered $50 for Pink Floyd. That's sold. Next over here is Black Sabbath Paranoid, a 1971 Terre Haute, no condition notes. Wow. Beautiful. $99.99. That is a nice copy. Price probably pretty accurate for the grade. Grand Funk self-titled, the Red Album, $26.99 for Grand Funk. The famous Tommy Jackson Urshman Bracey Session, 1928, $26.99. $26.99 on this one. $26.99 on that one. Also, we have Crack the Sky, Safety in Numbers. Crack the Sky is $19.99. And we have Stone the Crows Continuous Performance. Stone the Crows is $19.99. Also, we have Nazareth Hot Track. Nazareth is like a greatest hits. It has the original on her sleeve, $29.99. $29.99 on that one. Over here, we got 16, no bid, 25, and no bid. Final call on Aussie for 75. Final call on Devo for 25. Next thing over here is this, Savoy Brown, Kings of Boogie. Savoy Brown is $19.99. Bruce Springsteen, Baby We Were Born to Run. Bruce Springsteen, $14.99. That is Born to Run, $14.99 on Springsteen. We have the Beatles, Hey Jude, a Los Angeles press, $44.99 for the Beatles, Hey Jude, $44.99. Stephen Douglas on Savoy Brown. That is sold to Stephen Douglas. Corey Ross on Nazareth for $24. That's sold to Corey Ross. And Zephyr, a 2014 press on green vinyl. Zephyr is a 2014 press on green vinyl, $34. This is a 71 Black Sabbath OG, $99.99. The vinyl is in unbelievable, beautiful condition. What's the info on Aussie? 86 Japanese pressing of Ultimate Live Aussie, near mint minus with the insert. Near mint minus and the insert. That is $75. Over here we have Dennis DeYoung Desert Moon, $14.99 for Dennis DeYoung. And Shut Up and Play Your Guitar. Frank Zappa is $79.99. Hey Jude is sold to George Sheriff for $36. This is sold to George Sheriff for $36. Next thing in here is the Concert for Bangladesh. And this is $59.99, $240, and it stays in Middle Tennessee. I will take $250 for the rare, highly desirable, very sought after, the ultimate superstar, the world's most popular person, a rare, highly desirable, extremely important pressing of Taylor Swift Folklore on blue vinyl, sealed for $250. This is edition number 2, and I will do it for $250. That is now coming down $50 from the original starting bid. It was supposed to start at $300 and go up. Keep in mind, I think some of these sealed have sold for $300, $400, $500, $600. Those are real, actual numbers. It can be yours right now for $250. It's sealed blue vinyl. There's your chance. Next thing in here is this. We have the Beatles Help, a 76 orange capital label, $36.99. Don't forget, that was supposed to start at $300 and go up. Now it's at $250. We have Stranger, and Stranger is $19.99. And Donny Hathaway, Extensions of a Man, a 73 Monarch, $44.99. A is sold and C is sold. So Herbie Hancock is sold to Matt Bushy for $17. Faster Pussycat Greatest Hits is sold for $25 to Stephen Freyu. Devo did not get a bid. It's a $25 buy it now. Devo did not get a bid. It's a $25 buy it now. And this is a buy now for $25. Taylor Swift is sold to Bart Knoxville, a.k.a. Dale Sanders. That is sold for $250. Thank you. You got the best price on earth right now. That's why people come here. They end up getting best prices on earth. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and that is going to be this right here. This is Jerry Lee Lewis live in Hamburg. This is a highly regarded concert live at Hamburg Star Club. It has a pop-up gatefold, a 2010 German, $25 on this. Jerry Lee Lewis, look at the cover. Hold on, we got to do this from the top cam so y'all can see it. Look at this Jerry Lee Lewis. Wow, look at that. Very cool pop-up jacket. Jerry Lee Lewis is going to go up in slot A for a $25 start. $25 start. That's now up for bid. Also, Joe Cocker, luxury you can afford. $19.99. The Clash, Rock the Casbah. This is $29.99, the 12-inch single. You hardballed me. Well, it's Taylor Swift. You know, anything else, it's just like gone, sold, gone, sold. When you say the words Taylor Swift right now on rare vinyl in the year 2026, you might as well be speaking of gold, okay? You might as well be saying, well, this is a gold bar. Here's the market. It's kind of like, this is it. Everybody else is paying this. It's like having a stock, okay? It's like, that's it. I just seen where a sealed orange vinyl Reputation somebody had graded and slabbed. Didn't that just go through Golden at like $7,800 or something? Whew. So some of those, the very limited edition, the numbered stuff that they're, you know, it's not like a standard album. They're just going to keep repressing. What I've seen is that stuff keep going up and up and up and up is what I've noticed. And I don't know, maybe I'm here selling vinyl every night. Pretty updated on prices. We have this. We have Dokken, a 2020. This is Dokken Breaking the Chains. This is a Friday Music gold vinyl, a $25 start. $25 start on that. Next is Details on Stranger album. Stranger is self-titled, no condition notes, $19.99. We have Black Sabbath sold for $85. This is sold for $85, and that is sold to John Kaiser. Okay, they're still bidding on Ozzy. Jerry Lee Lewis, $25 start. Sealed Dawkins at $25. Our next auction is Michael Jackson Scream, and this is a 1995 US. 1995 US OG 2 12-inch promo singles. And this is Michael Jackson Scream. And this is going to go up for a $40 start in D. $40 start on D. All right, sorry on that. Next is Devo is sold to Tim Voldness for $20. Thank you, that's sold for $20. Also, Ted Nugent, Double Live Gonzo, edited version for airplay only. 4 tracks and 2 tracks, a 78 white label promo, $34.99. The Clash is the 12-inch OG single of Rock the Casbah, $29.99 on that. Also, we have Ronnie Millsap. Folks, there he is. Heart and Soul sealed Ronnie Millsap, $14.99 on that one. And Gary Lewis, listen, Gary Lewis is sealed, $14. Sorry, yes, Bangladesh, $59.99. 3 LP and book, $59.99 on that. A and B is closed. Jerry Lewis, amazing show. One of his best live performances you can get recorded on vinyl here. $25 on that. 007 Platinum got the Aussie at 100 smackers. This has that huge opened up gatefold jacket. Really cool on that. Let's go ahead and tag this to 007 Platinum for 100. Let's put that away right there. Thank you on that one. And then Michael Jackson's a no bid. Let's go ahead and make that a buy it now for $40, okay? Buy it now for Michael Jackson Scream, $40 on that. That's going in here. Millsap is sold for $10 to Mike Conway. We got the Clash over here sold to Aaron Andrews for $25. Kate plus 8 lady, and then Jerry Lee Lewis is sold to Christina Curtis for $25, okay? And now my crate over here is really, really, really full. So let me swap these out. And there's that. Even the losers get lucky sometimes. All right. And let's go over here. So there's that for $35. That's a Sealed Friday Music remaster on Gold Vinyl. Dust Gray gets Bangladesh for $55. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Next thing we have is Rat. This is Invasion of Your Privacy. A 2015 U.S. limited edition 200 gram limited edition colored vinyl. This is on white vinyl, a $95 start. That's a 2015 U.S. limited edition 200 gram, $95 start on Rat. That's now up for bid. I also have going up for bid Black Sabbath Reunion. And Black Sabbath Reunion is the 2 LP. This is the official press, by the way. And this is the official press. And this one is black vinyl, 2 LP, triple LP, $35 start on Black Sabbath Reunion. Hoopy has docking for $35, going once, going twice. And then this is AC/DC Stiff Upper Lip Tour, Denver, Colorado. This is a AC/DC. This is an unofficial yellow vinyl. I don't think I've had this show before. Denver, Colorado, yellow vinyl, a $55 start. $55 start. All right. MJ, the tag on MJ was a 1995 USOG 212-inch promo EX minus, and that was $40 on MJ Scream. I meant to put that up when everybody else was here trying to buy all the Michael Jackson stuff. I kind of messed up. That's okay. There's that across the board. Next thing is Carl Reiner Mel Brooks, the Canes Film Festival, 1963, 1999. Jimmy Smith plays Fats Waller, a 1977 press on Blue Note, the Blue Note Liberty label. Van Gelder and the Dead Wax, $34.99. So AC/DC Stiff Upper Lip should be around 2000. This is 2004. No, this is when it was released. The concert was April 11th, 2001. Yeah, April 11th, 2001 on that one. MJ is sold to Travis Woods for $35. Thank you on that one. We have Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, $9.99 on that one. And Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs, the Foggy Mountain Boys, Blue Ridge Cabin Home, $14.99. And Rush, a 1974 Terre Haute. Wow, OG Rush does have a paper pull, but that's debut OG, $79.99. Dawkins is sold for $35 to Hoopy. Quick update, Rat right now is at $95. Black Sabbath is at $35. AC/DC, a $55 start on that one. And then we got Motley Crue, Better the Devil You Know. And Motley Crue is a 2 LP unofficial. This is live in Sheffield, UK. It's a 2 LP red vinyl with insert. Motley Crue, a $40 start. And then finishing up this crate is The Doors, Alive She Cried. The Doors is $29.99. The Best of King Curtis, $19.99 on King Curtis. Nice. Black Sabbath, a 78. This is going to be the Winchester press on this white label. Beautiful, though. Black Sabbath, $49.99. And Jerry Lee Lewis, Would You Take Another Chance on Me? Would you take a chance on Jerry Lee? $9.99. I'm going to run and grab a bottle of water. If there's no new bids, I'm going to either close these or, you know, whatever. Water is desperately needed. Even the losers get lucky sometimes. Hey, they've closed Highway 231. I'm locked in over here. Wow, they have. They're over here working on the railroad. I don't know if there's any traffic. Yeah, I can't go that way anymore. I'm getting a big detour in front of my store. Even the losers get lucky sometimes. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Yeah, I'm free. Free falling. All right, A and B are closed. AC/DC's a no bid. And final call on Motley Crue for 40. Sorry, I had to go run and get a snack and a bottle of water. I did not eat before the sale. I'm going healthy on y'all. I've got that, which is trash. And honestly, yuck. I don't know if I want that either. That's old. Those are both old. Hold on 1 second. Still time out. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Dark metal. We're probably going to go through some miscellaneous. We're about to do some half off while we do some finish up the auctions. That was out of date. I grabbed the wrong one. 1 second. What's going on in here? I guess I ate both of those and I didn't realize it. Need to get that out. I can stay in. What is this? This is trash. It's trash. I'm gonna go ahead and throw that one. And that one. And that. All right. Sorry. Complicated business. Sorry. Do I still have anybody here watching? Chad King at $95. Sorry, I was gone for a long time. Black Sabbath was already closed. Sorry, I closed it before I walked back up there a second time. That was our so to Corey. Christina, that turned dark red. Golly, she had that for almost 5 minutes, $40. So I was gone for about 5 minutes. That's not too bad. And I'm going to take Mike Quadrini's offer on ACDC for 45. That wasn't too bad, okay? I was gone for 5 minutes. I literally just cleaned out a refrigerator, okay? It makes me so angry. Most of it's my stuff, but somehow it gets put in there and I don't intend for it to. I don't know how that happens. So, anyways, all right, we sold that. And then, here we go. So here's the lineup for the rest of the night. Over here, this is the last crate of new vintage stuff. I'm about to put up 4 new auctions. We have literally about a crate left of auctions, plus bonus stuff, which Rat just came from the bonus stuff. I've got other items similar to that, including Black Sabbath and Ozzy. We're going to go through probably the new vinyl that came in for tonight. Not right now, but here soon, just in case you missed that because it was early tonight. We're going to do some half off. We're going to do some miscellaneous. And that's it. Also, there's a really good chance the show tomorrow might not start again until like 6 or 6:30. I've got to go to a function, and then I'll be here to start the show, okay? So just FYI on that. Of course, I'll post the exact starting time. And whatever time I post, you can expect me to be late. Just FYI. All right, next auction. This is actually unopened. These are not cheap whatsoever. This is the Rolling Stones and Muddy Waters at the Checkerboard Lounge. Really cool. The Rolling Stones actually went to the Checkerboard Lounge to watch Muddy Waters play live. They kind of were like VIP. They had a table reserved. And he actually called them up on stage, and they ended up jamming with them. And it was all recorded. It's on video and vinyl, or it's on video and audio. And this is on vinyl, red and white, $25 start. Really cool. $25 start on Rolling Stones Muddy Waters. Next is this AC/DC Flick of the Switch. It's an 83 OG specialty pressing. The vinyl's VG plus. The cover is like VG minus. It does have some stains. $15 start on that. $15 start on AC/DC. Next is Led Zeppelin. The Song Remains the Same. And this is actually a Japanese pressing. EX++. The Song Remains the Same. A $25 start. Japanese pressing. No condition notes on the vinyl. And then we have this right here. Guy Clark, Better Days. Guy Clark is an 83 USOG Winchester press. EX Plus condition. Original inner sleeve. Guy Clark, a $40 start. Here's what's left in this crate. If you need a price, let me know. Not, we're about to get into some discount stuff. We got Jerry Lee Lewis, Black Sabbath, The Best of King Curtis, The Doors, Rush, Lesser Flat Earl Scruggs, Bruce Springsteen, Jimmy Smith. Somebody asked the price on this. Jimmy Smith, Jetstream, no condition notes, $34.99. No condition notes, $34.99. Carl Renner, Mel Brooks, Gary Lewis Listen, Ted Nugent, Stranger, Joe Cocker, Donny Hathaway, The Beatles, Frank Zappa, Dennis DeYoung, Zephyr, Bruce Springsteen, Stone the Crows, Crack the Sky, Tommy Johnson, Ishman Bracey, and Grand Funk, the Red Album. Quick update on the auctions. Muddy Waters, $25. AC/DC, no bid, $15 start. Led Zeppelin, no bid, $25 start. Guy Clark, no bid, $40 start. That's where we're at on all those right there. Stranger is $19.99. Stranger is $19.99, okay? If I take some exaggerated breaks on the mic over here, don't worry, my mic has not went out. It's just I'm muting so you don't have to hear me crunch down on some crackers, okay? Jimmy Smith is sold a Jetstream for $28. Stephen Douglas gets Stranger for $15. All right? And if anybody wants anything else in there, don't hesitate to ask. They're going right here behind me. All right? Awesome. John's 5 crates are now condensed into about 2.5. That's great. One other thing that came in new tonight, which I didn't get to because I knew it would be kind of distracting, was we did get a big restock of all the guitar picks. So I'm going to start trying to show those, kind of just mix them in like I have been, so it's not like completely taken away from the show, okay? I don't want to be too distracting, so we can get into these half-off crates, okay? Got to get into these half-off crates. These half-off crates could make or break us tonight, okay? I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Man, sorry, I unmuted my mic. Golly. Okay, if I am chewing, y'all might just have to hear me. I will forget every time to unmute my mic. This is a half-off crate. No more, no less, okay? A half-off crate, no more, no less. If I don't say anything about the grade, then I'm sorry. You might just have to hear me chew next time I eat a cracker, okay? Otherwise, you're going to be out of luck. And then let me tell those bids again. Stones Muddy Waters, 27. Zeppelin, 25. The other two is about to be buy it nows. These are half off, no more, no less, okay? Half off, no more, no less. Here we go. We got Invitation Shack Attack, $5. Like I said, I'm going to tell you the price. It's no more, no less. Invitation Shack Attack, $5. Sonoma, S-O-N-O-M-A, $10 on that one. No more, no less. We have Quarter Flash for $7.50. McKendree Spring, Get Me to the Country. McKendree Spring is $7.50. Red Hot Max, Lonesome Rocker, $10 on Red Hot Max. And Dollar Brand African Piano, a 73 German, $15 on that. B, C, and D are closed. AC/DC's a no bid, a $15 buy it now. Led Zeppelin and sold to TSO Houston for $25. And Guy Clark is a $40 buy it now. Guy Clark is a $40 to buy it now. That's called Better Days. $40 on that, okay? Next thing over here is this, a new bid on the Muddy Waters Rolling Stones. Doug wants on Red Hot Max, thank you. Matt Bushy offered $32 for Guy Clark, and Ray Red want Dollar Brand. So Ray Red got Dollar Brand for $15. Matt Bushy got Guy Clark for $32. Now time for 3 new auctions. And those next 3 auctions are this, Bear McCreary, the meters, and we got this right here. We got Atreyu. Let's run all 3 of these, okay? I have Bear McCreary, a 2022 U.S. military camo vinyl sealed. This is called Say We All, Battlestar Galactica Live. $75 start. Here is the meters, a 1970 USOG VG minus on the Josie label. The meters is a $65 start. And Atreyu, Congregation of the Damned, gold vinyl, near mint, music on vinyl numbered, $25 start, okay? Those are now all open for bidding. David Casares offered $10 for AC/DC, sold. Next is Graham Nash, Earth and Sky, $5 on Graham Nash. The Zantes, out for kicks. The Zantes is $12.50. Gloria Gaynor, I Will Survive, $5 on Gloria Gaynor. And Baja Mariba Band is $5. Atreyu is a $25 start. $25 start. There's that, there's that, there's that. Also, we have Chuck Berry Rocket. Chuck Berry is $13.50. Milt Jackson, Ray Brown, Cedar Walton, Mickey Roker, Quartet. It don't mean a thing if you can't tap your foot to it. That is sealed for $12.50. How much is Gloria Gaynor condition? There is no condition notes on Gloria Gaynor. It is $5. If you don't want it, Lonnie Jolly does. We have denim. That's $7.50. Muddy Waters is sold at Dust Grave for $28. Bear McCreary, no bid, $75. The Meters, no bid on that one either. And now Atreyu has one bid for $25. We have over here Lonnie Jolly on Gloria Gaynor. That's sold to Lonnie Jolly. It's sold to Mega Blast. Mega Blast got it. Lonnie, you were second. Seals and Croft, Sudan Village, $5 on that. And Yusef Lateef, Angel Eyes, with William Alston, Frank Grant, that is now $10 on that one, okay? New auction needs to go up for A then. And that next auction is going to be this right here. This is Beck Hyperspace Picture Disc, a 2021 US EX Plus condition. There's the original plastic with the Obi. And Beck is going to go up in slot A for a $15 start, okay? $15 start on slot A. Next thing is Steve Kuhn, nonfiction. Steve Kuhn is $7.50. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Also, we have Henry Gross release. Henry Gross is $5. And we have Burton Cummings, My Own Way to Rock. Burton Cummings is $5. This is a no more, no less crate. So Beck 15, no bid. Bear McCreary is no bid. Meters, no bid. And Atreyu is at 28 with X-Wing. 28 on that one with X-Wing. Charlie, Good Morning America. Charlie is $10. And we have the Dale's Musical Menu, $10 on that one. So Colin, if you do want this, say sold, or if you're passing, that's okay too. That's $10 on that. Also, Double Gold Neil Diamond. Double Gold Neil Diamond. That's a great Bang 2 LP compilation. $10 on Neil Diamond. And Denny Lane Holidays. Denny Lane is $10 on that one. Whoops, I'm on the wrong camera again. Dang it. Man, I do that all the time. I got to stop muting my mic and I got to stop changing my camera view. Let's go back a few. So we got Burton Cummings, My Own Way to Rock, $5. Charlie is $10. That's Good Morning America. The Dale's Musical Menu, $10 on that. Yusef Lateef, Angel Eyes is still available then, $10. Neil Diamond Double Gold was $10. Denny Lane Holidays was $10. And we have Silly Sister, Maddie Pryor, and June Tabor, $10 on that one, okay? Jeremy, you keep bidding in the wrong slot. The Atreyu is in D. Atreyu is in D, okay? And then let's make Beck, Bear McCreary, and the Meters buy it nows. Beck is a $15 buy it now. This is a 2021 picture disc, the full album. Beck is $15. Let's put that right there. We have Bear McCreary, which was sealed McCreary. That's hard for me to say. 75 on that. And I think Colin just sniped the Meters. He did. And that's sold to Colin for $65. We also have a sealed one over here. We've got a sealed one over here if anybody's interested for $350. $350 on that one, okay? All right, now that's done. Now we're back to the normal camera view. And Silly Sisters is sold to Matt Bushy. And Atreyu is at $30. So let's put up 3 new auctions. I'm going to pause right there on the half-off stuff. And the first thing I have is the Eagles. And the Eagles is a 1992. This is unusual. A Spain pressing. A Spain pressing on the Eagles. VG Plus condition. A $15 start. That's their self-titled debut. $15 start on the Eagles. Next thing over here is George Harrison's All Things Must Pass. A 1970 OG Jacksonville. And this is a mixed pressing. I've seen these before. It's weird. They have like different pressings on the disc. It has the original on her sleeves. It's VG, and George Harrison's just a $25 start. My Sweet Lord. And then next in C is a vintage Genesis bootleg. And this is Genesis. It's a 1980 US unofficial EX condition, a $30 start on Genesis. It's called Revelatory 8078. All right, and then over here we have this, we have that, and now we're good to go. Back to the half-off crate. Seals and Crofts, Summer Breeze, makes me feel fine. $5 on Seals and Croft. Also, we have the Butterfield Blues Band. Sometimes I just feel like smiling. $15 on Butterfield Blues Band. Ring-a-ding, Frank Sinatra. $7.50 on Frank Sinatra. And Cool and the Gang, In the Heart. Cool and the Gang, $7.50. Artie Kaplan, Down by the Old Stream. Artie Kaplan is $10. Gasoline. Gasoline is $10. And we have the Four Seasons, Who Loves You. The Four Seasons is $5. Stephen Douglas on Sinatra. That's sold to Stephen Douglas. And we have a Man Must Carry On, Jerry Jeff, VG plus 9. So 18 on the Eagles, 25 on George Harrison, Genesis no bid 30, and Atreyu is at 35 of Jeremy Lucky, and that's going once, and folks, now it's going twice. Next is August, Eric Clapton, VG plus $9. Herb Lance, The Comeback, VG plus $7.50 on Herb Lance, and the Beatles, 62 to 66. That is now $24. That's a weird price. $47.99. So $24. It's an OG Apple press. Chris Collins wanted Seals and Croft, and he wanted Henry Gross from earlier. I did not pull that. Or did I? I didn't. That's so to Chris Collins, Seals and Croft, and Henry Gross. Rubber Soul, a monocopy, a Los Angeles press. VG $12.50 on Rubber Soul, Los Angeles press. And Crow by Crow. And Crow is a promo, and that's a white label, VG plus $7.50. Rubber Soul sold to Chris Reddings. We have Mountain, Flowers of Evil, VG plus $7.50. And the Roy Orbison Way, VG $6.50 on Roy Orbison. Right, A and C are closed. The Eagles is sold to Husky for $18. Genesis is a no bid for $30. Genesis is a no bid for $30. Nick Bargeron did bid 26 on George Harrison, and Atreyu's about to sell for 35. Roxy Music, excuse the nudity on that one, VG $6.50. And now we have new auctions going up for A and C. First is John Karabi, and this is a 2022 USOG Deluxe limited to 300 on Go Vinyl. John Karabi is going to go up for a $35 start. That is now up for bid. And then in C is going to be AC/DC's The Razor's Edge, and this is the 2003 press, and this has got You've Been Thunderstruck, $20 on AC/DC. That's now up for bid. Also, Jeremy Lucky just got Atreyu, and Atreyu was sold to Jeremy Lucky for $35. We have Doug Wantz on Roy Orbison sold, Mr. MFTF on Roxy Music sold, and Todd Rundgren, A Wizard, a True Star, VG plus 5. And Frank Zappa's Lumpy Gravy is VG plus 14. Let's go ahead and put up another auction for D over here. And right back to the Japanese. This is Billy Joel and Innocent Man. And Billy Joel was a Japanese pressing. It is near mint with the Obi, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. Billy Joel and Innocent Man, near mint minus with the Obi. $35 start on Billy Joel. There is the disc. There's the insert, which, as you can see, has some discoloration on it. Has some of those foxing marks, as we call them. And it is in shrink with Obi. 35 on that one. Next is Preston on Zappa, and then Colin Butler. All right, Stephen, you put a dot there before your exclamation mark, so it did not read your bid on AC/DC. Now Bert has it for 22. So we're at 35, 27, 22, and Billy Joel is a $35 start. The vinyl on that one, though, is beautiful. All right, that was a great half-off crate. I've got like 2 more lined up here to do, but let's go ahead and knock these out quickly, okay? Let's read through these one more time, and I've got another one coming up. Oh, I wish I could pop my knee. Oh, I might have to sit down to do it. It's got a catch in it. Oh, my gosh. You know, standing up for 8 hours at a time is... luckily, I got a mat here. I got a very nice anti-fatigue mat the Vladarchek sent me. A very nice one. Whew. A lot of wear and tear on my knees, though. Holy crap. Oh, my gosh. I refused to sit down. So I was like, Chad, get a bar stool, man. I was like, no, if I sit down, this show would go down the toilet. Speaking of, I need to get on the scale and check my weight. Nice. I've lost 3 pounds this week. Nice. It's not even Sunday. I weigh in on Sundays. That's my official weigh-in, but I needed to check that. Here we go. All VG condition. VG condition all the way around. All right, here's what's left in here. Shack Attack invitations, $5. We have Sonoma. Sonoma is $10. We have Quarter Flash for $7.50. McKendree Spring, Get Me to the Country, $7.50. Graham Nash, Earth and Sky, $5 on Graham Nash, and the Xantes is $12.50. I should have lost 3 pounds, but the only thing I've had is crackers, cheese, and soup. I know one thing. I have a lot more energy after losing 45 pounds since February. I'm not as exhausted anymore, just so you know. So, heads up, Baja Mariba band, $5 on that. Baja Mariba band, $5. Next thing over here is this Chris Messer on Crow. Chris Messer on Crow. That is sold to Chris Messer. And then next thing is Chuck Berry Rocket, $13.50. Chuck Berry and Milt Jackson Ray Brown Quartet. That is sealed for $12.50, and denim is $7.50. All right, no other bids were placed on A and B. Those are sold. John Karabi goes to Nick Bargeron for $35. Doug Wants gets All Things Must Pass for $27. Razor's Edge is at $30, and Billy Joe over here is a buy it now for $35. Billy Joe for $35. That is true. I did have some Chipotle this week, but that's a straight protein. Chipotle burrito? That's a straight protein, man. Come on. That's great for you. Where's my box of sleeves at? This isn't good. I got new Japanese. I need a sleeve over here. Over here. Lost 45 pounds since February. Yeah. So the last Sunday, I had lost 42. So 3 more pounds this week, 45 pounds. Yeah. February 1st, I was February 1st, I was 306. 306 on February 1st. This Sunday, I was 266, and I just weighed in at 263. So I've lost another 3 pounds this week. I've lost 45 pounds since February 1st. Okay. We have Billy Joel, and that is a buy now for $35. Let's put that right there. So let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Next thing over here. Nope, I drink 2 or 3 Monsters a day. Chris Messer on Crow. Chris Messer on Crow. I pulled that, right? I did. Okay, and then over here, do you still have the Grand Funk Red? I do. That was in the last crate. Next thing over here is this. And then I'm going to go over here. So next thing is Seals and Crofts, Sudan Village. That was $5. Also, Steve Kuhn, nonfiction. Steve Kuhn is $7.50. Burton Cummins, My Own Way to Rock. That was $5. And Charlie, Good Morning America. Charlie is $10. And then we have the Dale's Musical Menu. That is $10 on that. And we have Yusef Lateef, Angel Eyes, $10. Let's put up 3 new auctions, okay? 3 new auctions right now, ACDC. For me, a lot of it is, man, I mean, y'all know the way I used to like just, sweets are the death of me. They always have been. So my sophomore year in college, I lost 100 pounds. I think I got up to like 340 when I was a sophomore in college. That junior, sophomore year, I lost 100 pounds. And I guess just in the last several years, I'd gained a lot back just because of my lifestyle here. I mean, y'all see the way I live. It's just late nights, 18-hour days, fast food. And so I've started like going to Publix, buying better foods, no pies. And, you know, I'd eat what, 3 or 4 Little Debbies? 3 or 4 Little Debbies during a sale. I mean, if you just cut all that out, I hadn't really been going to the gym. I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you just kind of just don't eat as much, it's painful. I mean, I love to eat. Y'all know my mom is like a professional cook. So it's like it's a mental thing. You just got to tell yourself like, no, don't eat that entire plate of food. It's like, it's tough though. It's like, golly. I have like, Subway cookies. What was that one night? I ate like 6 or 8 Subway cookies in one night. I had the night befores where they sent me a double order, then my next 4. I mean, I was averaging 4, 6 Subway cookies a night here. Plus, afterwards, I go to Whataburger, Taco Bell, Waffle House. That's just killing me. And I was like, okay, you know, I don't want to die here in about 10 years of a heart attack. So, ACD, because it runs in my family, okay? And heart attacks, my father died of a heart attack. My uncles died of a heart attack. Both of my first cousins have had heart attacks. My grandfather died of a heart attack. His brother died of a heart attack. Whew, it's kind of scary. I'm like, okay, all right. Okay, I can take challenges. I'm good at challenging myself. We have AC/DC. This is a 1976 OG copy of High Voltage. VG Plus condition. $25 start. $25 start on AC/DC. $25 start on that. $25 start on High Voltage. Moss Generator Electric Mountain Majesty. A 2014 OG Stoner Rock, and this is sealed for a $30 start. Craig Thomas just had a heart attack. Sorry I had to bring that up. But yeah, it's really bad in my family. I mean, like every male on my dad's side of the family has, that's literally been the death of them. Father, uncle, two cousins have already had one. They're about 20 years older than me. Yeah, they're about 20 years older than me. And then grandfather, and then my great, I guess would be my great uncle. Yeah, that's it. So I'm doomed. So I gotta be real careful. Okay, I gotta be really careful. Rolling Stones Tattoo You. Rolling Stones Tattoo You. This is in Shrink and Hype. It's an 81 OG Bob Lugwood mastering. $15 start on that. $15 start on that. And I'll go through the no bids in 1 second. Neil Diamond Double Gold is $10. We have Denny Lane for $10. Also, we have the Butterfield Blues Band for $15. This is the final call on these half-off records. Cool and the Gang, $7.50. Artie Kaplan was $10. We have Gasoline for $10. Also, the Four Seasons for $5. Jerry Jeff was VG plus $9. We have August, Eric Clapton, VG plus $9. Herb Lance was VG plus $7.50. The Beatles was EX $24. Mountain was VG plus $7.50. And we have Todd Rundgren, VG plus $5. All right, so during all that, let me make sure I didn't miss any claims. During all that, let me make sure I didn't miss any claims. And we sold that. We sold Crow. Over here is this. It's amazing how much my shirts are feeling better. Oh man, my 3X shirt started getting tight, and that's when I knew I had a problem. I used to wear a lot of extra large, and then I went up to 2XL, and then when my 3XL shirts started getting tight, I knew I had a problem. I was like, uh-oh. Now my 3X shirts look like I'm wearing a bed sheet. It's pretty wild. And now I'm back into my 2X stuff. I'm wearing my Metallica stuff that I ordered 2 years ago that was 2X, and 3 years ago that I've never been able to wear. I'm going to go through the no bids in just a second. Yes, Led Zeppelin's still over there. And Jerry Jeff was asked by GJ or JG. And then over here we have, this is sold to JG. And Brian Call got Mountain. Brian Call got Mountain. And that's sold to Brian Call for $7.50. Okay. And then we're caught up. Okay. So first thing I have is, here's the updates. AC/DC's at 25. Moss Generator is sealed. And the Stones was an 81 OG specialty press with the original on her sleeve, EX Plus, VG Plus EX, and it's at $25. And William is back in on AC/DC. We need a fourth auction. Let's try to bundle this crate, okay? Man, there's some good titles in here. Let's not forget about our bundles. And then we're going to go through the no bids and then right into another half off. And I'm taking offers on no bids. We almost got a half of a crate over here full. But first, this is an interesting deal here. This is the Runaways. One side's a picture disc and one side's vinyl. Yeah, they can actually do that. One side a picture disc and one side vinyl. An 81 US, the Runaways is a $20 start. $20 start. So here's the bundle deal on these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. First of all, price on Charlie. Charlie was $10. Chris Collins, half off price. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 26 here. And let's sell everything in here for $100 flat. Let's go ahead and sell Chris Collins Charlie for $10. 26 records, $100. $100, 26 records, okay? And yes, Grand Funk Red Album from the last crate. Grand Funk Red Album from the last crate was marked $26.99. That was in a buy it now or best offer crate. That's green, Chad. Green Capel label. Grand Funk is $26.99. $26.99. All right. Okay. What is Moss Generator? Moss Generator, Electric Mountain Majesty, sealed for $30. Where are my bundle people? $100, everything left in here. Todd Rundgren, Beatles, Herb Lance, Clapton, Four Seasons, Gasoline, Arctic Cap and Cool in the Game, Butterfield Blues, Denny Lane, Neil Diamond, Yusef Lateef, The Dales, Burton Cummins, Steve Coon, Seals and Croft, Denham, Milt Jackson, Ray Brown, Chuck Berry, Baja Mariba Band, The Zantes, Graham Nash, McKendree Spring, Quarter Flash, Sonoma, and Shack Attack. Those are all $100. I got to change out crates though. If you change your mind, you decide you want the bundle. I hope you do. I hope you do change your mind. There's 226 people watching. Surely one person needs that bundle. Surely. 226 people watching. Surely one person needs that bundle. All right. Let's slide this over. Here's tonight's no bids. These are buy it now or best offer. These are tonight's no bids, buy it now, best offer. First thing we have is Rush, and this is the albums. Vapor Trails, Feedback, Snakes and Nails, Clockwork Angels. That is sealed. That is sealed for $150. Sealed for $150. The Rolling Stones, yes, CP Dean, it is. You have it for $33 and you're about to get it. It's an 81 USOG specialty press, OG with Bob Lugwin mastering, VG++ EX. All right. Rush, $150 sealed or best offer. Van Halen, live without a net, 2 LP colored vinyl unofficial, $125 on Van Halen. Poison, Swallow This Live. This is a 2 LP unofficial. Are we sure this is an unofficial? This might be a sealed club. Man, I don't know about this being an unofficial. It don't really have a bootleg type jacket. You know, this was really only released in the club. See, manufactured by Columbia House. I mean, it could be, but I don't know about that. I mean, the shrink. You can tell it's got like a little bit of wear down here on it. So, $125 on that. We have Enter the Wu-Tang, $230. A 93 USOG SRC press. EX, $230 on Wu-Tang. Led Zeppelin, Yellow Vinyl, unofficial, $125. Van Halen 3. Van Halen 3 on red vinyl is $95. That's an unofficial. The Rolling Stones High Tide and Green Grass. The Rolling Stones is $35. John Kaiser on Poison, $125. Yeah. I think this is a sealed original club copy. $125. I think that one was mistagged. And then this is a George Thorogood vintage bootleg, $40 on that. A, B, and D are closed. AC/DC is sold for $35 to William Warner. Thank you on that. Moss Generator is a no bid. Moss Generator is $30. Rolling Stones is at $38 final call. And Brian Call got the Runaways for $24. Great stuff in here in the no bid crate. You can make offers on it. Next is the Japanese pressing of John Lennon Shea Fish, $25. Leonard Skinner, One More for the Fans, triple LP, $75. We have Van Halen OU812 OG, $70. George Michael Faith OG Vlado Mastering, $55. The Runaways Queens of Noise, a 77 OG Terre Haute, $40 on the Runaways. Dolly live from Glastonbury. Dolly is $125. Curran Evans gets Moss Generator for $25. And then we have White Knights Japanese for $15. We had Aussie Japanese for $75. Brian Call got George Thorogood bootleg for $38. And we have Beck for $15. Bear McCreary was sealed for $75. The Genesis bootleg was $30. And Billy Joe Innocent Man, $35. The Rolling Stones Japanese was Big Hits High Tide and Green Grass Japanese, $35. Chris Messer on Beck for $15. And CPD gets the Stones for $38. Why don't you start me up? Why don't you start me up? I never stop. The riders in the other heat. Tick-tick-tick-da-dum-bum, blow my top. I'm not singing the lyrics correct, but it sounds pretty cool, 'cause I'm Mick Jagger and I can do whatever I want. We got ZZ Top DeGuelo. This is a 79 OG VG Plus with writing on the cover. $15 start on ZZ Top DeGuelo. AC/DC Atlantic Studio 77, The Forgotten Master. A red vinyl, AC/DC unofficial, The Forgotten Master, Atlantic Studio 77, which I think originally came out as that. Red vinyl, $40 on AC/DC. Auction number 3 is this right here, Pink Floyd, The Piper at the Gates of Dawn, and A Saucer Full of Secrets, which are the first 2 Pink Floyd albums. Someone tried to peel off the stickers so they could see the tatas. Unfortunately, they messed up the cover. And this is a $20 start. $20 start on that. $20 start on that. Okay? What is on that yellow, the Led Zeppelin? I think it's a live show. Yellow Led Zeppelin. Let me look at it. I know the original. Yeah, it's live at the Whiskey A Go-Go in L.A., 1969. It's live 1969 Zeppelin. Why don't you start me up? Start me up, I never stop. Right here is the key to losing weight. I'm about to show it to you live right here on camera. This is the key to losing weight. Cracker, pepperoni, and a block of cheese. Zeppelin's 125. We just got an offer for 90. Stones for 25. I'll do the Stones for 30. What happened to Yellow Zeppelin? Nick, 125. We got an offer for 90. Kristen also offered 25 on the Stones. I'll do it for 30. Oh. All right, half off grade. Here we go. George Sheriff says he'll take Zeppelin for 125. Kristen Start, do you want Zeppelin for 125? Do you want the Rolling Stones for 30? Next half off crate's happening right now. No more, no less. Here we go. What is the Stones? A, B, and C are closed. ZZ Top is sold to Maddie for $17. AC/DC's a no bid. It's $40. AC/DC, $40. Pink Floyd sold to Maddie for $20. Kristen Start wants to know, what is the Stones? Chad, I used the details on Pink Floyd twice. Pink Floyd is going back up for auction. Pink Floyd is Pink Floyd, The Piper at the Gates of Dawn, and Saucer Full of Secrets. It's called A Nice Pair. This is a 1973 USOG 2LP Jacksonville press. It is vinyl is the cover is VG and the vinyl's EX Plus. Maddie has it for $20. Final call. Rolling Stones details. Someone said, "Can you tell me more about the Rolling Stones?" What is the Rolling Stones? This is the Rolling Stones Big Hits, High Tide and Green Grass, near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing, catalog number LS2OP space 1008, 2,000 yen. with Obi, near mint minus a pristine gatefold jacket with the insert on the London label. This is Mick Jagger. This is Charlie Watts. We're talking about Brian Jones. We're talking about Keith Richards. This is $35. Over here, the Led Zeppelin, the Soda George share for $125. Next thing over here is A and B are closed. Pink Floyd all of a sudden has new bids, another new bid, another new bid, and another new bid. And the Rolling Stones is sold to Kristen Start for $30. AC/DC is sold to Stephen Douglas for $35. All of a sudden, Pink Floyd has hit a new breath of fresh air, and there are 7 new bidders on it. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is called Genesis Live. It's a 1981 Italian press. It's in EX Plus condition, and this is going to go up for a $15 start. Genesis Live is on the famous Carissima label, catalog number 9279-530. It is made in Italy. It's near mint minus, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is the Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones is a 1978 US. This album originally came out in 1973. This is called Goathead Soup. It is a Monarch pressing. It is in EX Plus condition. It has the original inner sleeve and the insert with it. And that's going to go up for a $20 start. Pink Floyd's at $29 with Maddie. And our next auction after that is going to be this right here. Emmylou Harris, autographed by Emmylou Harris. This is a 1982 OG, and this has been signed and JSA authenticated. This has been signed and JSA authenticated. Emmylou Harris last date. It says to Dale, something, 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 Emmylou Harris, and this has been signed, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start. Info on Genesis. What is the city and date for the live Genesis? Genesis Live. It does not say. It's all written in Italian. I cannot tell you that. But I will tell you, it is a 1981 Italian press in EX Plus condition. It is catalog number 92790-530, $15 start on that. Here is a half off crate, no more, no less. Unfortunately, Jeff Brent, I do not speak Italianese, so I cannot read that or translate it. I do not speak Italianese. First thing we have over here is this Locomotive GT, $7.50. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. I'm going to tell you the price. I will not take any more, and I definitely, for sure, not happening, not taking any less. First thing we have was that, and then here's the second thing we have. Cal Jader Soul Burst. Cal Jader is sealed, $12.50. Multiplication, Eric Gale. Multiplication, Eric Gale is EX750. Chuck. That's like Chuck Berry. It's a 2 LP from 2017 booklet and magazine included. $20 on that. Over here is Philip Upchurch, Darkness, excuse me. Philip Upchurch is $20. $20 on that one. Chris Riddings on Eric Gale. That is sold. Over here we have Jimmy Bowman. No, it's who? Somebody, $10. It is Jimmy Bowman, sealed for $10. Quick update on auctions. 15, final call. No bid, final call, $20. Pink Floyd, final call, $29. Autograph Emmylou Harris is $16, final call. Next is Turd of the Century, and I'll come back, arranged by John Wood. $7.50. John Wood on that one. Also over here is Joy Incorporated, sealed for $7.50. And we have Billy Cobham, Depth of Thought. Billy Cobham is $12.50. Also, Dr. John, No Condition Notes VG for $10 on Dr. John. And Gene Vincent is a strong VG, $10 on Gene Vincent. $10 on Gene Vincent, strong VG. And the Glitter House Colorblind VG Plus, $12.50. A, B, C, and D are all sold. Genesis is sold to Jeff Brent RTO for $15. Next thing over here is the Rolling Stones. It did get a bid, and it is sold for $20 to Stephen Douglas. Nick Paul Lewis, your bid unfortunately came in late on Pink Floyd by about 3 seconds. This is already sold to Maddie for $29. That's sold to Maddie for $29. And Emmylou Harris autograph is sold to Kristen Start for $16. That is sold for $16. Let's do that. Next thing over here is this. We need 4 new auctions, but first in the crate is Kristen Stark got Dr. John. Chris Knapp was second, then Eric Van Leuven, and Doug Wantz got Gene Vincent. That's sold. All right, let's go back over here and put up 4 new auctions. We have Caldera, we got JFK, we got Cece Spacek, and we got San Francisco Bay Blues, Bob Dylan, and Neil Young. So this is Caldera. Caldera is a 1976 OG Latin jazz funk and shrink wrap. That's going to go up for a $1 start. JFK, folks, here he is, a 1964 U.S. mono, the presidential years. Spoken word, JFK speeches, $1 start. CC Spacek, Hanging Up My Heart. CC Spacek is a 1983 USOG Shrink and Hop, $1 start on CC Spacek. And this is San Francisco Bay Blues, Bob Dylan and Neil Young. It's a vintage bootleg live at the Greek Theater in Berkeley, 1988. And this is Dylan and Neil Young, a $35 start. $35 start. Gene Vincent Details already sold it. Stephen Douglas said red flag on Dr. John. Wow, that was a lot of claim for Dr. John. Dr. John goes to Stephen Douglas. Kristen Start was next, then Chris Knapp, then Eric Van Leuven. Correction, that is sold to Stephen Douglas. Kristen Start, you're second. Jimmy Bowman, details, please. Jimmy Bowman is sealed. It's called Jimmy Bowman by Jimmy Bowman. It's on Jaybo Records, Jaybo. It is sealed for $10. Sealed for $10, okay? Back of the top, $1, $3, no dollars, no dollars. Next in here is this, the Charles Lloyd Quartet. Dreamweaver, a promo marked record, VG plus 1250. Chris Riddings on Jimmy Bowman for $10. That's sold. We have Calliope steamed, VG plus 10, and Allentown Press, however you say that. Also, Epitaph, Outside the Law. Epitaph is VG plus 1250. Mr. MFTF wants the Glitter House. That's sold to Mr. MFTF. Larry Keane and Company's first official bootleg album. That's VG for $5. And we have James Brown, Get on the Good Foot. And James Brown is Monarch, VG minus $10. Monarch, VG minus $10. 5 on Caldera, 3 on JFK, $0 on Sissy Spacek, and $0 on Bob Dylan, Neil Young. Sissy's a $1 start. Bob Dylan, Neil Young, a $35 start. Roberta Flack, I'm the One. $8.50 on that one. Eric Van Leuven on James Brown. That is sold to Eric Van Leuven. Thank you on that one. And John Astley, Everyone Loves the Pilot. $5 on John Astley. Full Moon is a $25. A 72 Terre Haute, no condition notes. $25 on the Douglas label. DTE, you were third on James Brown. The Nearness of You, Frank Sinatra, $7.50. Seals and Croft, Taking It Easy. That's sealed for $7.50. The Manhattan Transfer is $5. And Della Reese, I Gotta Be Me, Trip. Hold on, that's a tough title. Della Reese, I Gotta Be Me, This Trip Out. Wow, $13.50 on that one, okay? It's San Francisco Nights on Bob Dylan. It's San Francisco Nights on Dylan. Are you talking about the one that's back over here? San Francisco Bay Blues, Bob Dylan. San Francisco Bay Blues is on there. There's one called San Francisco Bay Blues. San Francisco Bay Blues on that one. Okay, so we can go ahead and sell JFK for $3 to Mega Blast. Thank you. That's sold for $3. Appreciate that. CC Spacek is sold for $1 to Chris Collins. That is sold for $1 to Chris Collins. Let's put that away. Kristen Start, Doug Wantz was next. And Bob Dylan and Neil Young are a $35 start. $35 start on Bob Dylan, Neil Young bootleg. All right, this crate is full. Let's go ahead and do this over here. Let's go ahead and do this over here. And let's go ahead and put up crate number 7. Let's start filling this up. All right, first thing is this is closed and this is closed. Also over here we have Morning, Noon, and Night. Morning, Noon, and Night's a 1977 disco, $12.50. Earthquake 8.5, $7.50. Also Thomas Clark on JA. I think that was something else in here, right? No. Thomas Clark on Twitch. What was JA? Next thing is Ella Fitzgerald sings the George Nurse songbook. $20 on that. And we have RCA Special Radio Series, $5 on that. Okay, so Caldera is sold for $8 and Neil Young, Bob Dylan is $35. Yes Lamp for $30. What is a Yes Lamp? Are you talking about this back here? All the light boxes are $59.99, no more, no less. John Astley is sold to, that was back here. That's sold to Thomas Clark. Shakedown got the Bob Dylan, Neil Young for $35. Wow, I figured that would get bid way up there, but it didn't. It sold for $35 to Shakedown. Chris and Star got the Ella Fitzgerald box set. Any Elvis on that RCA Chad? Hadn't seen any, but I do have Jimmy Bowen. Jimmy Bowen is $10. All the light boxes are $59.99, no more, no less. Next thing over here is this. This is the Righteous Brothers, and it's autographed. It's signed by Bill Medley and Bobby Hatfield. And yes, that is the Righteous Brothers, signed by Bill Medley and Bob Hatfield. Signed Righteous Brothers. It is JSC authenticated, and that's going to go up for a $35 start in A. A $35 start for the Righteous Brothers. That's now up for bid. The Righteous Brothers. Next is Charles Lloyd. And Charles Lloyd is right back here. That's sold to Ray Red. Thank you on that one. Next is Rain Teen. Rain Steen is a 2020 limited edition of 100, and Rain Teen is $10. Next auction is War Outlaw. War is a 1982 USOG Indianapolis press. War is going to go up for a $1 start in B. War Outlaw, a $1 start. That's now up for bid in slot B. Slot C is Talking Heads Fear of Music. Talking Heads is a 1979 USOG Jacksonville. It has the original on her sleeve, and this is going to go up for a $1 start. $1 start on Talking Heads. The vinyl's actually really nice. EX, the inner sleeve is completely destroyed, and the cover is probably around VG. $1 start on Talking Heads. Next thing over here is Steve Biddlecombe on Jimmy Bowen. That's sold to Steve Biddlecombe. Also have Kenny Rankin Mine Dusters. Kenny Rankin was $10. Dan Seal, San Antonio. That is sealed for $7.50. Auction slot number D is going to be AC/DC, and this is the 2020 USOG Walmart exclusive on red vinyl. They kept the shrink, they kept the hop sticker, and AC/DC is going to go up for a $1 start. Also, we have Limousine, $5 on Limousine. Also, Jug and Dodo. This is Amon's and Marmarosa. That's now $12.50. And Abbey Road, a black rainbow capo label, $20 on that one. Okay. The Righteous Brothers did not get a bid. This is $35. JSA authenticated, signed by Bill Medley and Bobby Hatfield. $35 on that. War's at $5. Talking Heads is at $5. AC/DC has a bid for $1 and now a bid for $5. Next auction is going to go up in slot number A. This is a 1970 OG compilation. It's called The Beatles' Hey Jude. There is some writing on the cover. JR wrote his initials. The vinyl is actually really nice. EX edition. Back catalog number says Apple SW-385. And the Hey Jude album is going to go up for a $1 start. That is now up for bid for a $1 start. Have fun bidding. This is a half-off crate. No more, no less. The Beatles is a 1970 USOG. USOG on that one. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's do this. Let's do this. A lot of activity happening. Hope everybody's buckled up and locked in with me. Here we go. Everybody's buckled up and locked in. We have Abbey Road condition, near mint minus. Really nice, actually. Jacket and vinyl. All right. So Ward's about to sell for $5. Chad's going to eat another piece of cheese and cracker. I got a bunch of pickles up front to eat too. I need a bunch of pickles. As you can see, some of these were tagged $30, $35, $25 starts. I'm putting them up for $1 to make sure they're sold, okay? War was supposed to be a $20 start, just FYI. All right. Jordan Vanoy gets War for $5. Thank you on that. Alan's Among Us does get to Abbey Road. We're about to do a speed run through this again so we can see what else is left. And so we can go ahead and knock this stuff out, okay? It's 11:30 on Friday night. 224 people tuned in right now to see what happens next. Let's go ahead and put up another $1 start. This is Janet Jackson, a 1997 Euro OG2 LP. Now listen, are y'all paying attention? Janet Jackson was going to be a $60 start, a 97 OG2 LP. I'm putting it up for a $1 starting bid. Okay? Just a $1 starting bid. Here's what's left in here. Locomotive GT, $7.50. Soul Burst, Cal Jader, that was sealed for $12.50. Speed Run, Chuck by Chuck Berry, that's $20. We got Philip Upchurch. That's EX for $20. We have Turn of the Century, and I'll come back, arranged by John Wood, $7.50. Joy Inc. is sealed for $7.50. Billy Cobham was $12.50. Depth of Thought, Calliope, or however you say that, VG plus 10. Epitaph is VG plus $12.50. Larry Keane and Company's first official bootleg, VG for $5. We have Roberta Flack for $8.50. Full Moon is $25. The Nearest of You, Frank Sinatra, $7.50. Seals and Croft is sealed for $7.50. Manhattan Transfer is $5. Della Reese was $13.50. Morning, Noon, and Night was $12.50. Earthquake was $7.50. This is $5. That's the Jack Green RCA. Rain Teen was $10. Kenny Rankin was $10. We also have Dan Seal sealed for $7.50. We got Limousine for $5. We have Jug and Dodo for $12.50. And Abbey Road was sold to Aliens Among Us. Did I not pull that out earlier? I guess I didn't. Aliens Among Us got Abbey Road for $20. Preston Rose also gets this Beatles for $15. Late night. Well, I'm going to try to do 2 more half-off crates. I got to finish the auctions, which were, at this pace, we're definitely going to get through a lot of them. And then I had another crate over here that Kyle had got ready like last week, like last Friday. Another crate. I'm going to probably put some stuff up for dollar starts. So that way we can get all those sold too. And I have an appointment to pick up Otis at 1:30 a.m., okay? I think Tanner's going out of town to do a buy tomorrow. And then Seth's, you know, we love Seth here, even though I give him a hard time. His little baby, Bo. Y'all know Bo, right? Little baby Bo. Bo is, I'll show y'all something. It might make some of y'all cry. Okay, y'all know Seth has a little baby, right? Baby Bo. And here, I'll show y'all something really cool here. This is, give me 1 second here. So don't shed a tear when you see this. You know, we give Seth a hard time, but his little boy turns 1 year old tomorrow. And Bo was born without hearing. And this was last week. He had surgery, ear implants, and that was the moment they turned on his hearing. And Bo can hear now. It's a miracle. So they turned that on, and Bo was able to hear for the very first time. And Seth starts crying, but he cuts off the video. But can you imagine not being able to hear, and then somebody turns it on for the first time? That's amazing. So he turns 1 year old tomorrow, and I better go to his birthday party, right? He turns 1 year old tomorrow, so I feel obligated to go to his birthday party. But yeah, he had surgery, and he's doing fine, and now he can hear. I mean, you can tell right there, there's the video starting over, and right here is when they turn it on. Did y'all see that? That's when they turn it on. It's like, oh gosh. He's like, what is that? So that's pretty amazing. All right, Talking Heads is sold for $17, and AC/DC is sold for $20. So his birthday party tomorrow's at 5 o'clock, okay? So I've got to get Otis. I got to take Otis here. I got to go to the birthday party, which starts at 5. I'm going to try to get there early, and then I'm going to try to be here by 6:30 or so, okay? I'm going to try to be here by 6:30, 6 or 6:30 to start tomorrow night's show. But I do got to go pick up Otis at 1:30 a.m. I told Tanner I'd probably stop the sale at 1. So we've got about an hour and 18 minutes. We got about an hour and 18 minutes to do some half off and maybe some miscellaneous, okay? Happy birthday, Bo. And then before long, Tanner's little boy, Finn, will be turning 1. All of my friends are reproducing. What's up with that? All my friends, they're out here spitting out babies. Well, their wives are, at least. They're not spitting out babies. Janet Jackson was put up for a $1 start. This is Got Till It's Gone. Got Till It's Gone, featuring Q-Tip and Joni Mitchell. It's a 1997 Euro OG 2 LP. and it was originally tagged for a $60 start, and that's now at $33 with shakedown. Was there anything else in this crate that was claimed? We sold Abbey Road. We're going to try to do at least 2 more half off. Which brand are the inner sleeves in quantity? The inner sleeves are MoFi brand. If you buy a pack, they're MoFi brand. Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. Packs of 50 or $26.99. Packs of 50 or $26.99. Packs of 50, $26.99. Okay? I'm going to count these and see if anybody wants a bundle. Here comes our next auction. It's going to start right now. This is 1991. Y'all might catch some deals here. This is 2 $1 starts, okay? This is the Royal Crown Review. Wings of Gangster Bop. I mean, Kings. Kings of Gangster Bop, Royal Crown Review, the original first press UK release. $1 start on Royal Crown Review. This is a 69 Indian OG soundtrack. The artist is S.D. Burman, and it's called Prem Pujari. It's also going to go up for a $1 start. $1 start on that one. Next is Ray Red Wants Philip Upchurch. Nice grab before I end up bundling this crate. Did I count these yet? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool bundle. A lot of interesting stuff. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 23 records left in here. Who wants everything that's left for $85? Shakedown gets Janet Jackson for $33. Royal Crown Review is a $1 start. Prem Pujari is a $1 start. This was sold for $33 to Shakedown. And then auction number B is going to be another $1 start. This is Cat Stevens. And this is Cat Stevens Live. It's actually a Japanese pressing. No Obi, VG Plus condition. A $1 start. $1 start on Cat Stevens. And auction slot number 3 is the old Polecats. The very best of the Polecats. And that's on orange vinyl, a $1 start on the Polecats. $85 on this bundle crate. $85 on this bundle crate. Royal Crown Reviews at $1. Cat Stevens is Japanese, $5. The Indian soundtrack's at $1. And the Polecats is also a $1 start. $85 on this bundle. So what I was saying earlier, to give you the rundown for the rest of the night, we are going to go through another half-off crate. We're going to go through another half-off crate, and then probably maybe another one. I'm going to try to get the 8 full crates sold tonight. We could have already got there if somebody would have bought some bundles, but, you know, got some people all of a sudden don't want a mystery box for basically free. I don't know what's up with that. Who wouldn't want a mystery box for basically free? So that's unusual. What else do we have over here? Lots of bids. I like that. Let's grab another half-off crate. Got to get to these 8 full crates, though. That's going to make me happy, because I don't know how much miscellaneous we're going to be able to do tonight before I have to go pick up a dog. And then I guess before I go to Seth's, I got to take them here and drop them off with my sister. And I'm going to tell my sister, don't leave until I get back. So, yep. Man, I think this has got some good titles in it. When did these get marked? February or April 23rd, okay? All right, Eric, you get the Indian record for $1. Nice pickup there. You can't beat that, can you? $1. Biddlecombe has the Royal Crown at 15, the Cat Stevens at 10, and Biddlecombe has the Polecats for 12. Here is another $1 start. This is a $1 start. This is Steve Marriott, Small Faces, presents Steve Marriott, Give All She's Got. Blue vinyl, 10-inch, a $1 start. A $1 start. Okay, here we go. I know everybody's like, Chad, where's the $1 records? We can finally tell people we sell $1 records here all the time. Hope you're paying attention. Half off, no more, no less. Thelma Houston, any way you like it. Thelma Houston is $5. Also, we have Rick Springfield, Living in Oz. Rick Springfield is $7.50. Air Supply, Lost in Love. Air Supply is $5. Speaking Words of Wisdom, Let It Be. This is on the purple capital label. $20. Was $39.99. Also, Dakota is $7.50. And Climax Blues Band, gold plated. Climax Blues Band is $7.50. A half off crate, no more, no less. The only one in jeopardy selling is the Cat Stevens for $10 to Jordan Vernoy. Biddlecombe still has Royal Crown for 20. So we're at 20, 10, 5, and 15. Just FYI, there's the top cam view so you can get a good look at the bids. Next thing over here is Blois de Colt, Some Enchanted Evening. Just $13.50 on BOC. Half off crate here, no more, low less. $13.50 on BOC. Eddie Cochran is $12.50. And we have the Beatles, 67 to 70. Wow, on blue vinyl, $50. Wow, blue vinyl, clean copy too. $50 on that. Husky got the BOC, Some Enchanted Evening. Jordan Vernoy gets Cat Stevens for 10. Thank you on that. That's sold to Jordan Vernoy for $10. Let's put that away. Next auction over here is this. And this is the next $1 start. This is Flash Cadillac and the Continental Kids. There's no place like Chrome. There's no place like Chrome. There's no place like Chrome. It has a promo sticker, orange Epic label. $1 start on that one. $1 start on that one. Next is Chris and Start on Eddie Cochran. That's sold to him for $12.50. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Cry of Love, Jimi Hendrix, $17.50 on Jimi Hendrix Cry of Love. Where the heck is the disc at? Is there a disc in here? There it is. Jimi Hendrix Cry of Love, $17.50 on that. Half off crate, no more, no less. We got the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, $15 on that. And the very best of Johnny Burnett, $6.50. MFSB, Love is the Message, $5 on MFSB. Sons of the Gods, Ripple. Sons of the Gods, Ripple, $17.50. And Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun, $12.50. So what's in jeopardy of selling? Royal Crown Review for $20. Doug Wants has Flash Cadillac for $1. Chris and Stark got the Steve Marriott for $10. And Biddlecombe has the Polecats for $17. A and D are about to sell, and maybe even C. Jordan Vernoy got the Jimi Hendrix Cry of Love. Thank you on that one. Half off crate, no more, no less. Also, we have Eric Clapton Money and Cigarettes. That's $12.50. And Magical Mystery Tour, another Beatles purple capital label, which has really good mastering. Step Right This Way. Strawberry Fields Forever, $20 on that. Flash Cadillacs at $5. And Craig Hundley Trio, Arrival of a Young Giant. And that's now $10 on World Pacific Jazz. $10 on that. And the main ingredient bitter, main ingredient is $10. All right, we're selling A, C, and D. All right, so Royal Crown Review is sold to Biddlecombe for $20. Thank you on that. The Steve Marriott Blue Vinyl 10-inch is sold to Chris and Start for $10. And Polecats, Steve Biddlecombe gets that for $17, okay? And then Flash Cadillac, Doug Wants has that for $6. Doug Wants has that for $6. Let's put that right there. Let's go ahead and start over A, C, and D. So A is going to go up for bid right now. And this is Levette and McClure, Living in the Country. This is a 69 OG Terre Haute on this green Warner Brothers label. That's going to go up for a $1 start. $1 start on that. Here comes our next auction. This is a Mexico press. This is a rare garage rock album from Mexico. Los Yache con Jean Bajara. And this is Sensacias. And that's going to go up for a $1 start. That's now up for bid. I'll put that on the top cam so you can get a better look at it. And Chick Corea, my Spanish heart, that is $12.50 in the half off crate. Also up for D, we have Los Grandes Zonos del Rock Yelslaki. And this is a 1974 rare garage rock VG Plus Mexico pressing. $1 start on that. So let's look at the top cam. Here's what we're cooking with. Levette McClure's at $1. Flash catalog, $8. This is Los, L-O-S, Y-A-K-J, Con, Beni Jabara, J-B-A-R-A, Cinzizias. And then this one is Los Grandes Anos de Rock, Los Yaqui. And that one is on Odeon. Those are now up for bid, okay? This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. My first ever auction win in 2. Wow, that's the first time you've won an auction? You've been buying for like 2 years, haven't you? We have Beatles Live, Hollywood Bowl. That's so to Chris and Start. Jordan Vernooy wants both Claptons. Clapton and Clapton, so to Jordan Vernooy. And then over here we have this. We have what? More half off. We have Cheap Trick in color, $10. What release was the Beatles? That's actually blue vinyl, $50. Half off of the $99.99. It is the Capitol Blue Vinyl Jacksonville press. Nice and clean. No writing on the jacket. There is a name written on the label. Very lightly right there. Half off, no more, no less here. Also, we have Dance with Arthur Brown. Arthur Brown is $10. And we have Monsters. Monsters is $10. This is a 2 LP. It's one of those Warner Brothers samplers. Ricky Lee Jones, Doobie Brothers, George Benson. Who's on the other disc? Van Halen, Mary Russell, Inner Circle. It's Warner Brothers artist. $10 on that. Also, we have Take It to the Max. Max Damien Band, $5 on that. And Rhythm Heritage is sealed, $7.50. All right, Doug Wants gets the Levette and McClure for $1. That's so to Doug Wants for $1. Nice. I'm telling y'all, dollar records tonight. That's so to him. Flash Cadillac was sold for $8 to Chris Collins. And then right now, the 2 Mexican garage rock albums are at 3 and they're at 12. That's what we're looking at right now. 3 and we're at 12. Make sure if you want to bid, you got to put your exclamation mark before the letter. There you go, Nick. All right, next thing over here is this. Chick Corea is a 2 LP. Hold up, hold up. Michael Ruttman got Cheap Trick. Michael Ruttman got Cheap Trick. That's sold to Michael Ruttman for 10. Yes, Chick Corea is 2 LP. TSO Houston got the Beatles Blue. Sold to TSO Houston. Nice. And then we're going. Christina second on Cheap Trick. Chris Collins on Monsters. Husky, you were second. Thomas Clark second on Beatles Blue. And we have Conway Twitty Dreammaker. No condition notes, $5. All right, more dollar start auctions. Next is 30 Exitos 3 Los Aspen. Album de Oro con Salsto de Grandes Éxitos. A 1984 Mexico 2 LP VG, $1 start. $1 start. That's now up for bid. Slot number B. Slot number B is Opus 7. Thoughts, Opus 7. A 1979 USOG Soul Funk Disco Near Mint Minus. $1 start. $1 start. Opus 7. That's now up for bid. We have Bob and Carol with Ted and Alice, $24.50 on that one. Nick Dahmer did not mean to bid on C. Hold on. Let's restart C. Okay, C is now back up for bid. What was it at? You might want to rebid on C, okay? He messed up. Might want to rebid on C. Whoever had the high bid. I think it was DTE maybe. So here's the high bid. It's 5, 1, whatever C's at, and 14 on D. Next is this. We have Tony Orlando and Don's Greatest Hits. $5 on that. George Carlin Takeoffs and Put-Ons. $7.50 on George Carlin. Mac Davis. There he is. $5 on Mac Davis. We have Monroe Doctrine. That is $12.50. And Zager and Evans. $10 on Zager and Evans. 5, 10, whatever. There's still not another bid on C. I guess everybody's changed their mind. It's about to be a buy it now for $1. And then Yelsiaki is at 14 over there. Hydra is $10. We also got Brand X for $7.50. Holy Magic Graham Bond, $17.50 on that. Michael Jackson Thriller is $17.50. And Conway Twitty, Rest Your Love on Me. Conway is $5. Crossroads, that is a compilation. Spencer Davis, Alive and Kicking, the box tops, American Breed, $10 on that. There we go. Now there's a bid on C. So we're looking at 5, 10, 5, and 14. Final call on D. Next is I Prefer the Moonlight, Kenny Rogers sealed for $750. Maddie picking up the Conway. That's sold to Maddie _82123. We have Bobby Troop and his hits Stars of Jazz. That's $10. Stephen Douglas next on Conway. Chris Collins on the Crossroads comp. That's got good stuff on it. And then we had Hydra for $10. We also had Vince Cindiola on the Green Light for $5. Michael wants both Conway Twitties. There was actually only, well, there's this one back here. Sell this one to Michael Ruttman, Dreammaker. That one sold to Michael Ruttman. Jackson Brown is sealed for $12.50. And we have Diamond Dreamer pitcher. Diamond Dreamer was $25. Here is Roy Orbison, Cry Softly, Lonely One for $10. And Roy Orbison Big O, a UK $13.50. Next over here is Adam Minardi on Vic. That is sold to Adam Minardi on that one. The Mexico record is sold to Nick Dahmer for $14. Thank you on that one. And then we have new bids on A, B, and C, essentially. So we're looking at 7, 15, and 7. Let's put up another dollar start auction for D. And this is First Revelation Upon This Rock. This is a 1975 U.S. OG rare gospel psych record sealed. It is going to go up for a $1 star. First Revelation Upon This Rock sealed, $1 star. Go check out the prices on that. Next thing is happening right here. I'm going to read through this half-off crate one more time, and then we're going to do one more. We're going to do one more. Ooh, what's this crate right here? Dang, that's a crate of new vinyl I've been looking for. Holy crap, I've been looking for this forever. It's down here on the bottom. There's the Michael Jackson soundtrack. I've been looking for this. Goodness. I've been wondering where, I knew I had a crate of vinyl missing somewhere. Michael Jackson soundtrack. Who wants it? $34.99. Michael, music from the motion picture. $34.99 on that one, okay? Can I see Roy? There's two of them. This is Roy Orbison, Big O. It's a UK London label, no condition notes, $13.50. The other one over here is this one, Cry Softly, Lonely One. This is Roy Orbison on MGM Black Label. Does have a paper pull, $10 on that. All right, done. Looks like Rafe's about to get C for 7. 8, 22, 7, and 5. That's the high bids right now. 8, 22, 7, and 5 on all those. First level revelation Upon This Rock. Okay. Now this crate here is a final chance at half off. No more, no less. Kristen Start says he'll take both Roy Orbisons. So to Kristen Start. We're going to try to get from 8 crates tonight. You ready? We got Thelma Houston, Any Way You Like It. Thelma is $5. Rick Springfield, Living in Oz, $7.50. Air Supply, Lost in Love, $5. The Beatles, Let It Be, $20. Dakota is $7.50. We got Climax Blues Band for $7.50. The Very Best of Johnny Burnett for $6.50. MFSB, Love Is the Message, $5. Ripple is $17.50. Sons of the Gods. The Beatles is $20. Craig Hundley Trio is $10. The Main Ingredient Bitter was $10. Chicoria, My Spanish Heart is $12.50. Dance with Arthur Brown is $10. Take It to the Max is $5. And over here, we have Susie on MJ track list, and Sean Thompson wants Let It Be. Rafe gets auction C for $7. Nick Dahmer is about to get auction A for $8. They're still bidding on B. And next auction is going to go up for bid right here. And this is At Home and at Church with brother Claude Eli. And this is a 1969 folk country. His big hit was Ain't No Grave. It's in shrink. It plays VG Plus. And this is on the King label. And this is going to go up for a $1 start. $1 start. That's now for bid. Jordan Vanoy, you were second on Let It Be. I'm sitting here watching. We just got blood next couple months, so I'm abstaining. Otherwise, I'll be all over those bundles. Okay. John Barry, I've got them stacked. I've actually got 10 bundle crates. That's 10 crates of leftover half-off records. And they're just over here waiting for you. They're just over here waiting for you. Okay. And happy birthday. Next thing over here is this. Rhythm Heritage sealed for $7.50. Ted Carroll, Alice Ted Carroll, $12.50. Tony Orlando and Don, $5. Tie yellow ribbons on that one. George Carlin is $7.50. Mac Davis is $5. John Durden's asleep right now. Monroe Doctrine is $12.50. Zager and Evans is $10. Hydra is $10. Brand X was $7.50. We have Holy Magic Grand Bond. That is $17.50. Michael Jackson Thriller, $17.50. And that one does have co-produced. Kind of surprised that's still left in there. Kenny Rogers is sealed for $7.50. Bobby Troop Stars of Jazz, $10. Hydra was $10. Jackson Brown was sealed for $12.50. And we have Diamond Dreamer Pitcher. 1982 Holland, OG Pressing, $25 near mint. Jordan Vernoy on George Carlin. That's sold to Jordan Vernoy. Wayne Bartow on the Chick Corea, My Spanish Heart. Nick Dahmer gets A for $8. This is sold to Nick Dahmer for $8. Quick update on these other auctions right quick. We have bids of 24, 5, and 13. 24, 5, and 13 right now on those. 24, 5, and 13. Next auction is going to go up in A. This is a 1984 US. This is called Eclipse Sun. An 84 US OG Electro Boogie Funk Killer Boogie. Shrink is tearing, but it's on there. It's nice. Eclipse. Eclipse is a $1 start, okay? $1 start on Eclipse. That's now up for bid. Next over here is Chris Readings on Diamond. That's sold to him. And we got Hokie Nation 2.090. If you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer, and then I'll give you some instructions on how to register. And Wayne Bartow on Bobby Troop. And that's sold to Wayne Bartow. Thank you on that one. Okay, so the Opus 7's at 24. The Claude, the brother Claude Eli's at 5. And First Revelation Upon This Rock is now at $15. That was a rare gospel album. And I don't know if y'all seen the tag. That was originally tagged for a $55 start. And these have never been up. These have never been up. I just trying to get them sold, because if I put these up late tonight with these kind of higher starting bids, they may not move, and I don't want them left behind. So take advantage, okay? Take advantage. $1 starts on some of these. Some of them might be like, hold on a second. But right now, $1 starts, okay? Anybody else? First-time buyer, thank you. In the description of this video, so in the description of this video, there is a link to our website, okay? And you're going to fill out that form. I'm going to be live tonight for about another hour, maybe hour and a half. And I'll be live again tomorrow. And then we'll send you an invoice on Monday. Anything you buy between now and then, $8 limit shipping. So you essentially have the rest of the night and all night tomorrow. I'll be back at 5:30 Central Time, and it's $8 in limited shipping. Okay, $8 in limited shipping. Looks like everything's getting new bids all of a sudden. Let's go look at those one more time. So we got new bids 5, 27, 9, and 16. There we got. Those are all new bids. And over here we have Diamond, and we did that. And I'm going to count these up for a bundle and see if anybody wants them. John Barry just said he couldn't, but maybe somebody else. If not, we're going to move on to the next half-off crate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, okay? 25, and keep in mind, there's a Beatles in there too, a Magical Mystery that was near mint. Everything in this crate for $95. $95 for the remainder of this crate. Bundle deal, 25 records. Actually, before I do another, I'm going to do this crate of new vinyl I just found. I forgot about this stuff. I'm going to put it in the 6 a.m. video, so I'll probably do that too. But I want to run through that, and then we'll go right into more half off, okay? So 95 on this bundle. Think about it, 25 records. If not, we don't have time to waste. Time keeps on slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. These are all no more, no less, priced as marked quickly. ZZ Top Recycler, all analog Kevin Gray, ZZ Top, $39. Tenacious D, The Pick of Destiny, $39. Carcass, Heartwork, Record Store Day Essential, purple and pink, $36.99 for Carcass. Highwayman 2, music on vinyl, $39. The Zombies Begin Here, remastered mono, sea glass colored vinyl, $36 on the Zombies. Jimi Hendrix Winterland is $29. Boat Thrower for Victory, Record Store Day Essential, yellow and black, $34 on Boat Thrower. Jason Aldean's new album, Songs About Us, $39. We got Africa Brass, the John Coltrane Quartet Acoustic Sounds, $44.99. The Doors Strange Days Rhino Hi-Fi, $44.99 on that. Etta James Tell Mama Chess 75th Anniversary Series, $44. Chuck Berry, Berry's on Top for $44. The Doors LA Woman, $44. The Best of Star Trek, $24. Shrek is $33. Black Sabbath Ultimate Collection, $69. Pretty in Pink, $33. Janis Joplin, $24. Ozzy Live in Montreal of Randy Rhoads, $36. At the Gates, $34, their newest album. Janis Joplin, Yorma Cohen, Red Vinyl, $29. The legendary Typewriter demo. Tenacious D, this is self-titled for $36. Tyler Childers was sealed for $26.99. Delmer McClinton was sealed for $14.99. The Rolling Stones was sealed for $34. Casey Musgraves was sealed for $34. And Chatham County Line was $19.99. Okay? All right, let's go ahead and sell. We're going to go ahead and sell B, Opus, to Chris Riddings for $27. Jim B said he'd give $12 each for everything in the crate. I'd rather go over here and take this solid concrete wall and bang my head against it as hard as I could until blood is drawn than sell you these for $12 a piece. We have Eclipse at $10. Nothing here on B. Nick Dahmer has this for $15, and First Revelation's about to sell for $20. Okay, that was a fast read-through. Stephen Douglas got the sealed Deborah McClinton. That is so to Stephen Douglas. Thank you. What is C? At Home and in Church with Brother Claude Eli on the King label. And this is a 1964 OG King label, $15. D is First Revelation, Upon This Rock, a rare gospel album. Next auction over here is going to be in slot B, another $1 start. And this is Rod Stewart. This is a white label promo of Never a Dull Moment. An OG white label promo. The vinyl is VG Plus VG. A $1 start on that one. Okay? $1 start. Rod Stewart promo. That was a very fast read-through for new vinyl. Chatham County Line, Casey Musgraves, Rolling Stones, Tyler Childers, HD, Janis Joplin, At the Gates, Ozzy, Janis Joplin, Pudding Peak, Black Sabbath, Shrek, Star Trek, Doors, Chuck Berry, Etta James, Doors, Africa Brass, John Coltrane, Jason Aldean, Bolt Thrower, Jimi Hendrix, The Zombies, Highwayman 2, Carcass, Tenacious D, and ZZ Top. I want to fly like an eagle till I'm free. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. Do da, da da da, down. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into this half-off crate. Boom, down, down. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into this half-off crate. Down. Okay. A sold. C sold. D sold. We have Eclipse sold to Michael Ruttman for $10. Nick Dahmer gets Claude Ely for $15. First Revelation sold to Thomas Clark for $20. Okay. A through D are closed or open now for more. Number A, Working Man, Dutch Tilders. Dutch Tilders is a 1977 OG fantastic album by an Australian blues legend. Dutch Tilders, $1 start. Now up for bid. $1 start. C is Only Visiting This Planet, Larry Norman. A 1972 OG folk rock, Christian rock referred to as one of the best. A strong VG on the Verve label. Larry Norman, a $1 start. Next thing over here is this. This is, I don't know. It is called Larry Norman, Down Under, But Not Out, 66 to 86. An 86 US OG compilation, Psych Folk Rock, EX++. Another Larry Norman for a $1 start. Okay, here we go. Half off crate, no more, no less. We have Lynn Anderson, Rose Garden, $5 on Lynn Anderson. Elton John, Empty Sky, VG Plus $6.50. Don McLean, Homeless Brother, $5 on Don McLean. Lonnie Mack, Second Sight, Sealed. Sealed Lonnie Mack, $12.50. Dreams, 1970 Pittman, $15 on that. Paul Humphrey, Super Mellow. Paul Humphrey is $17.50. Thelma Houston is $5. Adam Minardi on Don McClain. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Quick update our auctions: $2, $5, $2, and $1. That's the high bids right now. Next is Jordan Vanoy and Elton John. That's actually a reissue of his very first album. That's the first time it came out here in the United States. I got Dan Fogelberg Souvenirs for $5. Also got Tony Orlando and Don Primetime. That's $5. Elton John Victim of Love Gold Stamp Promo, $10. Danny O'Keefe is $7.50. And this is the live adventures of Mike Bloomfield and Al Cooper, $13.50 on that. Quick update on these auctions: 2, 5, 4, and 3. Rod Stewart White Label Promo and B's about to sell for $5. Dutch Tilders is at $2. Rafe has Larry Norman for $7. The other Larry Norman and D's at $3. Next is Paul Simon self-titled, Me and Julio Down by the Schoolyard. Elton John again sold to Jordan Vernoy. Thank you on that one. Also, Nazareth Ramanaz and Naz, $12.50 on Nazareth Ramanaz and Naz. Priscilla Coolidge Jones is a gold stamp promo, $6.50. Sun City is $10. Artists Against the Apartheid. And this is the new Vaudeville Band on tour, $5 on that one. What else do we have here? The Salso Orchestra, that's $5. Magic Journey. Memories of Beale Street, $7.50 for Prince Gabe and the Millionaires. Night Flight is $5. And we have the Sons of the Pioneers. This is a Bear Family compilation, $10 on this. $10 on that. Let's go over here and Adam Minardi on Thelma. Adam Minardi on Thelma. Thank you on that. That's done. And then Husky over here on the Rod Stewart. That's sold to Husky for $5. The Dutch Childers is now at $3. Larry Norman $7 and Larry Norman $6. Bill Evans is $12.50. Next auction is going to go up right now in B. And this next auction is this right here. This is Don Downing, Dr. Boogie. Don Downing, Dr. Boogie. I think this one would look better out of shrink wrap, honestly. It would. This is going to look better out of shrink wrap. The sticker's covering up its face. Shrink wrap's kind of nasty, too. Oh, look at this beautiful jacket now. Beautiful, right? This is Don Downing, Dr. Boogie, and this is a 1978 OG North American Music Inc. That's the label. It's a disco funk soul sampled by Duck Sauce and more. And this is near mint. Don Downing is going to go up for a $1 start. $1 start on that. Adam Minardi on Bill Evans. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Also, we have Red, White, and Blues Image. Blues Image is $15. No condition notes, clean. No condition notes, clean. Roy Orbison, Memphis. Roy Orbison is $12.50. The Highwayman sealed with a Grammy sticker and OG copy for $17.50. That's stupid. That's really stupid. Canned Heat Future Blues, $17.50 on Canned Heat. And we have Lacey Day Jalton, $7.50. So we got 5, 1, 7, and 6. Larry Norman's about to sell for $7. This Larry Norman's about to sell for $6. Don Downing has one bid for $1, and Dutch Tilders has a high bid of $5. Those are all going once, going twice. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Maddie 123 gets the Highwayman. Thank you on that one. We have Moonchild Cancer. This is a horoscope record, Astrological Series Volume 1. $10 on that. The Roy Orbison Way, $12.50. Now there's 2 Roy Orbisons in here. Robin Trower Live is $10. We have Yes Termato for $10. Matchbox Carl Perkins for $7.50. Saturday Night Web Pierce, Shrink and Hype Nice, $5. Fleetwood Mac Tusk is $18.50. Has a CRC sticker on the back. $18.50 on that. Billy Joe, the Nylon Curtain, $7.50 for Billy Joe. Red Rider Neruda, $7.50. No Lunatic Fringe. And Jafria is just $13.50 on Jafria. All right, is there anything in orange? Nope. I have 1. I have 5, 1, 8, and 7. 5, 1, 8, and 7 are the high bids on these. Okay, Maddie on Fleetwood Mac. That is sold to Maddie. Jordan Vernoy was second. Okay. There's a new bid on Don Downing for $2. This was a half off crate, no more, no less. You guessed it. Oh, knee pop. Let's see if it'll pop now. No. Man, it's been jammed all night. Not a good feeling either. Out of college, money spent, see no future, pay no rent. All the money's gone, nowhere to go. Henny dance and ba-dum-dum. Come on. Nope. Oh. Ooh. That was pretty good. Still nothing. Let me try one more. Still nothing. One more try. Nope. Whoa, that magic feeling. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. Sorry, I had to walk over here where there was a chair. All right, Dutch Tilder sold Adam Bernardi for 5. Thomas Clark gets the other Larry Newman over here for 7. And we got Don Downing at 5 and Larry Norman at 10. Okay. Is the horoscope by Harvey Sid Fisher. Horoscope record. I actually have the whole set of these. Ken Whitmore. I actually have a whole set of these. I have all 12 of them. It doesn't say who it's by. Astro Stereo 1004 Moonchild Cancer GRP Records Volume 1. I have all 12 of them over here. I actually bundled to somebody. They were marked $20. I sold all 12 of them for $100. I have the whole set if anybody wants them for $100. Brooks Valder, you were second on Highwayman. I still have all the Tori Amos different covers. They're right over here next to me. I would love to sell them to somebody, not Jim B. I would love to sell them to somebody, though. The Carl Perkins, yeah, Carl Perkins Matchbox is Matchbox, Gone, 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 Dixie Fried, Bopping the Blues, Mama's Children, Your True Love, Put Your Cat Clothes On, Her Love Rubbed Off, and Blue Suede Shoes, $7.50. All right, let's put up new dollar start auctions for A and D. B right now, Don Downing's at $6 and Larry Norman's at 10. Those are going once, going twice. Next is Yvonne Fair. The what? This title, what does this title say? The Bitch is Black. Yvonne Fair. Boy, I felt bad having to read that. This is Yvonne Fair, and this is going to go up for a $1 start. This has been sampled by Jay-Z, Nicki Minaj, Fat Joe, Biz Markie, Ghostface Killah, D-Lot, and more. $1 start on Yvonne Fair. That's up for bid. $1 start on that. And then next over here is D. And this is a vintage Beatles bootleg. Top of the Pops, the Beatles Highway Hi-Fi 111. It is a 1974 unofficial. The sleeve has water damage. And this is going to go up for a $1 start on the Beatles bootleg. That is now up for bid. Is the Larry Norman a gatefold? Larry Norman is a gatefold, yes. It flips open like this, actually. Yes, it is. Next thing over here is this. Matchbox is sold to Doug once. Adam Bernardi was second. And we're good to go over here, right? We're good to go. I'm going to give Larry Norman a few more seconds, but I'm going to go ahead and sell Don Downing for $6. I'm going to go ahead and sell Don Downing for $6. I'm going to make sure he doesn't want to bid on Larry Norman since he asked a question. And then let's go ahead and put up another dollar start for B over here. And this one is Led Zeppelin on Tour Part 2, Seattle, Washington, May 1973. This is Part 2 of a vintage Led Zeppelin bootleg live in Seattle. It's just a disc and a really crude, homemade, kind of beat-up jacket. Led Zeppelin vintage bootleg, a $1 start on that. $1 start on that one, okay? Anybody else? Did I miss anything else in here? Levi asked about that. Larry Norman Gatefold. And we have I'll Take the Yes album. All right, and that was for Tomato. All right, here's what's left in here. I'm just going to read the titles. This was a half-off crate, no more, no less. Moonchild, Jafria, Red Rider, Billy Joe, Webb Pierce, Robin Trower, Roy Orbison, Lacey J. Dalton, Canned Heat, Roy Orbison, Blues Image, Sons of the Pioneers, Night Flight, Beale Street, which is Memories of Beale Street, Prince Gabe, the Salsa Orchestra, the New Vaudeville Band, Sun City, Priscilla Cook Jones, Nazareth, Paul Simon, Mike Bloomfield, Al Cooper, Danny O'Keefe, Tony Orlando, Dan Fogelberg, Paul Humphrey, Dreams, Lonnie Mack, and Lynn Anderson Rose Garden. Lynn Anderson Rose Garden. All right, Chris, I have going to sell this to you for $10. Thank you on that one. And then the Led Zeppelin. Wow, Part 2 of a vintage bootleg. That should demand pretty good money. Seattle, don't see that show too often. And then over here on the Vaughn, is that just something come with the B or is it tearing the jacket? No, it's a sticky note. We can take that off. No, it's a pretty nice jacket. Led Zeppelin bootleg, $1 start. Can I see Beale Street? You can. Beale Street was Prince Gabe. And the Millionaires, Memories of Bill Street, half off price is $7.50. Okay, right now the Beatles bootleg is at $20. Our next $1 start auction is happening right here. This is the Beatles' last live show. 1974, maybe, unofficial, green vinyl, rare. Green vinyl, unofficial, trademark of quality on the green vinyl, $1 start. $1 start on the Beatles boot. $1 start. Okay? All right. Now I got Elton John, The Bee Is Back, stuck in my head. Back. All right, let's go. Let's thin out these no bids, okay? Sorry, I was having a cheese and cracker moment. Let's thin out these no bids. I'm taking offers. I'm taking them once. I'm taking them twice. You better find out if you're first or last, because the no auctions are about to evaporate, or no bids, I should say. Chris and Stark gets this Beatles bootleg for $20. The high bids on the other auctions are $18, $5, and $22, as you just seen. The Beatles' last live show green vinyl was graded EX. EX on that one. We have just filled up our 7th crate. Let's sell some more. We have filled up our 7th crate. Let's sell some more. Let's get to that 8th crate. Feel like we can. We would be almost halfway there if all the auctions would have sold tonight. And let's try to do that right now. These are all buy it now or best offer, okay? The Rush, the albums, 2002, 2012. Vapor Trails, Feedback, Snakes and Arrows, Clockwork Angels. Single LP, double LP, single LP, double LP, double LP, 2, 4, 6, 7 disc, sealed, $150 or best offer. Rush, $150. Van Halen, Live Without a Net, double LP colored vinyl. I don't know when or where, but it's with Sammy Hagar, $125. Live Van Halen bootleg, $125. Next is Enter the Wu-Tang, 36 chambers, a 1993 OG SRC press, $230. $230. All right, let's go ahead and put up another dollar start auction for D. Next is going to be this right here, the Beatles Live in Any Town. This is a 1974 vintage bootleg from the Beatles. It is going to go up. Water damage on the jacket. The disc is not bad, though. VG Plus, and it has the original piece of paper. The Beatles is a $1 start. Also, Van Halen 3, red vinyl, unofficial. Van Halen 3, red vinyl, unofficial, and that is going to go up for $95 or best offer. One of the few Japanese pressings left tonight, John Lennon Shaved Fish. $25 on John Lennon, near mint Japanese. Leonard Skinner, one more for the fans. A 2015 USOG 3LP, $75. The only time ever released on vinyl. Van Halen OU812, OG, never been reissued. This is an 88 US, $70. I've never seen one with that printed on the cover, though. Usually this isn't a US, this is a South Korean press. This is a South Korean press. The disc might be OG, but not the cover. This is South Korean. If anybody wants to make an offer, that one might have been mistagged. I thought that was a hop sticker. That's actually printed on the cover. That's actually printed on the cover. Thomas Clark said he would do 25 on John Lennon, or 17. Let's do it for 20. $20 on John Lennon. $20 on John Lennon. With Obi, George Michael Faith, beautiful copy in shrink near mint, the preferred mastering Vlado, $55 on that. Sheldon offer $45 for Van Halen, sold. Sold for $45. Top Cam View, 22, 10, 40, and 20. Final call on the Zeppelin boot. That's part 2 of a Seattle show. $10. Not bad, though. Chris Riddings has Yvonne Fair for 22. The Beatles on green vinyl and C's at 40. And the other Beatles is at 11. All right. Next thing over here is this. The Runaways Queen of Noise. 77 USOG Terre Haute EX. $40 on the Runaways. We have Dolly live from Glastonbury 2014. Dolly's a 2016 clear vinyl, $125. Another Japanese pressing, White Knights. White Knights is $15. That is Japanese. We have Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, a Japanese OG, VG Plus, $75. Bear McCreary, So Say We All, Battlestar Galactica Live, that is sealed for $75. Revelatory Genesis, a live unofficial 2LP, $30 on that. Billy Joel was $35, Innocent Man. The Righteous Brothers was autographed by Bill Medley and Bobby Hatfield, $35 on that. And then that is actually new and sticker price, Michael Jackson, $34.99. I'm going to put that right over here. Okay? I'm going to put that right over here. That's going to be in the video in the morning. I actually need to probably hang on to that because there's a better chance if I leave it for that, I'll probably sell 2 or 3 tomorrow. Just saying. That's all the no bids. Okay? That's all the no bids. Let's sell Genesis for $25 to Shakedown and Skinner. Let me go pull up comps for this. I'm not too familiar with this one. Discogs. Skinner is a triple LP live. Sold to Chris and Start for $45. Now, if you want to get on there right now and buy one, you can't. Unless you order one overseas, and it's going to cost you over $100. So he just got a great deal, but that's kind of what they end up actually selling for. All right, anybody else? See how easy it was to make offers? Don't hesitate. We have over here, we have Chris Riddings getting Yvonne for $22. Husky gets the Zeppelin for $10. Let's put those away. And then Stephen Douglas says he'll take the John Lennon for $20. That's sold to Stephen Douglas for $20. Chris Riddings said he would do $65 on Van Halen. Sold to Chris Riddings for $65. All right, Van Halen sold. John Lennon sold for $20. Anybody else on an offer on anything in there? Robert's about to get the other Beatles for $11. This Beatles is at $48 right now. Let's clear out A and B, and let's put up new auctions. Next, over here for the $1 start is Bruce Springsteen, The Agora Show, Part 2. Bruce Springsteen's a unofficial, live in Cleveland, 1978, a $1 start. The vinyl's been graded VG, and then disc 2 and 4, and 2, 3, and 4 is EX, so not bad, especially for a $1 start. And then our next auction is going to be this right here. And this is Faces Live. There's the sheet that goes on the front. This is the Faces live in, hold on a second. This needs to be on the front here. I can't believe that still, it amazes me when these vintage bootlegs, the sheet still shows up. That's amazing. All right, Faces is a $1 start, and this is live in Horror Arena, Dayton, Ohio, July 1776. I was making sure y'all are paying attention. July 1971, $1 start on Faces Live. That's now for bid VG Plus, okay? All right, it's not processing my bids. Facebook might have been hung up. Anybody else? No, I think you were in the wrong slot, Kristen. Yeah, there we go. So 1, now 5, 55, and 16. All right, so we got the Righteous Brothers, Billy Joe, Bear McCreary, Ozzy, White Knights, Dolly, Runaways, George Michael, Wu-Tang, Van Halen, and Rush, all still available. Right. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So what do we need to get to? We need to get to I guess I need to show one more crate to try to get this 8th crate filled up. And by that time's done, we're going to be pretty much done with auctions. And if that's done, then the show's probably going to be pretty close after I do all that. Okay. What is in slot A? A vintage original Bruce Springsteen bootleg. It's called the Agora Show Part 2. Disc 1 or side 1 VG. The rest of it was okay. Faces is a vintage bootleg. That's with Ron Wood, Ronnie Lane, and Rod Stewart. Can't believe that's only a 5. The Beatles is on green vinyl at 66. And the other Beatles boot is about to be sold to Robert. All right, let's do one more half-off crate here. And I think that will get me to where I want to be at tonight on sold quantities, okay? Especially if I continue to run a few more auctions. And we just took a big chunk out of the no bids, but there's still some left. This was a putback from last week. This was the Beatles. It's a 1,000-piece puzzle of Sgt. Pepper's. One side is, of course, the iconic album jacket, and the back is the Sgt. Pepper's drum head. The Sgt. Pepper's drum head. That is $29.99. $29.99. Oh, there was one autograph that didn't sell either. One autograph that didn't sell either, and that was this right here. That was Kim Wilson, That's Life. We sold a ton of autographs tonight. A ton. Low starts, too. Kim Wilson was $15. Signed CD booklet, JSA authenticated. $15. That was the only one left behind. The Beatles is sold to Robert Warner for $16. Thank you. That's sold to Robert Warner. Robert, this shrink almost needs to be taken off. It's about to peel off, honestly. I'm going to take off a piece there. It's probably going to do better than harm or better good than harm. Does that make sense? Thank you, Robert. Okay. Oh, speaking of autographs, I've got duplicates of that have never been shown. I've got Thomas Rhett, country music star Thomas Rhett. I will get these down, and this is what they were stickered for not too long ago. And I'm going to get these down tonight, right now, if anybody wants one, for $25. It's a signed Thomas Rhett CD booklet, all JSA authenticated. Country again, $25 for Thomas Rhett. Okay? I've got 6 of them. Springsteen. Springsteen is the Agora Show Part 2. It is 2 complete discs of music, but it's half the concert. Most Bruce Springsteen shows can only be spread out over what? 4 LPs? This is Part 2. It's still 2 LPs of music. Okay? Thomas Rhett, $25 a piece on those. I think they're closer to 40, 45 actually. But 25 if anybody wants one, okay? I'm going to try to show those again tomorrow. Bruce is part of the show. All right, next auction for D is Los Mayores Años del Rock. Oh, my. This is another Mexico compilation. It's a compilation 74 VG condition, a $1 start. What's up with this jacket? This needs to be thrown away. $1 start on this LP here, okay? $1 start. Half off crate, no more, no less. Next is Canned Heat, Historical Figures and Ancient Head, VG Plus 1250. Foghat, Rock and Roll Outlaws. Foghat is VG Plus 5. Junior Walker and the All-Stars live, VG $5 on that. Jerry Jeff Walker, Viva Terralinga, VG 5. 10 Years After, Cricklewood Green, VG Plus 750. Savoy Brown, Hellbound Train, VG 5. And Mel and Tim, Good Guys Only Win in the Movies, VG Plus 1250. Springsteen sold for $6. The Beatles is sold to Adam Bernardi for $70. The Faces is a final call for $18 to Stephen Douglas. How much, Chad? $18 final call Stephen Douglas. And the auction D doesn't have a bid yet. And that is a final call for $1 start. $1 start. Wu-Tang, $175. Sold. $175 to Blackie L. Nice pickup. That is tough to get. We actually bought that back from a customer who thinned out some of his record collection. We sold that to him like 4 years ago, and that's about how long it's been since we've had another one. So yeah, those don't come through very often. Here's another auction. Here's another autograph. Barry Manilow. I'm going to do these for $55. Okay, that's what they were stickered for. Right now, $55. I've got 2 of them. Signed CD booklets, JSA authenticated. Most of his stuff is secretarial. So a lot of stuff that was submitted to him through mail ended up being signed secretarial. We've had like 2 or 3 other. We have like 2 or 3 other Barry Manilow albums that were secretarial. Those are actually signed by him. $55 on Barry Manilow. All right, Faces is sold for $18. We're in the middle of a half-off crate, no more, no less. Next is Springstones. This is another Bruce Springsteen. Bruce gets all stoned up and nowhere to go. This is an 86 Unknown Country, limited to 25. 2 Springsteen stones. Spring. Holy crap. Let me try to read this again. 2 Springsteen songs on side A. 6 Rolling Stone songs on side B. $1 start. The Mexico 1974 compilation has 1 bid for $1. Final call. Now, that other Springsteen / Rolling Stones bootleg is a $1 start. You heard me correctly. Chad, could you repeat that again? I didn't think you said that. I want to make sure I heard you correctly. Yeah, that's a $1 start. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And somebody just said, Chad, is there any chance you could go ahead and put up some more auctions, especially for $1? And I can. This is called Guster. Guster is a $1 start. It is sealed. It's a 10-inch. And then this is called, I have no idea. This is the Futures League. And that's going to go up for a $1 start. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. First thing I have in here is Robert Palmer Pressure Drop, VG $5. Mott the Hoople, VG Plus $7.50. We got Rush, Grace Under Pressure, $25 remastered. $25 remastered. We have Inez Andrews for $10. Also, Cal Jader Primo, $22.50. And here's that Chuck Berry vinyl box set. 6 LP, 71 songs, now just $25. Stephen Douglas on Robert Palmer. Thank you. That's so to Stephen Douglas. Appreciate that. Over here, we got Soul Sax, Art Heatley and his Soulful Men, $7.50. And we have Paul Desmond, Bridge Over Troubled Water. Paul Desmond is $10. Septet, The New Sound of Art Van Dam, $10 on that. Adam Bernardi gets this Spanish Garage compilation for $1. The Springsteen Rolling Stones bootleg is at $5 an A. Guster's at $1, and that other record's at $1. Next thing over here is Adam Bernardi on Septet. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. And we have The Road, and The Road is $12.50. And somebody just said, Chad, any chance you can go ahead and show me the rest of all of your auctions? I can. Right after I show you Brett Young. I've got a couple autographs over here from Brett Young. Brett Young, JSA, $25. These were marked 39. Brett Young, $25. CD booklets autographed. These came from that collection from that Nashville record label. Remember all that cool stuff I used to have? So he got tons of signed stuff, just FYI. Next thing over here is this. The Barcades having, Flying High on Your Love. The Barcades is $5. Rafe on The Road. That is so to Rafe. Also here, George Benson, In Your Eyes. George Benson is $5. Tony Orlando and Dawn, He Don't Love You. $5 on Tony Orlando. Bang the Drum Slowly. That's a soundtrack. $10 on that one. Bang the Drum Slowly. B&C is about to sell for how much? $1. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And somebody just said, Chad, I don't want to get impatient, but could you go ahead and put up that next auction? All right, I'll go ahead and do it right now. This is going up for bid at this moment. A lot of people's very curious. They're kind of getting nervous. They're like, oh my gosh, What could this next auction be? I'm getting a little bitty nervous. I'm getting a little bitty nervous over here. He's starting to grab up some stuff. He's starting to get a little crazy. Chad's starting to get a little crazy, putting up all these dollar start auctions. He's starting to get a little bit crazy, putting up all these dollar start auctions. He's starting to get a little bit crazy, putting up these dollar start auctions. And this is, how do you say this? Moana? It's that Disney movie. It's a picture disc, record store day. It's going to go up for a $1 start in D, okay? Can I confirm the artist again? The Futures League. The Futures League. All right, back to the half off. We pulled the road, right? Yep, and we had not pulled Wayne Bartow wants Paul Desmond. Have not pulled that yet. That's sold to Wayne Bartow. All right, thank you on that one. Next over here is this. We got the Righteous Brothers Soul and Inspiration. $5 on the Righteous Brothers. $5. Paul Davis, Southern Tracks and Fantasies. $5 on that. Audience is $10. Audience is $10. And Ron Thompson and the Resistors, Treat Her Like Gold. That is sealed for $10. Robert Warner on the Springstones for $8. That's sold to Robert Warner. And we're back. All right, so this is Animal Collective, Applesauce and Crimson. Animal Collective, Applesauce and Crimson. $1 start. Look at the top view. 1, Guster is sealed, final call for 3. The Futures is at 8. Moana's at 8. That's the high bids. Did I miss any claims? We pulled Bang the Drum slowly. That was sold to Adam Bernardi. Then my mic went out, and now we're good to go. We have Conway Twitty's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Conway Twitty is just $5. We also have this. We have the new Coon Creek Grills pictures. The new Coon Creek Grill, the new Coon Creek Grills is $5. Also, Fire Mountain Militia, Edge of the Night. Fire Mountain Militia is $10. We also have Exile, Kentucky Hearts. Exile is sealed for $7.50. Now I'm on the wrong camera view. Boy, I can't get anything right here, can I? Let's go back a few. Conway Twitty is sold to Stephen Douglas. Thank you. And then the new Coon Creek Girls picture is $5. Pictures. Fire Mountain Militia, Edge of the Night. That was $10. And Exile, Kentucky Hearts was sealed, $7.50. Good Friends Are for Keeps. That was the telephone record for $5. David Bergen, Wild Child, 84 sealed, $10. And Rycooter Bop to You Drop, $10 on that. B, C, and D are all sold. Leslie gets Guster for $3. The Futures League is sold to Chris Riddings for $8. The Moana 10-inch picture disc is sold to Leslie Holt for $8. And this auction has a bid for 1 and 1. And then this is our next one. This is who? Bride, B-R-Y-D-E, EP1, sealed, Bride. 10-inch, $1 start on that. Little John is $7.50. The Vogue's Greatest Hits, $5 on the Vogue's Greatest Hits. Wayne Bartow on Sealed Exile. Thank you, Wayne Bartow. We have Lena, Lovely and Alive. Lena is sealed for $7.50. Old Farts for Old Farts. Carol Connor sings, $7.50 on that one. All right, our next auction is going to be this. Johnny Cash, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, The Legend of John Henry's Hammer. This is really cool cover, one of my favorite covers there from Johnny. It's a Columbia 2-eye mono in VG condition. Johnny Cash is a $1 start. $1 start. Mahalia Jackson, How I Got Over. Mahalia Jackson's $5. And Bob Thiele, Do the Love. Bob Thiele is $5, and David Rose and his orchestra, Butterfield 8, $7.50 for David Rose and his orchestra, Butterfield 8. 4, no bid on Bird or Bride, whatever that says. A $1 start on that. Johnny Cash is a $1 start, and auction slot number D is going to go up for bid right now, and that is this. That is going to be, let me pull something out of one of these crates. Here we go, Rocky 4. Come on, Rocky 4, you got to be kidding me. Rocky 4 is in VG condition. It's an OG VG. Rocky 4, a $1 start. That's now up for bid, a $1 start on that. Back to this. First thing we pulled, Exile. Rafe wants Bob Thiele. Rafe is getting Bob Thiele. Thank you on that one. Spin Cycle wants the Telephone Friends. Spin Cycle on the Telephone Friends. Thank you on that one. All right. Moving on here. And we're good to go. So first thing we have is Neil Diamond Live at the Greek. That's a sealed OG for $10. Neil Diamond Live at the Greek, sealed for $10. Also, we have Clark Terry plays the jazz version of All American. That's a 62 Stereo, $15 on that. Also, Cottonwood Camaraderie. Cottonwood is $12.50. This is Inga. Inga, I-N-G-A. Inga is $19.79, $7.50. Clark Terry sold to Adam Bernardi. Thank you on that one. And we have Heart and Soul, Kathy Tricoli, $7.50. Music for Sensuous Lovers by Z, $15 on that. Amy Grant is $7.50. And Tony Makes It Happen. Tony Bennett is $5. Tony Makes It Happen. Love for Sale. Love is a 69 Monarch. No condition notes. Nice. $32.50 on Love, the Red Electra label. That's pretty wild. A and B is sold. Chris Messer gets that for $4. Chris Messer gets this for $3. 4 and 3, both for $7. Right now, Johnny Cash is at $15, and Levi has Rocky 4 at $7. Next is Bonzo Dog Band, Urban Spaceman, $17.50 on that one. $17.50 on that one. Now, what could be the next half-off record I pull out of here? Some people just don't know. Some people are like, Chad, what could be the next record? Tell me what the next record is. Tell me what the next record is. How about we do James Brown and Santana? Let's do James Brown and Santana, okay? So this is James Brown, Soul on Top. This is a VG copy. It opens up like this, a Unipack design. It's on the orange and black King label. It's a VG disc and probably a VG jacket. James Brown is going to be a $1 start. And then Santana Abraxas. Santana's on the 70s Columbia label. I don't think this was ever on the 2-eye. No poster. Gatefold. That's going to go up for just a $1 start. 2 great albums there. James Brown and Santana. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Also, I have Graham Nash and David Crosby. That's $7.50. Eric Carmen, Boats Against the Current, $5 on Eric Carmen. John Lennon, Walls and Bridges, a VG copy with that original flip-flap gimmick cover, $6.50. Whatever gets you through the night, it's all right. And then we have Mott the Hoople Brain Capers, VG Plus, $7.50. Esther Phillips, You've Come a Long Way, Baby. Esther is sealed for $10. And James Brown, Gravity. No conditionals. There's James Brown, the crate for $12.50. And Mark Almond, 73. Mark Almond, 73 is $7.50. Whatever gets you through the night, it's all right. All right, here we go. So we got 5 on James Brown, 3 on Santana, 17 on Johnny Cash, and Rocky is at 9 with JCB, okay? All right, we sold Clark Terry, and Stephen Douglas wants John Lennon. All right, thank you on that. Usually still not going through vinyl at 1 a.m., but I did start a little bit late, and I got you for John Lennon, and I'm trying to get to 8 crates which usually isn't a problem. Okay, and we're almost there. I mean, after I sell some of these auctions and probably a couple more, this crate's going to be pretty much taken care of. All right. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to see. I'm going to see what happens here in about the next 5 minutes. The issue is I've got an appointment to go pick up Otis from Tanner at 1:30 a.m. So, and I was going to try to do the videos before I left. So, because I got to come back here in the morning and pick out auctions for tomorrow. So let me figure out. Probably not. I don't want to leave you hanging if you need to go to bed or want to go to bed. I know you wouldn't do that though, TSO Houston. You're here for the long haul. But yeah, and even if I didn't have to go get the dog, we probably wouldn't be able to spend too much time on it anyway, because I've got to make sure I get this stuff pulled for them in the morning, and I have to help them tomorrow with auctions, at least get some of it ready. So shouldn't be any interruptions tomorrow. I'm going to try to start earlier, or we'll be starting, excuse me, I'm going to start late, but I'll try to go later, maybe 1 or 2 a.m. tomorrow. All right, let's go ahead, and we're about to clear the board. I see Santana 3, Johnny Cash 17, and Rockies at 9. And Adam Bernardi, yeah, Love is a great record still left in here. For sale is a Monarch 69 OG, the original Electra sleeve, $32.50 on that one. $32.50 on that one. Great. Anything by Love is great. B through D is closed. Santana is sold to Ray for $3. Stupid price on that. Johnny Cash is sold to Stephen Douglas for $17. That's sold for $17. Thank you on that one. And then Rocky 4, JCB, $9 on that one. All right. Done. And James Brown's at 8. David Sommer was trying to bid on Santana. Too late. Sorry about that. Already closed. Adam Bernardi takes Love. Great. So to Adam Bernardi. Well, whatever gets you tonight. It's all right. Hey, well, Adam Bernardi's on, and maybe some other people. Let me check this right here. Yeah, I got 23. By the way, A is sold to Chris Star. 23 Mercury dimes already carded from a collection we just bought. 23 dimes here. Ready? $125. This is the melt on it right now. That's actually 42 cents below melt. 23 Mercury dimes, $125. They're already carded, and some of them are in pretty good condition. Looks like where somebody was building possibly a set, and you can buy them at melt. 23 silver Mercury dimes, $125. James Brown was sold to Kristen Start for $8. Thank you, Kristen Start. That was sold to you for $8 doll hairs. All right, that's done. Appreciate that. Have a feeling Adam Bernardi's going to say, I'll take them. Chad Saul says, I'll take them. Chad Sauls gets them. $125. That whole little stack there. Awesome. I'm going to cut them in 2 stacks, whoever's watching. 125. We'll knock those 42 cents off. Okay. Here's some more at melt. These are actually made during World War II. These are nickels. They have 35% silver in them. They're called war nickels. See above the Monticello? The Monticello? The Monticello, there's a large mint mark, and that's how you distinguish. These are all World War II era silver nickels. There's 18 of them. We're going to do them for $75. The melt value in the silver at this moment, the market is closed for the weekend. The melt value is $76.34, $75 for the 18 war nickels. The 18 war nickels, $75. That's the below melt value on those. Chris Messer on Mott, that sold to Chris Messer for $7.50. War nickel, 75 bucks. What is spot right now? $75.38. $75 and $75. Well, 40. It depends. 47 on Kitco. 75.47. 75.47. Adam Bernardi gets the dimes. Make sure those go in for $75 to Adam Bernardi. Those are sold to Adam Bernardi for $75. Thank you. I'm also going to split those up into 2 piles. All right, appreciate that. All right, let's do these. Let's see. Where are we at here? Oh, I just laid them right here. Let me see how much I need to do on these. Chris didn't want Mott. He sent that accidentally. Okay. Never mind on that. Let's go back over here to this. And half. I got halves for 20. Let's do these $28 a piece. Melt is $27.26. Let's do these for $28. Halves for $28. 1942, 1963, 1958, 1963, 1963. $28 on those. Mott the Hoople is Mott the Hoople Brain Capers featuring the Brain Caper Kids. The half off price was VG plus $7.50. $28 a piece on those halves. I like these. This is one of my favorite American coins. 7. Let's do these for $30. I got 7 Indian head coins, pennies. 7 1-cent Indian head pennies here. I'm trying to get my spotlight a little bit closer. There we go. Maybe over here. So we have 1899, 1903, 1899, 1903, 1906, 1901, and 1902. Also to Adam Bernardi for $30. Okay. Those sold to Adam Bernardi for $30. Thank you. Those are gone. Next is... Okay. Let me see if these have full dates. These usually carry a premium because they're older. So these need to be about 7. Yeah, some of these are pretty nice. 8. Let me just count them here. We got 8. $75. They're all full date barber dimes. $75 for the 8. 1908, 1914, 1907, 1913, 1913, 1913, 1905, and 1912. Those are barber dimes. $75 a piece on those. Or $75 for all of them. There's 8 of them there. Hopefully those are never scrapped, but sometimes they do if they're worn out. So there's 8. So 75 divided by 8, that would be $9.38 a piece approximately. Let me see if these have dates on them. 36, 27, 29, 36, 35, 36, 36, 20. 26 and 35. So 9. All right, let's do these for $35. $35 for 9 buffalo nickels. And they all have dates, which is unusual. Not unusual, but most of them get worn off. 1936, 1927, 1929, 1936, 1935, 1936, 1936, 1926, and 1935. 9 Buffalo nickels, $35. 8 Barber dimes, $75. Nickel sold to Adam Bernardi for $35. Sold to Adam Bernardi for $35. Okay. We got any fun tunnel tickets? I wish. Might need to check eBay. So 312. Let's make these $15. 4 V or Liberty nickels for $15. 1899, 1907, 1910, and 1908. 4 V or Liberty nickels for $15. That'd be cheaper per coin than the Buffaloes, I think. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Thank you. Those are sold to Adam Bernardi. I'm waiting for Adam to make an offer on the dimes. Chad Sauls was next. And then here are the 40% Kennedy halves, which I'll do for less, just slightly less than melt. So 3 Kennedy halves for $33. These have 40% silver in them. That's 1968, 1968, and 1969. That one on the end has some pretty cool toning to it. That's 11 each. Right now, the melt on those are 11.15. So $33 on those. Whatever gets you through the night. $85. 1986 Silver Eagle. 1986 Silver Eagle. $85. 1986. 85 on that. $1974, 1973, bicentennial, 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 1971, 1971, 1971. These are 2, 4, 6, 8 Kennedy halves, $10. 8 Kennedy halves, $10. Years, one more time, 74, bicentennial, which is 1976, of course. 71, 73, bicentennial, bicentennial, 71, and 71. Husky says Husky takes them for $10. Sold. Done. Chad, what's Fun Tunnel? Fun Tunnel was in the old, now abandoned Cookeville Mall in Cookeville, Tennessee. So you have to be kind of local or from Cookeville or from that area. And I was a really small kid. I wasn't even old enough to go in there. When you'd walk by, it'd be a bunch of like teenagers or maybe even like college kids. And that went to school at Tech, or maybe mostly college kids. But my mom would go in there, but I was too small. But it was like the coolest place ever. It was like right in the middle of the corner of the mall, and it was a big tunnel, and it was an arcade. It was an arcade in a mall, and it was like incredible. And I have just fond memories of going in there. All right, this is a roll of the 2005 Buffalo nickels, uncirculated, a whole roll, $15. They're brand new, uncirculated, of the 2005 Buffalo nickels. $15. The 40% halves, they're sold to Adam Minardi. Those 3 for $33. And he also gets the nickels for $15. All right, that's all sold. Getting an early jump start on some of the coins I have over here. All right, this is a cool item, 20 bucks. It's a $2 bill and a bicentennial half and quarter. Uncirculated $2 bill and bicentennial half and quarter. $20. And I'm almost out. Oh, I got these right here. I got 19, these are what they call OC dollars, 1971, bicentennial, 1971, and 1971. These 4 OC dollars for 12 bucks. 4 OCs for $12. And I've about got all this stuff out of my way over here. They've been piling coins on my table. All right, last item, then I got to go. Maybe. $35. 1907 Barber half. 1907 Barber half. 1907 D Barber half. $35. And 5 gold-plated steak quarters I'll put in with this if anybody wants those as well. Five gold-plated steak quarters along with the bicentennial stuff. Now $20. Hey, I basically just gave you $1.25 there for free. Now sold to Adam Bernardi for $20. Now we're cooking. Probably not this Sunday, probably not next Sunday because it's Mother's Day, but possibly at the Sunday after that, I got to have a coin auction. We got so much new coins, bullion, and cool collectible bullion in. I mean, we got a lot of cool stuff in. All right, I'm done. I got to go shoot the video and leave. So I still got the halves for $28 a piece, which are just slightly over melt. The Franklins and Walkers. I've got the OC dollars, the 4 OC dollars for $12. And then we have the 8 Barber dimes, which I think I priced out at $75. $75 on those. The Silver Eagle for $85 and the Barber half $35. Any wheat pennies? Yes. Any Confederate bills? Yes. I got all kinds of new currency over here. The next coin auction we do on a Sunday will be a big deal because we hadn't had one in a long time. And I think everybody will be very curious what I've got. Y'all just bought some of it. Y'all just bought some of it, but we got plenty more where that is, especially if I buy this other ladies collection I've been negotiating with. All right, I'm done. I got to go shoot a video right quick and upload it, and then I'm going to head over to Tanner's. I got to get Otis, and I better get done. I wasn't supposed to do that, but I had a feeling Adam would help me out there and buy a bunch of that. So thank you, Adam and Chad. Who else was buying it? Chad and Husky. Everybody else who just bought some coins there. Thank y'all. And I appreciate it. And I'll be back tomorrow. Could be a late start tomorrow because I got to go to that birthday party. But I'm going to try to get there early so I can get there, so I can leave early, okay? So I'm done. Thank y'all. Good night. How many hours did we do? We almost did 7 hours. Great. Appreciate it. Yeah, like I said, tomorrow, I know some of y'all probably be there right when I start. Let's see, 5. If I can get here by 6 or 6:30, I'd be lucky. So I'll try to do that. I'm going to try to leave there at 5:30. Yeah, probably 5:30. Okay, that's probably what I'll do. Oh, I got to stretch. I got to wake up and get over there, though. Okay. I want to let this timer get to 7 hours. I'm 45 seconds away. I want to let this timer get to 7 hours. I'm basically wasting time to get my... It's like letting my OCD on the gas pump. 30 seconds, and we've been here 7 hours. I'm not ending it until it hits there. We went a long time last night. I guess it averages out. 9 last night, 7 tonight, 8 hours a night. But I started late. If I would start when I was supposed to, we'd already be 14 minutes over. Now I feel like I'm an hour behind. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. 7 hours. I'm ending. Thank y'all. See y'all tomorrow. Sometime after 6 probably. Thank you and good night. Thank you.